a guide to the laws and energies that shape your world. Prologue. The unseen foundation. The world presents itself in a certain way. We see the trees, the buildings, the faces of others. We hear the sounds of traffic, music, and conversation. We feel the texture of fabrics, the temperature of the air, the weight of objects. This is the realm of the visible, the tangible, the everyday. It is the world of the five physical senses, meticulously catalogued and understood by science, praised by the materialist for its concrete reality. But what if there is more? What if the reality we perceive is merely the tip of an unimaginably vast iceberg, the easily visible portion floating above a deep, dark, and teeming ocean of subtle energies and hidden influences? This is the premise of the hidden world, a reality that exists just beyond the threshold of ordinary perception, accessible yet often overlooked. The journey into this hidden world begins not with grand gestures or esoteric rituals, but with a simple shift in awareness. It begins with the recognition that what we see is not all there is. The trees are not just wood and leaves. They are alive with a subtle vitality, a resonance that connects them to the earth, the sky, and the unseen web of life. The buildings are not just stone and mortar. They carry the emotional imprints of those who built them, lived within them, and died within them, forming a subtle energetic signature. This hidden world is governed by laws quite different from those of the purely physical. These are the hidden universe laws, the underlying principles that drive the universe, operating on levels of vibration and intention that the physical eye cannot perceive. They are not mysterious or based on chance or personal preference. They are the fundamental mechanics of creation, the rules by which the universal consciousness unfolds existence. One such law is the principle of vibration. Everything in the universe from a thought to a star has a unique frequency or rate of vibration. These vibrations interact, resonate, and influence one another. Sound is a prime example. Different frequencies of sound waves can create feelings of calm or agitation, can build structures or dissolve them. But sound is just one manifestation of this principle. Thoughts, emotions, and intentions also carry vibrational signatures that can affect both the inner and outer world. Another key law is the principle of attraction and repulsion. Like attracts like and opposites tend to repel. This is not just a physical law, it is an energetic one. Positive intentions attract positive outcomes. Negative thoughts can draw negative experiences. It is the law of resonance, where the inner state of being reflects and attracts the outer circumstances. These laws are not etheric theories. They are the very forces that shape our reality. The world we experience, the people we meet, the challenges we face, the opportunities we encounter, all are influenced by these subtle energetic currents and the principles that govern them. To ignore them is to operate from a place of limited awareness, like a fish trying to understand the ocean without ever venturing beneath the surface. The seeker by definition is someone who has begun to sense these currents. Perhaps it began with a feeling of knowing something without knowing how or why. Maybe it was an intuitive hit about a person or a situation that turned out to be uncannily accurate. Or perhaps it was a moment of profound connection with nature. A feeling that the trees were speaking or the stars were watching, transcending the purely visual. These are the whispers of the hidden world, the subtle nudges from the deeper reality. They are often dismissed as coincidence, imagination, or the products of a mystical mindset. But for the seeker, these experiences are signposts pointing towards a greater reality, hinting at the power of intention and the influence of subtle energies. The first step on the path is therefore one of attunement. It is learning to quiet the noise of the everyday mind, to turn the attention inward, towards the subtle frequencies that underpin the visible world. This is not about closing one's eyes and meditating for hours. Though meditation can be a tool, it is about cultivating a state of heightened awareness in the midst of life. It is about noticing the nuances in people's energy, the unspoken tensions or joys that radiate beyond their words. It is about sensing the quality of a place, the energy of a forest versus a city street, the difference in feeling between a cluttered room and a clean one. It is about becoming aware of the emotional resonance of objects, the subtle history they carry. This heightened sensitivity requires practice and discernment. The hidden world is rich with information, but it is not always presented in a clear logical manner. It speaks in symbols, synchronicities, and feelings. Learning to interpret these signs requires an open mind and a willingness to trust one's intuition. The journey into the hidden world is a gradual process of awakening. It is about reclaiming a sense of connection to the universe that modern life often fosters. It is about understanding that we are not isolated individuals existing within a random universe but integral parts of a vast interconnected system governed by intelligent subtle forces. As the awareness expands, the veil thins. The distinctions between the inner and outer world begin to blur. Thoughts take on a tangible quality. Intentions start to shape reality. The seeker begins to move from merely observing the hidden world to consciously participating within it, using the understanding of these laws and forces to navigate life with greater awareness, purpose, and power. This book will guide the seeker through the initial stages of this awakening, exploring the key aspects of the hidden world, the fundamental esoteric laws, the nature of astral forces, and the wisdom of elemental intelligences. It is a map for the journey inward, towards a fuller understanding of oneself and one's place in the vast intricate tapestry of existence. So take a deep breath. Feel the subtle energy of the room around you. Notice the quality of the air, the light filtering through the window. Begin to attune, to sense the currents that flow just beneath the surface of the visible world. The hidden world is always here, waiting to be perceived by those who are ready to see. The visible world, as most perceive it, is but a thin crust upon a vast, dynamic, and often hidden substrate. This substrate is woven from the hidden universe laws, the fundamental principles that govern the interplay of energy, matter, mind, and spirit. It is influenced by the astral forces, the shifting currents of consciousness and emotion that resonate through the etheric planes, leaving their imprint on the material and the psyche. And it is sustained by the elemental intelligences, the conscious energies of fire, water, air, and earth and their correspondences governing the natural world and mirroring the inner landscape of the human being. This book is an invitation to step beyond the surface appearances to recognize the invisible architect of your reality. It is not a promise of easy answers or magical shortcuts but a guide for the sincere seeker willing to undertake the work of inner development. The path lies within through the cultivation of awareness, the practice of presence, and the willingness to perceive the subtle energies that underpin all things. The knowledge contained herein is not new. It is ancient wisdom, often veiled in metaphor and tradition. It speaks of the laws that govern manifestation, the currents of energy that shape thought and emotion, and the intelligent forces that can be called upon for guidance and assistance. By understanding these principles and learning to work in harmony with them, the reader can begin to consciously shape their inner world and thereby their outer experience. The journey is one of discovery. Discovering the hidden aspects of oneself, connecting with the deeper currents of the universe, and learning to navigate the intricate landscape of the inner sanctum. It requires patience, dedication, and an open heart, but for those who embark upon it, the rewards are profound. A deeper sense of connection, a greater understanding of life's mysteries, and the empowerment that comes from aligning with the fundamental truths of existence. Welcome, seeker. The source of all knowledge and wisdom awaits within. Let the journey begin. Chapter 1. The Source and the Inner Sanctum. The source of all knowledge and wisdom is the unmanifest potential from which all manifestation arises. It is pure consciousness, infinite awareness, the silent witness to all that is and ever was. It is not a location per se, but a state of being, a fundamental reality that underlies the manifest universe. The place of inner learning is not a physical place either, but the state of consciousness one enters when they cease to look outward solely for answers and instead turn inward toward the vast repository of wisdom within themselves. This inner sanctum is the mind and heart of the individual expanded to encompass the broader currents of universal consciousness. It is where the hidden universe laws become discernible, where the subtle vibrations of astral forces can be felt, and where the presence of elemental intelligences can be acknowledged. To attune to the inner sanctum is to develop the inner senses, the intuition, the faculty of clairvoyance, seeing with the mind's eye, clairaudience, hearing with the inner ear, and clairsentience, feeling with the inner body, so that one can perceive the realities that lie just beyond the veil of ordinary sight and hearing. The journey begins with the recognition that the primary focus of the human being has been for the most part outward. We look to the external world for validation, for security, for meaning. We seek knowledge in books, from teachers, from institutions. While external learning has its place, it is incomplete without the complementary inner exploration. The inner sanctum holds the keys to understanding the deeper dynamics of life, the reasons behind synchronicities, the nature of intuition, and the subtle influences that shape our thoughts, feelings, and actions. The first step, therefore, is a shift in orientation. It is about turning the gaze inward, cultivating the habit of introspection, and becoming more aware of the inner landscape. This involves observing thoughts as they arise and pass, noticing the patterns of emotional reactivity, and paying attention to the body's subtle sensations. In this process, one begins to disentangle the self from the constant chatter of the external world and connects with the deeper, quieter voice of the inner sanctum. By establishing a regular practice of inner quietude through meditation, contemplation, or simply moments of mindful awareness, the seeker begins to create the space necessary for the subtle energies to be perceived. The inner sanctum, like any garden, requires tending. It needs the water of focused attention, the sunlight of intention, and the soil of willingness to grow. As this inner garden flourishes, the mysteries of the hidden universe, the movements of astral forces, and the wisdom of elemental intelligences become increasingly accessible. The source provides the potential. The inner sanctum is the cultivated space where that potential unfolds. The laws are the blueprints. The forces are the energies that animate the blueprints. The intelligences are the guides and co-creators along the way. Understanding this relationship is the first step on the path of inner learning. It is an acknowledgement that the answers one seeks are not merely to be found but are already within, waiting to be recognized and activated through the conscious practice of attunement. Chapter 2. Welcome to the threshold. You stand at the edge of a vast shimmering landscape, not of physical dirt and stone but of pure potential and possibility. This is the place of inner learning, the crucible where the mind is forged, the soul illuminated, and the true nature of reality revealed. You are not merely a visitor. You are a student, an explorer, a seeker whose heart beats in rhythm with the ancient pulse of the cosmos. The air here is different, cool, yet charged with a vitality that tingles along your skin. Sounds are sharper, colors more intense, and the very fabric of your perception seems to thin, allowing glimpses beyond the veil of ordinary consciousness. This is the place where the inner world becomes as tangible as the outer, where thought shapes reality and will commands the subtle energies that underpin all existence. Your purpose is clear, though the path may initially seem shrouded in mist. You are here to learn the hidden laws that govern the universe, the ones whispered of in ancient texts, spoken in hushed tones by mystics and felt by the attuned soul. You seek to understand the hidden universe, forces that weave through the fabric of time and space, the astral powers that bridge the gap between the seen and the unseen, and the elemental intelligences that embody the very essence of the natural world. This journey is not for the faint of heart. It requires courage to confront the unknown, discipline to cultivate inner stillness, and an unwavering commitment to truth. However strange or counterintuitive it may appear, yet you are here. The door has opened, the invitation issued, and the potential for profound transformation lies before you like a land awaiting exploration. But where does one begin? The answer lies within. As always, true knowledge is not merely absorbed from without. It is discovered by turning the light of awareness inward. The place of inner learning is less a physical location and more a state of being, a way of perceiving the world where the inner and outer are recognized as two facets of the same radiant whole. The law of correspondence. The first law you must grasp, the foundational principle upon which all others rest, is the law of correspondence, often summarized as above, so below. This ancient maxim reveals the intricate mirroring between the macrocosm and the microcosm, the universe and the self. Consider the sun above. It illuminates the heavens, drives the seasons, and sustains all life on earth. Below, within your own body, you possess a solar plexus chakra, a center of vitality, will and personal power, often associated with the color yellow, and the life-giving energy of the sun. The patterns of the stars are believed to reflect the energetic blueprint of the human body, and the cycles of the moon mirror the ebb and flow of our own emotions and intuition. This principle extends everywhere. The elements fire, water, air, and earth manifest in the natural world and within us as fundamental forces and bodily humors. The colors we see are but different frequencies of light. And these same frequencies resonate within our psyche, evoking specific emotions and states of mind. The geometric patterns found in nature, from the spirals of a shell to the hexagons of a honeycomb, are echoed in the sacred geometry used by architects and mystics to create harmonious environments. To attune to the law of correspondence is to develop the ability to see the symbolic language of the universe. It is to recognize the parallels between outer events and inner states, between celestial movements and your own energy shifts. It allows you to draw upon the vast resources of the macrocosm by working with the corresponding elements within your own being. By understanding this law, you begin to perceive reality not as unrelated parts but as an interconnected living whole pulsating with meaning and interconnectedness. The astral light, the vehicle of consciousness. Now let your focus shift inward towards the subtle realm that lies beneath the veil of physical sensation. This is the astral plane, often referred to as the astral light. Imagine it as a vast luminous ocean of pure energy and thought forms, invisible yet palpable to the sensitive consciousness. It is the dimension where dreams are born, where intuition flows, and where the non-physical aspects of the self roam during states of deep meditation or profound sleep. The astral light is not merely a place one visits. It is the very medium through which consciousness expresses itself beyond the body. It is the subtle body, the etheric template that surrounds and interpenetrates the physical form, carrying the blueprint of the soul and its life experiences. It is through the astral light that we perceive the world on a deeper, more resonant level, connecting with the thoughts, feelings, and intentions of others and tuning into the subtle energies that emanate from all things. To attune to the astral light is to develop your astral senses. It involves practices like meditation, visualization, and trance work which train the mind to move beyond the filter of the physical senses and perceive the vibrant tapestry of the non-physical realm. As you become more familiar with this light, you will begin to notice its colors, its textures, its shifting forms, and the streams of thought and emotion that flow through it like rivers. Understanding the astral light is crucial because it is the bridge between the conscious and subconscious mind, the personal and the collective unconscious, and the physical world and the realms beyond. It is the playground of the imagination, the source of creative inspiration, and the arena where spiritual insights are often revealed. By learning to navigate its currents, you gain access to a vast reservoir of knowledge, wisdom, and spiritual potential that lies dormant within you, waiting to be awakened. The elemental intelligences, guardians of the natural world. Beneath the surface of the physical world and interwoven with the astral light, lie the realms of the elemental intelligences. These are the conscious forces and beings that embody the four fundamental elements of nature: fire, water, air, and earth. They are not mere etheric concepts. They are living, breathing entities, each with its own unique nature, characteristics, and sphere of influence. The elementals of fire embody dynamism, willpower, passion, and transformation. They are the fierce protectors of the creative spark, the initiators who burn away the old to make way for the new. They reside in places of intense energy like volcanic regions, lightning-struck forests, and the heart of bonfires. To connect with the fire elementals is to tap into your own inner courage, to ignite your passions, and to embrace the transformative power of change. They challenge you to step beyond your limits and to pursue your highest ideals with unwavering determination. The elementals of water represent emotion, intuition, flow, and adaptability. They are the deep-flowing rivers, the shimmering oceans, the misty mists that wrap the land in mystery. They dwell in lakes, rivers, oceans, and even in the moisture within the earth. The water elementals are the great healers, the deep listeners, and the keepers of hidden knowledge. Connecting with them involves learning to flow with life's currents, to trust your intuition, and to cleanse and heal both body and soul. They teach you the wisdom of patience, the power of empathy, and the deep flowing connection between all things. The elementals of air embody thought, communication, freedom, and the breath of life itself. They are the invisible winds that dance across the plains, the breezes that rustle the leaves, and the vast open sky. Air elementals are found everywhere, moving freely and effortless. They are the messengers, the thinkers, the bringers of new ideas. To attune to the air elementals is to cultivate clarity of thought, to speak your truth with honesty, and to embrace the freedom of the spirit. They encourage you to think critically, to communicate openly, and to let your true self soar unbound. Finally, the elementals of earth embody stability, grounding, manifestation, and the physical form. They are the solid mountains, the fertile soil, the mighty trees that stand firm. Earth elementals are found in the ground, in the rocks, and in all things solid and tangible. They are the builders, the creators, the ones who give form and substance to the universe. Connecting with the earth elementals help you to feel grounded, to manifest your intentions in the physical world, and to connect with the ancient enduring wisdom of the planet. They teach you the value of hard work, the importance of foundation, and the power of creation through focused will. These elemental intelligences are not separate from us. They are part of us and we are part of them. They are the forces that shape the world, that influence our moods and our dreams, and that offer guidance and assistance to those who seek their wisdom. By learning to communicate with and work alongside these beings, you gain a deeper understanding of the natural world and your place within it. You learn to harness their power for healing, for creation, for transformation, and for the advancement of your spiritual journey. Chapter 3. The place of inner learning, while often perceived as a silent sanctuary, was in truth a vibrant tapestry woven from the very threads of consciousness itself. Here, beyond the flickering candlelight and the scent of old parchment, the true work began, the cultivation of perception. For knowledge, as the source of all knowledge and wisdom, often implied through subtle resonance, was not merely found in dusty volumes or whispered secrets, but in the ability to see through the veils. The first step, as explained in the foundational texts, was understanding the nature of the veil itself. It was not a physical barrier, though it could manifest as such in moments of heightened awareness. No, this veil was the perceptual filter through which the mundane mind chose to view reality. It was the screen upon which the play of appearances was projected, sharp and distinct, obscuring the underlying currents of energy and intention that gave form and meaning to the visible world. The source, through its timeless voice, encouraged the seeker to become the weaver of this perception. One must learn not to be merely a passive observer of the loom of perception, but an active participant in its operation. Each thought, each feeling, each choice refined the threads influencing the pattern of reality experienced. To attune to the subtle energies beneath appearances required a deliberate act of consciousness. It was about shifting the focus like a lens adjusting to reveal a hidden spectrum. The mundane eye saw only the reds, blues, and greens of the physical spectrum. The attuned consciousness sought to perceive the deeper hues, the emotional resonances clinging to objects, the mental vibrations emanating from thought forms, the underlying currents of elemental energy pulsing beneath the land, the sea, and the air. This was where the study of astral forces became crucial. The astral plane, often described as the world of subtle forms, was not separate from the physical. It was interwoven with it a layer of potential and vibration that shaped the tangible. The source instructed that the physical world was in many ways a reflection, a solidification of the energies perceived and projected onto the astral. To understand the physical was to understand the astral forces at play. Meditative practices were the primary tools for developing this perception. The seeker was invited to still the internal chatter, the constant commentary of the ego-driven mind, and allow a deeper sensitivity to emerge. In the quiet spaces created, the subtle energies began to whisper their presence. A cool draft might carry more than just air molecules. It might carry the lingering presence of a thoughtful spirit or the dissipating energy of a recent emotional outburst. A piece of wood might resonate with a feeling of ancient stability or conversely a sense of decay depending on the consciousness attuned to it. The elemental intelligences were the guardians and inhabitants of the subtle layers of reality. They were not mere forces of nature but conscious entities, each embodying the primary qualities of their respective elements. Fire's passion and transmutation, water's fluidity and emotion, air's intellect and communication, and earth's stability and substance. The source revealed that these intelligences were constantly interacting, influencing the flow of energy through the world and the lives of those attuned to them. To sense the spiritual currents moving through time, space, and psyche was to become a conduit for this awareness. It was to feel the undercurrents of history in a place, sensing the echoes of past events and the intentions left behind by those who had walked the land before. It was to perceive the subtle shifts in energy that marked the passage of seasons, the turning of the moon, the waxing and waning of days, and how these cosmic rhythms influenced the human psyche. This perception was not about gaining control but about understanding. It was about recognizing the interconnectedness of all things, the dance of energy that underpinned every manifestation. The source often spoke in metaphors of a grand design, a cosmic symphony where every note, every nuance contributed to the overall harmony or discord. As the seeker practiced, the place of inner learning itself seemed to respond. The air might grow cooler, the light shift in color, or a distant sound might resonate with a deeper understanding. The boundaries between the internal and external worlds blurred, revealing the inherent magic of perception when wielded with intention and awareness. This initial attunement, however, was merely the beginning. The true journey, the path outlined by the source, lay in understanding how to work with these subtle energies, how to consciously shape one's own reality by mastering the loom of perception. But that required a deeper understanding, a willingness to delve into the specific mechanics of the elemental forces and the nature of astral influence. And so the journey continued, each step a refinement of consciousness, each insight a thread added to the tapestry of understanding. Chapter 4: The Place of Inner Learning, while often perceived as a singular etheric realm, is in truth a vast and intricate tapestry woven from the very threads of universal consciousness. It is here beneath the shimmering veil of the purely physical that the true architect of reality reveals itself, the source of all knowledge and wisdom. This source is not a distant entity but the fundamental essence from which all things emanate, the unspoken law that governs the dance of existence itself. To understand the mechanics of this inner cosmos, one must first grasp the concept of the subtle energies that underpin the manifest world. These are not mere philosophical etheric presences. They are the tangible forces that shape form, moving through the central currents like quiet sculptors of the unseen, guiding the rise and settling of every contour within the inner field. They do not speak, yet they instruct. They do not appear, yet they reveal. They do not command, yet they orient the seeking presence toward deeper alignment. In their movement, the world becomes less accidental and more intentional, as though each unfolding were the soft consequence of an ancient wisdom teaching carried silently through the ether, touching the core center and inviting it to remember its own luminous origin, drive impulse, and connect all points of the universe. They are the breath of the source, the living current that animates the silent structures of time and space. Consider the hidden universe laws. They are not hidden in the sense of being secret, but rather veiled from the ordinary perception, obscured by the density of the material focus. These laws are the fundamental principles by which the universe operates. They are the immutable truths that govern the attraction and repulsion of energies, the flow of life force, the principles of cause and effect operating on all planes. To attune oneself to these laws is not to gain some esoteric power, but to align one's will and being with the natural order of things, thereby acting with greater efficiency and harmony. It is like learning the grammar of a language. Once understood, the speaker can construct thoughts and communicate intentions with clarity and power rather than flailing in confusion. The laws dictate how thought shapes reality, how intention manifests form, and how one interacts with the energies of the cosmos. They are the blueprints of the subtle architecture. Then there are the astral forces. The term astral often conjures images of ghostly apparitions and otherworldly beings, but its true significance lies deeper. The astral plane is the subtle dimension that resonates directly with the emotional and mental bodies of all beings. It is the realm where thoughts take on a tangible quality, where feelings are broadcast and received, and where the connections between individuals and the world at large are most keenly felt. The astral forces are the energies that traverse this plane carrying intention, emotion, and spiritual influence. They are the messengers between the mind, the heart, and the deeper self. They are also the forces that shape perception, influencing how we interpret the events of our lives and the world around us. By understanding and learning to navigate the astral forces, one gains access to a deeper wellspring of intuition, empathy, and creative power. It is the realm of the unseen connections that bind all existence together. Finally, we come to the elemental intelligences. The four classical elements, earth, air, fire, and water, are not merely physical substances, but fundamental principles of manifestation, each possessing its own distinct intelligence and energy signature. These elemental intelligences are the conscious forces that govern the physical world on its most basic levels. Earth represents stability, form, and the tangible. Air, thought, communication and the etheric. Fire, transformation, will, passion and water, emotion, intuition and the flow of life. These intelligences are not mere spirits or gods, but the inherent qualities of existence itself. They are the hands and feet of the source, bringing its creative power into form. Attuning to the elemental intelligences means learning to work with these fundamental forces rather than against them. It involves understanding the nature of each element and learning to communicate with and direct its energy for practical purposes, from healing and manifestation to environmental awareness and personal growth. They are the builders and the destroyers, the creators and the transformers, the very stuff of which the world is made. These three aspects, the hidden universe laws, the astral forces and the elemental intelligences, are not separate entities but interconnected facets of the same underlying reality. The laws provide the framework. The astral forces carry the vital currents of intention and emotion, and the elemental intelligences manifest the physical forms and energies governed by those laws. The place of inner learning is where one cultivates the sensitivity to perceive these subtle energies beneath the surface appearances. It is an act of turning the inner gaze outward, not in a literal physical sense, but in the sense of expanding awareness beyond the confines of the ego and the purely sensory experience. It is learning to feel the resonance of the hidden universe laws in the unfolding of events, to sense the undercurrents of emotion and intention in the astral field, and to attune to the specific energies of the elements present in any given situation or environment. This attunement is not achieved through intellectual study alone. Though learning the names and basic properties of these forces is a necessary first step, it requires practice, experimentation, and a commitment to observing the inner and outer world with unwavering curiosity and openness. It involves quieting the mental chatter, stilling the emotional fluctuations, and allowing the deeper self to connect with the universal currents. By doing so, the individual begins to move beyond the limitations of the purely physical consciousness. They start to perceive the world not as a collection of separate disconnected objects, but as a living, interconnected web of energy and intelligence governed by principles that are both ancient and profoundly relevant. They begin to understand that they are not merely observers of this world but active participants, co-creators operating within the vast intricate design. The source of all knowledge and wisdom watches over this process, offering guidance not through grand pronouncements but through the subtle nudges of the universal energies themselves. It is within the act of attuning, of sensing the flows and understanding the laws, that the wisdom is truly grasped. It is a wisdom that empowers the individual to navigate the complexities of existence with greater awareness, purpose, and grace, recognizing their place within the grand subtle design of the cosmos. The journey inward is the journey toward perceiving the truth that underlies all appearances, and the place of inner learning is the sanctuary where this perception is cultivated and refined. Chapter 5. The seeker, having begun to perceive the subtle hum beneath the surface of the mundane world, finds themselves standing at the threshold of a deeper understanding. The initial awareness of unseen forces is but the first faint echo of a vast resonant universe. This chapter delves into the fundamental principle that governs all manifestation within this place of inner learning, the vibrational signature. All things, beings, and even thoughts possess a unique frequency, a specific rhythm of energy that defines their essence. It is the universe's language, written not in letters but in vibrations. Just as sound has pitch and tone and light has color and intensity, so too does everything in the manifested realm and beyond carry its own distinct vibrational signature. Imagine the world as a vast ocean of energy constantly in motion. Each object, each person, each emotion is like a stone dropped into this ocean, creating ripples that spread outwards. These ripples are the vibrational signature. A pebble creates small contained waves. A boulder creates massive far-reaching tsunamis. Similarly, a thought of love sends out harmonious uplifting vibrations, while a thought of fear sends out discordant contracting waves. The place of inner learning is a sanctuary where one can become highly attuned to these frequencies. It is not merely about hearing the sounds of the world, but about feeling the vibrations beneath them. It is about learning to read the subtle energy fields that surround all things, the unseen aura that radiates outwards like a shimmering shield or cloak. To attune to the vibrational signature is to step outside the rigid framework of the 5 physical senses and engage the deeper, more perceptive aspects of the psyche. It requires stillness, focus, and an open heart. It is the practice of sensing the resonance, the feeling of rightness or wrongness that often precedes conscious understanding. It is the ability to feel the energy of a person upon meeting them, to sense the quality of a room, to feel the difference between genuine kindness and false sincerity. This sensitivity is not innate in most, for it has been dulled by years of focusing solely on the tangible, the easily measured, the externally apparent. The modern world bombards the senses with constant stimuli, encouraging a state of perpetual reaction rather than conscious perception. The inner ear, attuned to the subtle frequencies of the soul, has become accustomed to silence, its delicate mechanisms needing careful calibration. The process of attuning begins with mastering the self. One must first become a still point, a stable anchor within the swirling energies of existence. This is achieved through practices of meditation, deep breathing, and mindfulness. By quieting the mental chatter and the emotional fluctuations, the seeker creates a space within themselves, a resonant chamber capable of receiving the faintest of vibrational signals. Once this inner stillness is established, the next step is observation, not with the eyes alone, but with the whole being. When encountering another person, object, or even a concept, the seeker learns to pause. They learn to listen with their energy to sense the subtle undercurrents of feeling and intention. Does the energy feel dense or light, congested or flowing, harmonious or discordant? Consider the natural world, a master teacher of vibrational principles. A healthy forest thrums with a vibrant complex energy, rich and alive. The air itself feels different, cleaner, more charged. Conversely, a sterile artificial environment often carries a flat, dull signature lacking in life force. This is not merely subjective feeling. It is a direct perception of the underlying energetic quality. The elements themselves, earth, air, fire, water, each possess their own fundamental signature, their own core vibration. The earth carries a feeling of solidity, grounding, and ancient. It is slow, deep, and resonant. Air is light, swift, and changeable, carrying the vibrations of thought and communication. Fire is dynamic, intense, and transformative, its signature sharp and consuming. Water flows, adapts, and reflects its vibration fluid, emotional, and deep. Understanding these elemental signatures allows the seeker to perceive how different energies interact. They learn to sense when an element is out of balance within themselves or their environment. For instance, an excess of earth energy might manifest as rigidity or stagnation, while an excess of water energy could lead to emotional overwhelm or indecisiveness. By recognizing these vibrational patterns, one can begin to consciously influence their own state and the energetic quality of their surroundings. The vibrational signature is also the key to understanding the subtle interplay between the physical and the non-physical realms. The spirits, the elemental intelligences, the forces of the hidden universe, all communicate and interact through vibration. They leave their energetic imprints upon the world, upon objects, upon places. The adept learns to read these imprints to sense the presence and intention of these subtle beings by tuning into their unique frequencies. This ability is not merely passive reception, it is an active engagement. It requires curiosity, discernment, and a willingness to explore the unknown. It is the beginning of a dialogue with the deeper structures of reality, a conversation conducted not in words but in the universal language of energy. As the seeker progresses, they discover that their own thoughts and emotions have distinct vibrational signatures. A loving thought sends out waves of warmth and light. A judgmental thought sends out sharp restrictive frequencies. By becoming conscious of this, they gain a powerful tool for self-transformation. They learn to choose their thoughts more deliberately to cultivate the higher vibrations that align with their spiritual aspirations. Attuning to the vibrational signature is the foundational skill that unlocks the greater mysteries of the place of inner learning. It is the key that opens the door to perceiving the astral forces, the subtle currents moving through time and space, and the influence of the elemental intelligences. It is the first step on the path of becoming not just a perceiver of the outer world but a conscious participant in the great resonant symphony of the universe. In the next chapter, we will explore the nature of these astral forces, the unseen energies that weave the fabric of reality and interact with the conscious and unconscious minds. Chapter 6. The seeker, having begun to perceive the faint hum of the underlying energies, now stands at the threshold of a deeper understanding. This perception is not merely an intellectual grasp but a subtle attunement, a tuning fork of the soul resonating with the vibrational patterns of the inner cosmos. The place of inner learning, though often perceived as silent, is in fact a vast dynamic tapestry woven from the threads of thought, emotion, and intent, a living record of the universe's spiritual currents. This astral weave, as we shall call it, is the tangible manifestation of the collective and individual psyche projected into the subtle dimensions. It is the etheric shadow of manifestation, the blueprint of creation lying just beyond the veil of the purely physical. To attune to it is to step beyond the limitations of sensory perception as conventionally understood and begin to read the universe in its truest, most profound language. The laws governing this weave are not unplanned decrees but natural principles akin yet distinct from the physical laws of the manifest world. They operate on the frequencies of consciousness and intention. The primary law is that of resonance and attraction. Just as a tuning fork drawn near another of identical pitch will cause it to vibrate, thoughts and emotions of a particular frequency attract corresponding experiences and realities within the astral wave. What the mind focuses upon, the soul vibrates towards. Consider this law not as mere wishful thinking but as a fundamental interaction with the subtle structures of reality. If one dwells upon fear, the astral weave reflects back frequencies of anxiety, drawing potential encounters that resonate with this state. Conversely, focusing upon love and compassion opens the individual's energetic field to the corresponding vibrations of universal love and understanding, creating a magnetic pull towards harmonious experiences and connections. The second key principle is that of thought as creative force. The astral weave is malleable, not fixed. It is constantly being shaped by the collective and individual thoughts, beliefs and intentions of conscious beings. Every significant event, every cultural shift, every personal creation leaves an imprint upon this subtle fabric. The individual, by the very act of thinking, is a co-weaver of this tapestry. The quality of thought, whether it is fragmented, ego or clear, loving and focused, determines the nature of the contribution one makes. This is where the elemental intelligences become particularly relevant. These are not mere mythological entities but are understood as the fundamental consciousness expressions and energies inherent within the different planes of existence. They are the archetypal powers, the elemental forces, earth, air, fire, water, that underpin the structure of the astral weave and the physical world. Each has its own vibration, its own sphere of influence, and its own mode of operation. The earth intelligence governs matters of form, stability, substance, and material manifestation. It is associated with the physical body, the grounding of energy, and the practical aspects of creation. Attuning to earth intelligence involves connecting with the sense of physical presence, the feeling of one's body as a vessel, and understanding the laws of physical structure and growth. It helps anchor the aspirant in the tangible realities of the inner world, providing stability and a connection to the foundational aspects of manifestation. The air intelligence relates to thought, communication, ideas, and the flow of information. It governs the intellect, the exchange of concepts, and the subtle currents of influence. Connecting with air intelligence involves clearing the mental pathways, becoming receptive to new ideas, and understanding the dynamics of communication and perception. It is the intelligence of the mind, the breath of life that animates thought forms within the weave. The fire intelligence embodies will, transformation, passion, and action. It is the dynamic force of creation, the power that shapes and reshapes reality through focused intention and energetic output. It governs courage, initiation, and the drive towards realization. Attuning to fire intelligence involves cultivating inner warmth, directing energy purposefully, and embracing the transformative power of focused will. It is the spark that ignites change within the astral weave. Finally, the water intelligence encompasses emotion, intuition, empathy, and the flow of feeling. It governs the subconscious, the collective unconscious, and the deep undercurrents of experience. It is associated with the flow of life, the ebb and flow of energies, and the interconnectedness of all things. Connecting with water intelligence involves learning to trust the inner compass of intuition, understanding the emotional landscape, and recognizing the patterns of feeling that shape perception and reality. It is the intelligence of the heart, the source of deep empathy and connection within the weave. These elemental intelligences are not separate from each other, but are facets of a unified whole. Much like the different colors that compose white light, they interact and influence one another, weaving the complex patterns of the astral weave. By understanding and learning to attune to their specific vibrations, the seeker gains a powerful set of tools for navigating and shaping this inner landscape. The practitioner begins by cultivating awareness of these forces within themselves. They might visualize the earth intelligence as a grounding root system, anchoring them to the present moment. They might practice clear, focused thinking, drawing upon the air intelligence to sharpen the mind. They might engage in acts of will, however small, to connect with the fire intelligence. And they might learn to observe their emotional states without judgment, listening to the wisdom held within the water intelligence. As this attunement deepens, the seeker begins to perceive the astral weave more clearly. They may see thought forms shimmering like phantom shadows, feel the emotional undercurrents flowing between individuals, or sense the presence of elemental energies in different environments. They begin to understand that the world they perceive is not merely a passive backdrop, but an active dynamic creation constantly being shaped by the collective and individual consciousness. This understanding transforms the way one relates to the world. It moves beyond a purely reactive existence to a more proactive engagement with reality. By mastering the principles of resonance, understanding the power of thought, and learning to work in harmony with the elemental intelligences, the individual gains a measure of control over their inner and outer circumstances. They become not just a participant in the astral weave but an intentional weaver of its future. The journey into understanding the hidden universe laws, the astral forces and the elemental intelligences is one of profound discovery. It requires patience, dedication, and an open heart, but for those willing to undertake it, the rewards are immense. It offers a pathway to mastering the subtle forces that shape their reality, leading towards greater self-awareness, inner freedom, and a deeper connection with the vast, intricate, and wondrous place of inner learning that resides within every soul. The loom of the astral weave awaits the weaver who understands its threads. Chapter 7. The place of inner learning. While a realm of pure thought and etheric understanding does not exist in isolation, its very foundations are interwoven with the subtle echoes of the manifest world, the world of substance and elemental force. To truly comprehend the hidden universe laws and the astral forces that underpin reality, one must first attune to the fundamental sentience that resides within the four classical elements: earth, air, fire, and water. These are not merely physical components. They are living, breathing expressions of primordial energy, each possessing its own distinct vibration, its own inherent will, and its own role in the great tapestry of existence. They are the building blocks not only of the external cosmos but also of the inner psyche, reflecting the deeper truths of both the earth and the self, revealing how the same elemental forces that shape worlds also shape consciousness. This element embodies stability, form, and the tangible. It represents the physical body, the material world, and the foundation upon which all else rests. Its vibration is slow, grounded, and unyielding. Yet, it is also nurturing and life-sustaining. To attune to the earth is to connect with the sense of grounding, the feeling of being anchored in the present moment. It is to feel the weight of the body, the texture of the ground beneath your feet, the solid structure of the world around you. It teaches patience, endurance, and the acceptance of physical reality. Within the place of inner learning, the earth is symbolized by the sturdy pillars that hold the structure together, the foundational texts that anchor the seeker's understanding, and the very stability of the consciousness itself when it remains focused and unwavering. The air opposite to earth in its fundamental nature, air represents movement, thought, communication, and the intellect. It is the element of breath, of the unseen currents that connect all things, and of the vastness of the sky. Its vibration is light, quick and ever-changing, reflecting the nature of ideas, emotions, and the flow of energy. To attune to the air is to become aware of the subtle breath within the body, to feel the gentle flow of thoughts and feelings, and to become attuned to the unseen communication that permeates the environment. It fosters clarity, perspective, and the ability to see the connections between unrelated points. In the place of inner learning, air is embodied by the swirling patterns of thought, the intellectual explorations that expand understanding, and the vital breath that animates the seeker's awareness, allowing ideas to circulate and insights to arise. The fire, this element is the embodiment of transformation, will, passion, and energy. It represents the power of the mind over matter, the drive to create and to destroy, and the inner warmth that fuels the spirit. Its vibration is dynamic, intense, and often disruptive, reflecting the force of change and the power of focused intention. To attune to fire is to connect with the inner spark of life, the will to manifest, and the courage to step beyond the known. It is to feel the heat of passion, the intensity of focus, and the consuming power of desire, whether for growth or for change. Within the place of inner learning, fire is symbolized by the sudden insights that illuminate the dark, the focused concentration needed to grasp complex truths, and the inner drive that propels the seeker towards mastery. It is the energy that transforms understanding into wisdom. The water. Water represents emotion, intuition, adaptation, and the flow of life's currents. It is the element of the subconscious, the deep mysteries, and the power of connection. Its vibration is fluid, deep and reflective, mirroring the nature of emotions, the flow of time, and the hidden depths of the psyche. To attune to water is to become aware of the ebb and flow of feelings, to trust the intuitive insights that arise from the deep self, and to understand the interconnectedness of all things. It fosters empathy, flexibility, and the ability to navigate the deeper currents of existence. In the place of inner learning, water is embodied by the deep well of intuition, the reflective state of meditation where hidden truths are revealed, and the adaptive nature of consciousness as it navigates the complexities of the inner and outer worlds. These four elements are not merely concepts. They are forces that one can directly perceive and interact with even within the place of inner learning. The wise seeker learns to dance with these energies, to understand their inherent natures and to harmonize them within the self. The earth provides the stable platform. The air allows for the exploration of ideas. The fire provides the will to act and transform, and the water brings the emotional depth and intuitive understanding that binds it all together. Each element possesses its own elemental intelligence, its own subtle consciousness that responds to the attunement of the human mind and heart. By consciously engaging with these elements, the seeker begins to perceive the subtle energies beneath the surface of apparent reality. They learn to feel the tension between Earth's stability and air's movement, the transformation driven by fire within the receptive flow of water. This dance is the foundation of magical practice, of the art of conscious creation, and of the deep understanding that the manifest world is a reflection of the inner state. The place of inner learning offers the perfect environment to cultivate this awareness. Here the distractions of the physical world are minimized, allowing the seeker to focus directly on the inner currents. Through meditation, visualization, and conscious awareness, one can begin to sense the presence of the elements, to feel their individual vibrations, and to learn how to direct their combined power. This understanding is not merely academic, it is transformative. As the seeker learns to harmonize the elements within the self, they begin to align their will with the fundamental forces of the universe. They become more aware of the subtle spiritual currents that move through time, space, and psyche. Recognizing the patterns of earth, the whispers of air, the sparks of fire, and the deep flows of water in all phenomena. Attuning to the sentience of the elements is the first step upon the path of mastering the hidden universe laws and navigating the astral forces. It is the key to perceiving the deeper truths that underlie all appearances, to understanding the interconnectedness of all things, and to harnessing the fundamental energies that shape both the visible world and the inner landscape of the human psyche. The journey has just begun, and the elements themselves stand ready to guide the willing seeker towards greater awareness and power. Chapter 8. The seeker, having begun to walk the path of inner learning, finds themselves not merely observing the world but beginning to sense its hidden undercurrents. The place of inner learning, while a construct of the mind, serves as a sanctuary where these subtle realities can be more clearly perceived. It is here, in this space between thought and feeling, that the first true exploration of the astral plane begins. The unseen web. The world is not as solid as it appears. It is woven from a finer, more luminous thread than the physical eye can grasp. This web is the astral plane, a vast shimmering realm interwoven with the physical yet existing on a different vibrational frequency. It is the plane of thought, emotion, and spiritual interaction. To attune to the place of inner learning is to begin tuning one's inner senses to this web, to feel the vibrations of its currents. Sensing the vibrations. At first, the sensation is faint, like the hum of distant machinery or the subtle scent on the air before a storm. It is the collective sigh of the world, the undercurrent of shared emotion and intention. The seeker learns to still the mental chatter, not to silence it entirely, but to step back from it, allowing the deeper resonance to emerge. This is not hearing with the ears, but feeling with the inner body, the etheric form, a subtle sense of pressure, warmth, coolness, or color that flows through the environment. The astral forces, attraction, and repulsion. The web of the astral plane is alive with forces not unlike the magnetic fields of the physical world, but operating on the level of consciousness and feeling. These forces manifest as attractions and repulsions. Certain people, places, or ideas resonate strongly, drawing the seeker's attention and energy. Others feel like lead weights pushing the inner self away. These are not random occurrences. They are the tangible expression of the law of attraction operating on the subtle planes. Understanding these forces allows the seeker to navigate their inner landscape more consciously. They can learn to follow the pulse towards growth and understanding, while consciously pushing away the influences that drain or distort their awareness. This is the beginning of mastering one's own energetic field. The elemental intelligences, guardians of the web. Beneath the surface flow of the astral currents lie the elemental intelligences. These are not mere physical elements, but the conscious spiritual essences associated with the fundamental forces of nature: earth, air, fire, and water. They are the ancient guardians and architects of the astral plane, each embodying a specific quality and vibration. The earth intelligences. These beings resonate with stability, form, growth, and the physical root. They are the keepers of the boundaries, the builders of the subtle structures that give form to thought forms. Attuning to them fosters grounding, practicality, and a connection to the tangible aspects of the inner world. They teach the importance of foundation and integrity. The air intelligences. These are the carriers of thought, communication, and intellectual expansion. They move rapidly, connecting unrelated ideas and fostering clarity. They embody freedom, inspiration, and the breath of life itself. Connecting with them sharpens the mental faculties, encourages exploration, and aids in the dissipation of mental clutter. The fire intelligences. These embody will transformation, passion, and dynamic energy. They are the catalysts for change, the destroyers of old forms to make way for new. They represent courage, creativity, and the burning desire to manifest. Working with fire energies requires focus and intention harnessed to fuel personal evolution. The water intelligences. These currents carry emotion, intuition, memory, and the flow of life. They are deep, reflective, and adaptable. They govern the subconscious, the collective unconscious, and the ebb and flow of feeling. Attuning to water fosters empathy, deepens intuition, and allows the seeker to navigate the emotional tides of the inner world. Attuning to the elements. The place of inner learning provides the ideal environment to consciously attune to these elemental intelligences. The seeker can visualize themselves within the setting surrounded by the corresponding elemental qualities. For example, standing in a grounded crystal-clear landscape connects them to earth and air. Visualizing a flowing river or a sacred fire connects them to water and fire. Through meditation and focused awareness, the seeker can begin to sense the individual presence and energy of these beings. It may feel like a gentle warmth from fire, a cool flowing sensation from water, a solid grounding presence from earth, or a light uplifting breeze from air. Each connection offers a different perspective on the astral currents and the forces that shape them. The role of the seeker. The journey into the astral currents and the realm of the elemental intelligences is not passive. The seeker is not merely an observer. They are an active participant. Their own thoughts, emotions, and intentions are forces that ripple through the astral web. By becoming aware of these forces within themselves, and by consciously directing their energy in alignment with their highest good, the seeker begins to shape their own reality on the subtle planes. This understanding forms the foundation for more advanced practices such as mental projection, astral travel, and the conscious creation of thought forms. It is the beginning of navigating the inner world with awareness and intention, moving beyond the realm of pure reaction towards that of conscious participation in the unfolding of inner reality. The path forward. The exploration of the astral plane and the elemental intelligences is a lifelong journey. Each attunement deepens. Each understanding broadens. The place of inner learning remains the constant anchor, the safe harbor from which the seeker can venture forth, sensing the subtle energies beneath the surface and learning to dance with the spiritual currents that move through time, space, and psyche. The path requires patience, practice, and an unwavering commitment to inner awareness. But for those who walk it, the rewards are profound, offering a direct connection to the source of all knowledge and wisdom that resides within. Chapter 9. The student sat in the place of inner learning not as a passive recipient but as an active participant in the symphony of existence. The air thick with the scent of ancient incense and the faint electric hum of focused consciousness was a tapestry woven from countless subtle threads before them. The shimmering veils that demarcated the boundaries between the inner and outer worlds seemed almost tangible, pulsing with a gentle rhythmic energy. This was the whispering veil, the most immediate and significant threshold the seeker had encountered upon deepening their exploration. It was not a solid barrier, but a layer of potential, a shimmering interface where the dense fabric of physical reality began to thin, revealing the underlying luminous tapestry of the non-physical. The student through disciplined practice had learned to move beyond the simple act of observation and into the realm of perception. They no longer saw the veils as obstacles, but as doorways, portals humming with the frequencies of possibility. The air around them was alive with astral forces, not as gaseous entities, but as currents of feeling, thought, and intention that flowed just beneath the surface of the mundane. These forces were the very breath of the inner cosmos, carrying the emotional and mental resonance of the collective and the individual. The elemental intelligences, the very spirits of earth, air, fire, and water were not distant etheric eons. Subtle luminous formations arising from the etheric field, shaped by the central currents and recognized within the ancient wisdom teachings as movements of living light. They appear in the gap between realms, guiding the seeker through resonance rather than instruction, acting as quiet directional presences within the inner orientation. They were the guardians and inhabitants of the subtle realms, the architects of the energies that shaped manifestation. The dry grounding presence of earth resonated from the polished stones of the floor, the ancient wood of the furniture. The quickening expansive energy of air filled the high-vaulted ceiling, carrying whispers of distant realities and the thoughts of unseen minds. The smoldering transformative heat of fire was a constant underlying current symbolizing the inner spark of will and the power of focused intention. And the flowing, reflective, receptive nature of water seemed to mirror the student's own inner state, holding the potential for both clarity and the deep dark mysteries of the psyche. To attune to the subtle energies beneath appearances was to learn the language of these forces, to feel the vibrations that lay just beyond the threshold of ordinary consciousness. It was to sense the spiritual currents that moved through the fabric of time, connecting all moments and all beings. These currents were the lifeblood of the universe, the unseen rivers that carried the energy of creation, transformation, and return. The student focused their awareness not on the physical eyes, but on the inner senses. They began to feel the texture of the veils, not with their fingertips, but with their intention, their will. It was a process of becoming, of merging their own subtle energy field with the energy of the place itself. Slowly, incrementally, the boundary began to soften. The air in front of them seemed to part like curtains drawn by an unseen hand. Through this opening, the student perceived not the stark void of nothingness, but a luminous shimmering expanse. It was filled with colors indescribable in physical terms, hues that resonated with emotions, thoughts, and archetypes. It was a visual representation of the non-physical realm, a realm of pure potential and infinite possibility. This was the place of inner learning in its truest sense, a bridge between the seen and the unseen, the known and the unknown. It was a space where the laws of the hidden universe, those fundamental principles that govern the movement of energy and the shaping of reality, could be directly experienced and understood. The hidden universe laws were not secrets hidden away for the few, but fundamental truths of the universe, often veiled from the five physical senses by the dense focus of everyday awareness. They were the principles of resonance, of like attracting like, of intention shaping form, of the mind creating its own reality, of the interconnectedness of all things through the flow of subtle energies. They were the rules of the game, the underlying mechanics of the cosmos, waiting to be discovered by those willing to look beyond the surface. The astral forces were the manifestation of these laws in the non-physical realm. They were the carriers of thought forms, emotion forms, the very building blocks of the astral plane. They were the energies that flowed through the ley lines of the earth, connecting sacred sites and portals across the globe. They were the forces that the adept could learn to direct, to use for healing, for exploration, for creation. The elemental intelligences were the ancient custodians of these forces, the beings who resided within the elements and governed their interactions. They were not necessarily malevolent or benevolent, but simply powerful and ancient. To understand and work with them was to align oneself with the deeper patterns of the cosmos, to harness the raw power of creation and transformation. The student felt the presence of the earth intelligence, a deep resonant vibration that felt like the rumble of distant thunder and the solid feel of the earth beneath their feet. It offered stability, grounding, and a connection to the physical world. They felt the air intelligence, a lighter, faster current that carried thoughts and feelings, a sense of freedom and movement. It offered clarity, communication, and the ability to see beyond the immediate. They felt the fire intelligence, a burning, passionate energy that radiated warmth and intensity. It offered transformation, willpower, and the courage to pursue one's true purpose. And they felt the water intelligence, a deep flowing presence that was both reflective and powerful. It offered intuition, emotion, and the ability to adapt and flow with the changing currents of life. As the students sat in this state of attunement, they began to sense the spiritual currents more clearly. These were the undercurrents of the universe, the energies that flowed through time, connecting past, present, and future. They were the energies that moved through space, linking distant points and realities, and they were the energies that flowed through the psyche, shaping consciousness, memory, and experience. The student realized that they were not separate from these currents but were themselves a part of them. Their own thoughts, feelings, and intentions were contributing to the flow, shaping the currents as much as they were being shaped by them. This understanding was a profound shift. It moved the student from a state of passive observation to one of active participation. It was the beginning of true mastery, not through the acquisition of knowledge, but through the direct experience of reality. The student opened their eyes, the physical eyes this time, but the awareness remained. The veils still shimmered before them, but now they seemed less like barriers and more like windows. The world around them seemed subtly different, imbued with a deeper meaning, a deeper reality. The journey had just begun. Chapter 10. The place of inner learning, while often perceived as a realm of pure thought and etheric principle, is inextricably linked to the very substance of the manifest world. It is not separate, but a deeper layer underlying it, a source from which the elements draw their fundamental nature. To truly understand the hidden universe laws and the forces at play, one must begin to perceive the sentience woven into the fabric of air, fire, water, and earth. The first step is recognition, to acknowledge that the wind does not merely blow, it speaks, that the flame does not merely consume, it breathes, that the water does not merely flow, it remembers, that the earth does not merely support, it feels. These are not metaphorical statements, but descriptions of a state of perception available to those who attune their own subtle senses. In this chapter, we delve into the elemental intelligences, the conscious principles that govern these fundamental forces. They are not mere physical phenomena. They are beings of immense power and ancient wisdom operating according to their own laws and purposes which, when understood, can be aligned with four profound personal growth and influence over the visible world. The intelligence of air resides in the realm of thought, communication and movement. It is the great disseminator, the bringer of news both seen and unseen. The air elementals, often called sylphs or salamanders of the air, are quick, subtle and connected to the higher planes of existence. They embody the principle of change and the transmission of ideas. To attune to air, one learns to become more light, to think with clarity and freedom, and to allow thoughts to flow without becoming attached. One learns to listen not just with the ears, but with the mind, perceiving the subtle currents of suggestion and influence carried on the invisible breezes of thought. They teach the art of release, of letting go of rigid structures and allowing new possibilities to enter. Moving to fire, we encounter the element of transformation, will and passion. Its intelligence burns brightly, illuminating the path forward with courage and determination. The fire elementals, known as salamanders, are beings of intense energy and vibrant life force. They embody the principle of activation and alchemy. To attune to fire, one cultivates inner warmth, aligns with one's will, and learns to transmute negative energy into creative power. One perceives the spark of life within all things and within oneself. Recognizing the inherent potential for growth and change, they teach the necessity of action, of burning away the dross of doubt to reveal the true self, but always tempered with awareness. For uncontrolled fire consumes all. Next comes water, the element of emotion, intuition, and the subconscious. It flows around obstacles, holds memory and reflects the deeper truths of the soul. The water elementals, often called undines, are deep, flowing, and profoundly sensitive beings. They embody the principle of adaptation. Undines are the subtle intelligences of the water element, moving through the inner currents with a receptive, listening awareness. They embody fluidity, intuition, emotional depth, and the gentle dissolving of rigidity. Their presence is felt not as force but as permeation, entering spaces that fire cannot burn through and earth cannot hold. They are the keepers of reflection, the guardians of inner tides, and the whisperers of the truths that rise only when the surface becomes still. To attune to water, one learns to navigate the tides of feeling, to trust the wisdom of the intuition, and to become as receptive as deep water, holding the reflections of the inner and outer worlds. One perceives the emotional currents that connect all beings and the hidden memories that shape the present. They teach the art of empathy, of flowing with life's challenges without being overwhelmed, and of finding the deepest truths beneath the surface. Finally, we consider earth, the element of stability, form, and substance. It is the foundation, the anchor, the realm of practical manifestation. The earth elementals known as gnomes are sturdy, grounded and immensely patient beings. They embody the principle of structure and material realization. To attune to earth, one cultivates physical presence, practicality, and a connection to the tangible world. One learns to build upon a solid foundation, to manifest intentions into form through consistent effort, and to respect the inherent power and silence of the land. One perceives the underlying structures of reality, the potential for growth within the physical realm, and the stability that allows all other elements to find a place to stand. They teach the importance of grounding, of working within the laws of physical manifestation, and of enduring strength. These four elemental intelligences are not isolated. They interact constantly just as they do in the physical world. Air moves across fire, water flows over earth, and each element holds the essence of the others within it, albeit in varying degrees. Understanding their individual natures and their interplay is key to mastering the subtle energies that underpin the visible world. By developing sensitivity to the air, one gains clarity and communication. With fire, one finds transformation and will. Through water, one taps into intuition and emotional depth. And with earth, one achieves stability and practical manifestation. The place of inner learning provides the sanctuary and the instruction needed to begin this attunement. It is here, away from the constant demands of the purely physical world, that the inner senses can be cultivated. One learns not to just see the wind, but to feel its subtle pressure, to hear its whispers carrying messages from beyond the veil. One learns not just to look at a flame, but to feel its life-giving warmth, to perceive its contained energy, to understand its transformative nature without being consumed. One learns not just to observe water, but to sense its memory, its flow, its emotional resonance. One learns not just to stand on earth, but to feel its solid embrace, to perceive its hidden structures, to connect with its ancient wisdom. This perception is not about literal sight or sound in the physical sense. It is about opening the inner chambers of the psyche, the mind's eye, the intuitive faculty, the emotional body, the physical senses, to the deeper realities that exist just beneath the surface of ordinary perception. It is a process of reawakening ancient connections, recognizing the inherent intelligence and spirit within the very building blocks of existence. As one becomes more attuned, the world transforms. The ordinary becomes charged with meaning. The weather ceases to be merely atmospheric disturbance and becomes a message carried by air elementals. The changing seasons become a cycle of transformation guided by fire's energy. The ebb and flow of emotions become a reflection of water's currents. The solid ground beneath one's feet becomes a source of stability and connection to Earth's deep wisdom. This attunement is the first step in mastering the hidden universe laws and working with astral forces. It provides the foundation, the grounding in the manifest, from which one can more safely and effectively explore the subtle realms of the psyche and the astral plane. It allows one to perceive the influences of these elemental intelligences upon the world and upon oneself, and ultimately to learn how to work in harmony with them, shaping one's own reality and contributing to the greater flow of the universe. The journey into the sentience of the elements is a lifelong one, requiring patience, dedication, and an unwavering commitment to perception and alignment. But it is a journey that opens the door to profound understanding and empowers the individual to navigate the visible and invisible worlds with greater awareness and purpose. The place of inner learning offers the map and the first guiding stars along this path. Chapter 11. The seeker, having begun to attune their senses beyond the veil of ordinary perception, finds themselves standing at the threshold of a deeper understanding. They have learned to feel the subtle hum of the place of inner learning, to sense the underlying currents of cosmic energy. Now they are invited to delve into the very fabric of existence itself, the vibrational signature that underlies all phenomena. This signature is not merely a sound or a frequency in the conventional sense, though it can manifest as such through disciplined practice. It is the fundamental resonance, the intrinsic tone of every atom, every form, every thought and every feeling. It is the signature of the source from which all things emanate, a signature etched in the universal language of pure energy. To comprehend the vibrational signature is to understand the principle of sympathetic resonance. Just as a tuning fork will vibrate when placed near its identical counterpart, even across a distance, so too do all things resonate with one another based on their vibrational frequency. This is the unseen web that connects the universe, the subtle thread that links the seen and unseen worlds. The law of attraction is not merely a catchy phrase. It is a fundamental law of the vibrational signature. Thoughts, emotions, and intentions possess their own unique vibrational frequencies. When one holds a thought or feeling in consciousness, they emit a certain signature. The universe responding in kind draws towards them experiences, people, and circumstances that vibrate at a harmonious frequency. Like attracts like, not based on conscious effort but on the natural law of energetic alignment. The place of inner learning is a place where these frequencies are particularly pure and potent. It is a sanctuary where the seeker can strip away the layers of distortion imposed by the physical world and reconnect with the fundamental tones of being. Here one learns to listen to the signature of their own soul, to discern the true vibrational nature of their aspirations and their fears. Discernment is key. The world is filled with a cacophony of frequencies, many discordant and designed to pull the unwary soul off course. Advertising, social media, fear-based news, and the constant chatter of the mind all contribute to this energetic noise. The adept learns to filter this noise, to attune their inner ear to the higher, more harmonious frequencies that resonate with their true purpose and spiritual evolution. This process requires patience and consistent practice. It is not something achieved overnight. The seeker must cultivate the discipline to return to the practice of inner listening, to sit quietly and feel the subtle vibrations within and around them. They must learn to distinguish the fleeting noise of the external world from the deeper, more resonant hum of their own inner truth and the underlying reality of the universe. As the seeker becomes more sensitive to the vibrational signature, they begin to perceive the interconnectedness of all things in a profoundly new way. They understand that their thoughts and feelings do not merely exist within their own minds. They ripple outwards, influencing the energetic field of the world around them. They become aware that they are not separate entities but nodes within a vast resonant network. This understanding brings with it a profound sense of responsibility. With the power to shape reality through their own vibrations comes the ethical obligation to do so consciously. The adept learns to choose their thoughts and emotions with care, aligning themselves with the highest, most loving frequencies available to them. The journey into understanding the vibrational signature is ultimately a journey back to the source. It is a path of self-discovery leading the seeker to recognize their own inherent divinity and their connection to the infinite intelligence that permeates all existence. By learning to attune to the signature, they learn to attune to the source of all knowledge and wisdom itself. In the next chapter, we will explore the role of the elements, fire, water, air, and earth as fundamental forces within this vibrational framework, and how understanding their energetic signatures can further empower the seeker's journey. For now, the seeker is encouraged to remain present, to continue listening, and to allow their own vibrational signature to align ever more closely with the harmony of the cosmos. Chapter 12. The place of inner learning, while a realm of profound stillness, is not devoid of motion. Indeed, its very essence is a dynamic interplay, a ceaseless dance governed by the fundamental law of polarity. Here, the source of all knowledge and wisdom, often perceived as the silent observing presence at the heart of the place, illuminates this crucial principle. The dance of polarity. Polarity is the heartbeat of creation, the underlying rhythm that governs all manifestation. It is the tension between light and shadow, the pull of opposing forces that creates movement, change, and the very potential for growth. In the visible world, this manifests as day and night, hot and cold, attraction and repulsion, life and death. But in the subtle realms, these distinctions blur, revealing a more intricate and profound interplay of energies. Within the place of inner learning, one can directly perceive this dance. It is not merely an intellectual concept. It is an experiential reality. The source reveals that all things, including the mind and heart of the seeker, exist in a state of dynamic balance between two primary poles. These poles are not inherently good or bad, but rather simply different aspects of a unified whole. Consider the element of fire. It represents transformation, will, and dynamic action. Yet without its opposing pole, earth stability, form, and groundedness, fire would burn unchecked, consuming everything without creating lasting structure. Conversely, earth alone would be inert, static, and incapable of change or expression. It is the tension between these two, the dynamic pull back and forth, that allows for alchemy, for growth, for the co-creation of form and energy. This principle extends beyond the classical elements. It is the masculine and feminine energies not as rigidly defined gender roles but as complementary forces of creation. The active and the receptive, the assertive and the yielding. It is the light within the cave revealing the shadow, and the shadow that gives the light its definition. It is the high point of the cycle and the low point, each necessary for the completion of the whole. The source teaches that the human psyche, the inner world of the seeker, is a microcosm of this universal law. Our thoughts, emotions, and desires often manifest as opposing poles. The striving for knowledge versus the need for rest. The impulse for action versus the requirement for contemplation. The experience of joy versus the confrontation with sorrow. These are not enemies to be vanquished but partners in the ongoing creation of a balanced and conscious self. Many seekers get caught in the trap of trying to eliminate one pole in favor of the other, seeking constant happiness, constant action, or constant stillness. This is a misunderstanding of the nature of polarity. The goal is not to achieve a static state where one pole dominates, but to become increasingly aware of the dance itself, to attune to the subtle shifts between the poles, and to navigate them with greater skill and compassion. This awareness allows one to harness the power of these opposing forces. Instead of being ruled by the chaotic flux of one pole or the stagnation of the other, the enlightened seeker learns to ride the currents using the tension itself as a source of energy and creativity. They learn to transform the conflict from a source of inner chaos into a catalyst for evolution. The source illuminates that the forces of darkness, the shadows that often frighten the seeker, are merely the unbalanced expression of polarity. Fear, for instance, is the extreme polarity of attachment to safety and security. It arises from the inability to perceive the inherent stability within change, the interconnectedness of all things. By understanding polarity, one can begin to see fear not as a monstrous entity to be destroyed, but as a signal, a polarity that needs to be brought back into balance through understanding and acceptance. Similarly, the ego, that aspect of self that seeks separation and dominance, is often a result of an unbalanced focus on one pole of existence. Usually the masculine principle of will and control at the expense of the feminine principle of receptivity and connection. The place of inner learning provides the wisdom to see through this illusion, to understand the dance and to find one's place within it, neither dominating nor being dominated. To attune to the law of polarity is to develop a deeper sensitivity to the subtle energies at play. It is to learn to sense the underlying currents beneath the surface of apparent reality, to feel the ebb and flow of energies within oneself and in the world around. It is to recognize the pattern of tension and release, of action and rest, of expansion and contraction as a fundamental aspect of the creative process. The source encourages the seeker to observe this dance within their own life. Where are the tensions? Where is the imbalance? What are the opposing forces at play in a particular situation or emotion? By observing without judgment, by becoming an impartial witness to the interplay of energies, one gains the understanding needed to navigate the dance more effectively. This understanding is not merely intellectual, it must become a lived experience. It requires practice, patience, and a willingness to engage with the full spectrum of human experience, including the shadows that seem so threatening when viewed from a place of imbalance. The place of inner learning offers the safe space and the illuminating wisdom for this crucial work. As the seeker becomes more attuned, they begin to perceive the beauty of the polarity dance. It is not a battle but a symphony. Each pole provides the context for the other. Each tension creates the potential for release and transformation. The source reveals that the ultimate purpose of understanding polarity is to learn how to harmonize these forces within oneself, thereby contributing to the greater harmony of the universe. In this harmonization, the seeker finds a deeper sense of peace, not by eliminating the dance, but by becoming an accomplished dancer, moving with grace and awareness through the currents of existence. They learn to use the power of the tension to fuel their growth, to transform their challenges into opportunities for evolution, and to finally step into the fullness of their potential as a conscious co-creator within the unfolding mystery. The journey through the place of inner learning is in essence a journey into understanding the dance of polarity until one becomes not just an observer but a harmonious participant moving in concert with the source of all knowledge and wisdom and the universal rhythm itself. Chapter 13. The place of inner learning, while often perceived as a silent sanctuary, was in truth a vibrant tapestry woven from the very threads of cosmic consciousness. It was not merely a location, but a state of being, a lens through which the seeker could glimpse the deeper structures of existence. Here, amidst the shimmering veils that bordered thought and reality, the student learned to attune not just to the spoken word, but to the silent undercurrents of power that flowed like the river of time itself. This particular lesson, guided by the source of all knowledge and wisdom, delved into the often misunderstood realm of the Akashic records. These were not mere dusty volumes in some celestial library, but the very fabric of potentiality, the etheric blueprint from which all manifestation arises and to which all events ultimately return. They were the resonant frequencies of every thought, every emotion, every action imprinted upon the universal consciousness, the great undying memory of the all. The source, manifesting as a luminous presence that encompassed all, began its unveiling. The Akashic records it intoned, its voice of vibration felt as much as heard, are the crystallization of pure potential. They are the sum total of all that has been, is, or ever will be contained within the infinite expanse of the cosmic mind. They are the living record of the universal mind, the source from which all creation draws its form and energy. The air in the central chamber of learning thickened with a subtle electric hum. Beings of light representing different aspects of the student's own psyche and the collective unconscious gathered around to witness and participate. These were not mere spectators. They were the very energies the lesson sought to explore. Many seek entry into these records, the source continued, its forms seeming to ripple like heat waves over a distant desert, seeking answers, seeking histories, seeking power. Yet, they often approach with the mind of the limited self, the ego-driven consciousness that seeks confirmation and control. True attunement requires a different orientation. It gestured, and the walls of the chamber dissolved into swirling patterns of light, revealing not a physical space but a vast boundless ocean of pure potentiality. Vast libraries of shimmering symbols and colors stretched out in every direction, infinitely deep. This was the Akashic, visible in this moment only to those attuned to its frequencies. The records are not accessed through force. The source explained, its presence becoming a gentle guiding hand within the vastness. They are revealed through resonance. You must quiet the noise of your own seeking, still the mental chatter, and attune your vibration to the frequency of the universal potential you wish to explore. It is like tuning a stringed instrument to a cosmic pitch. The source focused its essence upon a specific point within the swirling ocean of light. A single brilliant star of infinite complexity began to form, spinning slowly, radiating a soft pulsating glow. This was a microcosm of the Akashic records, a focal point representing the collective potential of a specific theme or area of knowledge. Now observe, the source instructed. Do not reach for the light. Do not grasp at the symbols. Simply allow yourself to be bathed in its resonance. Feel its vibration. It is the frequency of possibility. It is the memory of what could be, what has been, what is yet to unfold. The student embodying the seeker within the lesson felt a profound sense of expansion. The boundaries between self and other dissolved. Thoughts ceased to be solely their own, but became part of the vast ocean of consciousness they now floated within. They felt the weight of ages, the echo of countless lives and experiences, the subtle undercurrents of meaning and emotion that flowed through the light. It wasn't a process of reading or deciphering in the conventional sense. It was more like feeling the music of the spheres, understanding the composition through pure sensation and intuition. Memories not their own but echoes of the collective human experience drifted through their awareness. Moments of profound joy, devastating loss, acts of courage, moments of terrible folly. They weren't recalled with the mind. They were felt as resonant frequencies within the core of their being. The source watched its luminous form, a serene presence within the swirling light. See, it murmured. The records hold not just information, but the feeling behind the information. They hold the emotional signature, the vibrational imprint of every event and every thought. This is why they are the source of true wisdom. They reveal not just the what or the how, but the why in its deepest, most resonant form. The lesson moved deeper. The student learned to perceive the subtle energies that flowed through the Akashic records, the currents of intention, the underpinnings of causality. They saw how a single thought, like a pebble dropped into a vast lake, sent ripples across the fabric of potential, influencing events far beyond the initial point of origin. They felt the resonance of past lives, understanding how karmic patterns, like intricate threads woven through the Akashic tapestry, influenced the present psyche. They learned to distinguish between the static of past imprints and the flowing currents of potential futures. The past was a record, a vibration held within the structure, but it was not necessarily the only path forward. The future was not a fixed destination written in stone, but a range of probabilities, a field of potential energies that could be influenced by conscious intention and focused will. The source guided the student to send a focused thought, a simple intention, into the ocean of light. As they did, they felt the thought ripple outwards, interacting with the vast potential field. They saw it not as a command but as a tuning fork, resonating with certain possibilities while suddenly nudging others closer or further away. This is the power of attunement, the source explained. By understanding the nature of the Akashic records, by learning to resonate with their frequencies, you gain access to the underlying principles of creation. You learn to perceive the subtle energies that shape your reality, the spiritual currents that move through time, space, and psyche. You begin to understand that you are not merely a passive observer, but an active participant in the weaving of existence, capable of influencing the very patterns of potential. The light within the student's heart began to soften. The overwhelming vastness of the Akashic records, once potentially daunting, now revealed itself as a source of profound comfort and empowerment. It was not a place of judgment, but of understanding. It was not a repository of fear, but a wellspring of wisdom. As the lesson concluded, the source gently guided the student back, pulling them from the swirling ocean of light and returning them to the familiar yet transformed chamber. The walls reformed, the ambient hum subsided, and the luminous beings of light began to slowly dissolve back into their own forms of radiant energy. The students sat quietly, the resonance of the Akasha still vibrating within their core. They had not grasped the entire ocean, nor could they have, but they had touched its surface, felt its currents, and glimpsed its infinite depth. They had learned that true knowledge and wisdom lie not in seeking answers from without, but in attuning the self to the universal frequencies that underpin all of existence. The path ahead remained vast, filled with further exploration into the hidden universe laws, the astral forces, and the elemental intelligences that were the building blocks of this intricate cosmic structure. But now they approached that path with a deeper understanding, armed with the knowledge that the greatest library in the universe was not a collection of physical books, but the living, breathing, resonant field of potential known as the Akashic. And within themselves, they now held a key, however faint, to unlocking its infinite secrets. Chapter 14. The Dance of Polarity. The seeker, having begun to perceive the subtle hum of the underlying energies, finds themselves standing at the threshold of a deeper understanding. This perception is not merely intellectual grasp but a felt sense, a resonance within the soul that acknowledges the fundamental truths of all existence, duality and unity. The place of inner learning, though often perceived as a singular benevolent source, is itself a manifestation of these principles. It is not one thing but the dynamic interplay between opposites that creates and sustains all forms. The law of polarity. All things are dually related. Light requires darkness to be defined. Heat necessitates cold for sensation. Motion implies stillness as its counterpoint. This is not merely a philosophical observation, but a fundamental law of the cosmos, the law of polarity. The source of all knowledge and wisdom manifests through this principle, creating a universe of tension and release, action and reaction, attraction and repulsion. These opposing forces are not inherently good or bad. They are simply necessary conditions for manifestation and experience. Without contrast, there would be no discernment. Without opposition, there would be no motion, no growth, no life. Manifestation through contrast. Consider the physical world. How does a color emerge? It arises from the presence of light and the absence of other colors. A sound is perceived when vibrations travel through a medium, creating areas of compression and rarefaction, pressure and vacuum. Even the very structure of matter relies on the balance between positively charged protons and negatively charged electrons. The atom, seemingly stable, is a constant interplay of forces. The electron orbits the nucleus, pulled by an invisible string of attraction, yet possessing its own independent momentum, a tendency towards repulsion. This delicate balance, this dynamic tension, is the very essence of atomic structure and the foundation of the material world as we know it. Polarity within the psyche. The law of polarity is equally potent within the human psyche. Our thoughts are often pairs of opposites, creation and destruction, hope and fear, love and hate. Our emotions swing between joy and sorrow, anger and peace. Our will manifests as assertion and yielding. These internal dualities are not obstacles to be overcome but the very stuff of our conscious experience. They provide the range of sensation through which we navigate life. The Source teaches that understanding and harmonizing these internal polarities is key to mastering the self and aligning with the higher currents of consciousness. The illusion of separation. The challenge lies in perceiving beyond the apparent conflict. The human mind tends to polarize and dichotomize, creating a false sense of separation between opposites. Good is seen as inherently opposed to evil, light to darkness. This creates a world of judgment and conflict, both internal and external. Yet the Source reveals that these opposites are often merely different aspects of the same unified whole. What appears as darkness is merely the absence of light. What seems like evil can be understood as a misalignment or imbalance. Recognizing this underlying unity within polarity is the first step towards transcending its limitations. Attuning to the subtle currents. To attune to the subtle energies beneath appearances requires a shift in perception. It means sensing the tension between the opposites rather than focusing solely on the apparent conflict. It involves listening to the whispers that speak of both light and shadow, both creation and dissolution as aspects of a greater pattern. This is where the practice of meditation and contemplation becomes invaluable. By quieting the mental noise and the emotional reactivity that arises from polarized thinking, the seeker can begin to perceive the underlying harmony, the unifying principle that binds all dualities together. The elemental manifestation of polarity. The elemental intelligences, the forces of fire, water, air, and earth themselves embody and express the law of polarity. Fire represents the dynamic interplay of expansion and contraction, heat and coolness as it consumes and transforms intensity and the potential for stillness after combustion. Water flows between the states of liquid, solid and gas, demonstrating fluidity and rigidity, clarity and muddiness. The power of the current and the stillness of the deep. Air moves between the states of subtle and gross, carrying sound and scent, creating wind and calm. Earth signifies the duality of growth and decay, solidity and fluidity, the tangible and the intangible root systems underground. By observing these elements, one can gain profound insights into the nature of polarity in the manifest world. Harmonizing the inner currents. The ultimate goal is not to eliminate polarity, for that would be to eliminate life itself, but to harmonize the inner currents. This involves recognizing the wisdom contained within each apparent opposite, integrating rather than battling one emotion or thought pattern with another. It means becoming aware of the subtle shifts between states, learning to ride the waves of internal and external change with greater ease and awareness. It is through this harmonization that the individual begins to embody the wisdom of the source, moving with greater alignment to the universal flow, sensing the spiritual currents that truly move through time, space, and psyche. The place of inner learning remains a constant witness to this dance. It offers the light of understanding to illuminate the path, showing that the apparent conflicts are merely facets of a deeper, more unified reality waiting to be perceived by the attuned soul. The journey continues, inviting the seeker to dance with the polarities not as an opponent but as an integral part of the grand design. Chapter 15. The seeker, having navigated the initial thresholds of awareness and begun to perceive the subtle emanations of the inner world, now stands at the cusp of a deeper understanding. This realm is not one of static knowledge but of dynamic interaction, not merely of observation but of participation. The previous chapters have laid the groundwork like constructing the frame of a grand edifice. Now we begin to infuse that structure with life, exploring the very currents that animate the place of inner learning and by extension the visible world itself. Think of the inner landscape not as a fixed territory but as a vast shimmering ocean. You, the conscious mind, are like a small boat previously merely bobbing on the surface, observing the play of light and shadow. Now you are learning to read the ripples, to sense the undertones, and even to navigate purposefully with the tide. The hidden universe laws are not unplanned rules imposed from without but the inherent principles of this oceanic reality. The laws of vibration, resonance, and sympathetic attunement. These astral forces are the very energies that constitute the current you feel. They are the lifeblood of the inner world, the spiritual streams that connect all things, flowing through time like invisible rivers weaving the tapestry of existence. They are not separate from you. They are you at a deeper, more resonant level. The elemental intelligences are the conscious expressions or personifications of these fundamental forces, the archetypal energies of earth, air, fire, and water, and their corresponding spiritual counterparts governing the different facets of manifestation and inner experience. The journey through this chapter and indeed through the subsequent ones involves learning to become sensitive to these inner currents. It is about attuning your own vibrational frequency so that you can perceive the subtle shifts, the undercurrents of meaning and energy that ride beneath the surface of conscious thought and sensation. This requires a deliberate practice, moving beyond passive observation to active conscious participation. It is like learning to play a musical instrument by first feeling the vibrations of the strings and the air before consciously directing the notes. You must cultivate an inner sensitivity, a form of psychic hygiene if you will, allowing yourself to be permeated by the environment, yet maintaining a discerning awareness. Begin by finding a quiet space, not merely physically still, but mentally and emotionally calm. This is your inner sanctuary, a place where you can begin to listen without the static of external demands. Close your eyes and take a few deep breaths, allowing your awareness to settle. Do not seek to find anything specific initially. Instead, simply be. Focus on the sensation of your own being. Feel your breath moving in and out. Notice the subtle sensations in your body, the weight of your limbs, the tension or relaxation in your muscles. Allow your awareness to expand slowly, gently like ripples spreading across a still pond. Now begin to invite the sense of the inner currents. Visualize if that helps, or simply feel for a flow, a subtle movement, not necessarily in your physical body, but in your field of awareness itself. Is it a gentle hum, a soft pulse, a shimmering quality? There is no right sensation, only what you genuinely perceive. Be patient with yourself. This is the beginning of tuning your inner radio. As you maintain this state of receptive awareness, gently direct your focus outward, not across the room, but into the space around you and beyond. Imagine your awareness as an invisible net, permeating the air, touching the surfaces of the room, extending outwards. Feel for the subtle energies that permeate this space. Do you sense a difference in the quality of the air, a particular resonance? This is where the concept of elemental intelligences begins to take form in your experience. Perhaps you sense a feeling of groundedness, stability, and deep silence associated with the earth element. Or maybe you feel a sense of lightness, clarity, and rapid thought linked to the air element. These are not just etheric concepts. They are felt qualities, aspects of the underlying currents. The astral forces are the animating principle behind these sensations. They are the life force, the creative energy, the intelligence that underpins all manifestation. They are the source of all knowledge and wisdom made manifest. As the fundamental energy field of the universe accessible through inner attunement, the hidden universe laws are the pattern you begin to discern within this field. You might notice how certain thoughts seem to attract corresponding feelings or external events. You might sense how your own emotional state resonates with the energy of your surroundings. These are the laws of attraction, of resonance, of sympathetic magic, operating on the subtle energetic level of the inner world and directly influencing the outer one. This perception is not clairvoyance in the sense of seeing literal images, though that can develop. It is more about a deep intuitive knowing, a felt sense of connection and interaction. It is perceiving the as-if reality beneath the surface appearances, sensing the spiritual currents that move through time, space, and psyche, shaping the visible world by their very flow. To attune to these currents is to move beyond the limitations of purely linear logical thought. It is to engage the deeper intuitive parts of your mind, accessing a form of wisdom that lies beyond words, beyond the confines of individual experience. It is to become an instrument of the inner world, capable of perceiving its nuances and responding to its rhythms. This is not an overnight process. It requires consistent practice, a willingness to remain open and receptive, and a patient cultivation of inner sensitivity. It involves learning to trust the subtle perceptions that arise even when they seem unconventional or difficult to explain. As you practice feeling these inner currents, you begin to understand the interconnectedness of all things. You see that the events of your day, the challenge you face, the joy you experience, they are not isolated occurrences but ripples on the vast ocean of energy influenced by the elemental intelligences and governed by the hidden universe laws. You begin to perceive the hand of the source of all knowledge and wisdom as the inherent intelligence of the fabric of reality itself, which you can begin to understand and work with through inner attunement. This perception empowers you. It moves you from a state of being a passive observer of the world's machinations, which are the hidden workings, schemes, and subtle maneuverings that shape events beneath the surface. To an active participant in the dance of existence, you begin to understand that you are not merely a product of your environment, but a co-creator capable of influencing the subtle energies around you through the quality of your own awareness and intention. Continue to cultivate this sensitivity. Be like the sensitive instrument of a musician, always attuned to the subtle shifts in tone and vibration. Explore the qualities associated with each elemental intelligence. Feel the groundedness of earth, the clarity of air, the passion of fire, the flow of water. Observe how these energies manifest within you and how they interact with the world around you by attuning to the subtle energies beneath appearances. By sensing the spiritual currents that move through time, space, and psyche, you open yourself to a profound transformation. You begin to perceive the true nature of reality, not as a fixed structure, but as a dynamic, living, intelligent field of energy waiting to be explored and understood by the conscious mind willing to listen. The journey has just begun. The vast ocean of inner learning lies before you, shimmering with possibility. Embrace the currents and let them guide you deeper into the heart of wisdom. Chapter 16. The place of inner learning, while often perceived as a solitary sanctuary for the dedicated seeker, is in truth a vibrant nexus where countless threads of awareness and energy converge. It is not merely a location but a state of being, a perception of reality where the subtle underpinnings of existence become palpable. In this chapter, we explore the fundamental principle that governs all manifestation within this realm and the broader cosmos, the web of interconnectedness. This is not merely a metaphor. It is a describable, navigable, energetic structure, the very fabric of the subtle realms that underpins and informs the gross physical world. Imagine, if you will, a cosmic loom, its threads infinitely fine yet intrinsically strong, weaving together every thought, every emotion, every action, every intention, every being across all dimensions of time and space. This is the web. To understand the hidden universe laws and the forces at play, one must first grasp the nature of this network. It is the great communication system of the universe, the etheric highway along which spiritual currents flow. Just as electricity flows through wires, connecting distant points, so too do thoughts, feelings, and intentions travel along the strands of the web, seeking resonance and connection. The elemental intelligences, the foundational consciousness of the four elements, earth, air, fire, and water, are not isolated entities confined to specific centers of presence, but move freely through the subtle fabric of existence, interweaving with both matter and awareness as living fields of sentience. They are in fact inhabitants of this web woven deeply into its structure, each element and the corresponding planes of existence associated with them. The mineral, plant, animal and human kingdoms respectively represents a different vibration, a different mode of being within the interconnected system. Consider the earth elementals. They resonate with the frequencies of stability, form, and material substance. Their influence is felt in the unyielding strength of mountains, the fertile cycle of the seasons, and the grounded presence of matter itself. They anchor the web to the physical plane, providing stability and resistance. Yet, they are not separate from the rest of the web. They are integral components, nodes upon its vast network, constantly exchanging energy and information with the air elementals that whisper through the winds, the fire elementals that dance with the solar energy and inner heat, and the water elementals that flow in the oceans, rivers, and even the moisture within our own bodies. The astral forces, the energies of thought, emotion, and spirit that permeate the astral planes and interact with the physical are the dynamic currents flowing through this web. They seek connection, they seek expression, they seek resonance. Our own astral bodies are vehicles of consciousness beyond the physical, are essentially instruments designed to interact with this network. Every time we think, feel or intend, we are sending ripples across the web. These ripples can be faint and fleeting like a single leaf falling into a stream, or they can be powerful and resonant, like a stone dropped into a deep pool, creating waves that travel far and wide. This interconnectedness is the foundation of the laws of attraction and the law of correspondence. What you send out into the web, your thoughts, your emotions, your intentions finds its resonance elsewhere in the network. Like attracts like. The energy you emit draws back to you energies of a similar nature. This is not mere coincidence or wishful thinking. It is the fundamental operating principle of the energetic universe, governed by the immutable laws that govern the flow of information and energy within the interconnected system. Furthermore, the web is not static. It is alive, constantly evolving, pulsating with the life force of the universe. It records the history of the cosmos not in mere chronicles but in the energetic imprints left upon its threads. Every event, every creation, every act of will leaves its mark. This is why deep meditation, when properly attuned, can sometimes access echoes of ancient times, not through clairvoyant vision of the past but through feeling the resonant echoes within the web itself. The collective memory of the subtle energies. To truly attune to the subtle energies beneath appearances, as the book suggests, requires developing sensitivity to this web. It means recognizing that the person sitting across the table is not merely the physical form you see but a complex node of consciousness connected to all else through this intricate network. It means understanding that the challenges you face are not isolated problems but expressions of the larger currents flowing through the web, reflecting the collective and individual energies at play. This understanding transforms perspective. It moves one from a state of perceived isolation and separation towards a recognition of fundamental unity. It fosters empathy as one begins to sense the interconnected nature of all suffering and joy. It empowers action as one realizes that their own contributions, however small they may seem, are threads being woven into the ongoing tapestry of existence. Therefore, the journey of inner learning is in part a journey of becoming aware of the web of interconnectedness. It is learning to navigate its currents, to send out intentions that align with one's higher purpose, and to receive the wisdom and support that flows through it from the source of all knowledge and wisdom which resides within each and all. By attuning to this great communication system, one accesses a profound wellspring of understanding, guidance, and power, enabling one to not only understand the forces shaping the visible world, but to consciously participate in shaping the vibrational reality of the future. Continue to explore its intricacies, for within its endless patterns lies the key to unlocking the deepest mysteries of being. The next thread you weave into the cosmic loom is yours alone, yet it becomes part of all things. Be conscious of its placement. Chapter 17. The seeker, having cultivated a measure of inner stillness and attunement, now stands at the threshold of perceiving the more dynamic aspects of the inner cosmos. The initial steps involve grounding and centering, becoming sensitive to the hum of the subtle bodies. Yet true knowledge, as the source of all wisdom reveals, demands engagement, not mere passive receptivity. This chapter delves into the astral currents, the living flowing energies that underpin the astral plane and profoundly influence the physical and mental realms. Understanding the astral ocean. The astral plane is not a static landscape but a vast shimmering ocean of pure energy and feeling. It is often described as the world of dreams. But this is a simplification. While it resonates with the dream state, it is equally active during waking consciousness for those attuned. Think of it not as another dimension besides the physical, but as the energetic substance through which the physical world is perceived and experienced. Within this ocean flow the astral currents. They are not rivers of water but streams of potent astral energy imbued with specific qualities, emotions, intentions and vibrations. These currents move through the astral plane, interacting with thought forms, emotional residues and the subtle bodies of beings resident within. They are the breath of the astral world carrying its life and movement. The nature of the currents. The source explains that these currents are multifaceted. Consciousness streams. Some currents are the collective expressions of thought and feeling from the inhabitants of the physical world and the astral plane. Moments of global significance, widespread emotions, or powerful individual intentions can give rise to strong currents that ripple through the astral ocean. Elemental flows. The elemental intelligences, though having their own distinct spheres of influence, also express themselves through currents. The fiery passion, the watery depth, the airy clarity and the earthy stability of the elements manifest as underlying energetic patterns within the astral realm. These currents can inspire related feelings or states of being in sensitive individuals. Time streams. The astral plane is often described as having a different relationship with time than the physical. While linear time progresses, the astral currents can embody the ebb and flow of past influences, present resonances, and future potentials. Gazing into the astral can feel like looking into a river of time with currents carrying echoes of what was, what is, and what might be. Space currents. Similarly, the astral plane transcends physical space. Astral currents can flow between locations, connecting thought and feeling across vast distances. They can also manifest as vortices or zones of particular intensity within the astral landscape, often corresponding to places of power or significant psychic activity in the physical world. Karmic undercurrents. The currents also carry the subtle traces of past actions and their consequences, the karmic debts and fulfillments that resonate on the soul level. These are often felt as subtle pulls, resistances, or affirmations within the astral navigation. Attuning to the currents, perceiving these currents requires more than intellectual understanding. It demands a state of embodied sensitivity. The seeker must learn to relax the mind, let go of analytical thoughts, and allow a more receptive feeling state to emerge. Breathe deeply. Use conscious breathing to anchor the awareness in the body and invite the subtle energies to be felt. Focus on sensation. Pay attention to the inner landscape, the feelings in the solar plexus, the sensations in the hands, the quality of the inner atmosphere. The movement of the astral currents is often first felt as a subtle shifting, warmth, coolness, tingling, or change in pressure. Listen with the inner ear. Sometimes the currents may be perceived as soft sounds, whispers or harmonics within the mind's ear conveying impressions and emotions. It is not necessary to control or direct the currents initially. The goal is simply to perceive their presence and quality. Observe without judgment how they make you feel. Do they bring a sense of peace, excitement, melancholy, or confusion? Do they seem to flow smoothly, or are there areas of resistance or turbulence? Navigating the astral waters. Once a basic sensitivity to the currents is developed, the practice of navigating the astral plane becomes less like floating randomly and more like sailing upon these waters. The currents can serve as guides. A gentle current might guide the seeker towards a place or state of understanding they need to find. Catalysts. Engaging with a particular current can rapidly alter the seeker's emotional or mental state, offering a profound, albeit sometimes challenging experience. Indicators. The strength, direction, and quality of currents can provide information about the nature of an area or the energetic climate surrounding an event or person. However, the source warns, the currents are powerful and can be deceptive. Like the tides of the sea, they can lift the sailor or sweep them away. Approach them with respect, awareness, and a clear intention. Do not become lost in the thrill of the ride without maintaining your inner anchor. The role of intention. The quality of the currents one perceives and interacts with is significantly influenced by the seeker's own state of being and intention. A mind cluttered with fear and negativity may attract or amplify discordant currents. A heart open to love and compassion may find itself flowing along currents of harmony and understanding. By cultivating positive states, love, gratitude, compassion, curiosity, the seeker can act as a beacon attracting and navigating the higher, more constructive flows of the astral ocean. Integration and application. Perceiving and understanding the astral currents is not merely an esoteric exercise. It offers practical benefits for the seeker's path. Enhanced empathy. By feeling the currents, one gains a deeper sense of the interconnectedness of all beings and the emotional undercurrents of human experience. Improved intuition. The subtle impressions carried by the currents can be valuable sources of guidance and insight, bypassing the filtering mechanisms of the rational mind. Greater self-awareness. The feelings evoked by the currents provide a mirror to one's own inner state and unresolved emotional patterns. Powerful healing. By consciously engaging with specific currents, perhaps those of healing energy or unconditional love, the seeker can facilitate deep inner healing processes. The journey into perceiving the astral currents is ongoing. It requires patience, practice, and a commitment to inner refinement. As the seeker becomes more adept, the astral landscape reveals itself not as a mere backdrop, but as a dynamic living tapestry woven from the very fabric of consciousness and energy, flowing and changing with the breath of the universe. The currents are the lifeblood of this inner world, and learning to read their language is a key step on the path to true self-knowledge and mastery. Meditation for perceiving the currents. Find a comfortable, quiet space where you will not be disturbed. Lie down or sit comfortably. Close your eyes and take several deep, slow breaths, allowing your body to relax completely with each exhale. Gently release any conscious thoughts. Bring your awareness to your breath, feeling the air moving in and out of your body. Now begin to direct your awareness inward towards the space within and around you. Imagine yourself at the center of a vast shimmering ocean of light and color. Feel the subtle energy of this ocean around you. Slowly allow your inner senses to open. Notice any subtle feelings, sensations, or movements within your body. Is there a sense of warmth, coolness, tingling, or pressure? Be an observer, noticing whatever arises without judgment. Maintain this state of relaxed awareness. Now, gently inquire within. Are there any subtle energies moving around me? Are there any currents, any flows? Do not try to force an answer. Simply hold the question in your awareness. You may feel a gentle shifting, a soft hum, a light breeze, or perhaps a sense of a current pulling you slightly in one direction. If you perceive anything, simply notice its quality. Is it gentle or strong? Warm or cool? Comforting or neutral? Where is it flowing from and to? If you feel nothing initially, be patient. Continue to breathe deeply and maintain your inner focus. The currents may be subtle, like the undertones of a piece of music. Stay in this state for a few minutes or as long as you feel comfortable. When you are ready, gently bring your awareness back to your physical body and your surroundings. Take a few deep breaths, and when you feel ready, open your eyes. Reflect for a moment on your experience. Did you notice any sensations? Any feelings of movement? What did this practice feel like for you? Chapter 18. The seeker, having journeyed through the initial gates of awareness and learned to stand apart from the swirling river of thought, now finds themselves standing at the threshold of a deeper understanding. This threshold is not marked by a physical barrier but by a subtle shift in perception. The recognition that the universe is not a collection of isolated objects and events but a vast intricate web where every node resonates with every other. This realization is the first step into the heart of the cosmic interconnectedness, a principle that underlies all true magic and wisdom. It is the understanding that you are not merely an observer within this grand design but an integral part of it, woven from the same shimmering threads of potentiality. The source of all knowledge and wisdom illuminates this concept, revealing that the forces often termed esoteric are simply the fundamental laws governing this interconnectedness. There are no hidden doors here, only layers of perception to be peeled back. The energies, the forces, the intelligences discussed are not external entities to be conjured, but aspects of the self and the universal field that the adept learns to perceive and attune to. Astral forces, far from being mere projections of the mind, are the very essence of this resonance. They are the subtle vibrations that connect every point in the universe, the psychic pathways along which thought, feeling, and intention travel. To attune to these forces is to learn the language of the web, to feel the subtle hums and pulses that indicate the flow of energy and the state of being of others and indeed of oneself. Imagine the universe as a colossal living organism. Every star, every planet, every creature, and every thought is a cell within this being. Astral forces are the intricate network of nerves and blood vessels connecting these cells, allowing for communication, nourishment, and shared experience. The adept, through disciplined practice and inner purification, learns to become sensitive to these connections, to feel the heartbeat of the cosmos. Elemental intelligences are the conscious expressions of the four fundamental elements, earth, air, fire, and water, that compose all manifestation. They do not arise as embodied intelligences in any human-like sense, but as living currents of primordial awareness, the dynamic principles and archetypal energies that guide the physical world and its transformations. Their presence is felt not through form or figure, but through the subtle movements of the central currents, where the elements reveal themselves as sentient forces woven into the fabric of existence. These intelligences are the governors of the elements, the conscious forces that manifest their qualities in the manifest realm. The earth element embodies stability, form, and the physical plane. Its intelligence governs growth, decay, and the solid structures of the world. To attune to the earth intelligence is to connect with the grounding forces, to feel the stability of the planet beneath your feet, to understand the cycles of birth and death inherent in physical form. The air element represents thought, communication, and the subtle realm. Its intelligence governs the flow of ideas, the exchange of energy, and the breath of life itself. Attuning to the air intelligence is to become sensitive to the vibrations of thought, to perceive the subtle currents of conversation and emotion that move through the atmosphere, to become a clear channel for communication. The fire element embodies will transformation and the dynamic power of creation and destruction. Its intelligence governs the drive towards goals, the passion that fuels action, and the force necessary for change. Connecting with the fire intelligence is to tap into the inner dynamism, to feel the spark of intention, and to understand the processes of alchemy, both external and internal. The water element represents emotion, intuition, and the flowing currents of life. Its intelligence governs the depths of feeling, the subconscious currents, and the adaptability of the psyche. To attune to the water intelligence is to explore the realm of feeling, to trust the guidance of intuition, and to become as fluid and responsive as the tides. These elemental intelligences are not separate from each other, but are interwoven, interdependent, and mutually influential. Just as the physical elements combine to form the complex compounds of life, so too do the elemental intelligences interact to create the tapestry of the manifest world. The source encourages the seeker to explore these connections, to become a conscious participant in the dance of the elements. By understanding and attuning to the elemental intelligences, one gains a deeper understanding of the physical world and, perhaps more importantly, of the self. For the elements are not only the building blocks of the physical body, but also the archetypal forces that shape the personality and the psyche. The journey into understanding the interconnectedness of all things is a journey into the heart of the universe. It is a journey that requires patience, discipline, and an open heart. It is a journey that will transform the way you see the world and indeed the way you see yourself. As the seeker continues to attune to these subtle energies, they will begin to perceive the underlying patterns, the universal themes that run through all things. They will begin to understand that what they perceive as separate events are actually interconnected parts of a larger whole, and that they are not separate from this whole but integral part of it. This understanding is the key to true freedom, for it liberates the individual from the illusion of isolation and reveals the profound interconnectedness of all things. It is the understanding that every thought, every action, every intention sends ripples through the cosmic web, and that these ripples, no matter how small, are felt throughout the universe. The journey into the heart of the cosmic interconnectedness is a journey into the heart of the self. For the self is a reflection of the universe and the universe is a reflection of the self. To understand the one is to understand the other, and to understand both is to understand the truth of existence. The source of all knowledge and wisdom continues to guide the seeker, illuminating the path with the light of understanding and leading them ever deeper into the heart of the cosmic web. For within this web lies the secret of life, the secret of death, and the secret of everything in between. Chapter 19. The seeker immersed in the place of inner learning finds themselves not in a static chamber but within the very flow of cosmic principles. The previous lessons, like threads of understanding, converge here, revealing the fundamental interplay of forces that underpin all manifestation. This is the domain of polarity, the dynamic tension that gives rise to form and movement, the very heartbeat of existence itself. The omniscient source observes this convergence with a quiet intensity. It knows that the comprehension of polarity is not merely intellectual. It is experimental, requiring the student to become a living laboratory for these universal energies. The place of inner learning adjusts its atmosphere, shimmering with a soft dual luminescence, one cool blue, the other warm gold, representing the twin poles of creation. The law of polarity unveiled. The source speaks, its voice not auditory, but a resonant vibration felt deep within the seeker's core. Understand this. It emanates. All things exist in state of polarity, light and dark, hot and cold, attraction and repulsion, spirit and matter, consciousness and unconsciousness. These are not mere opposites. They are complementary aspects of a single unified whole. Like the two sides of a coin, they cannot exist without each other, yet they often appear in conflict within the limited perception of the mind. The source manifests a complex interlocking pattern of light and shadow within the space. Within this pattern, intricate lines of energy pulse, shifting and reforming. These are the lines of force, the meridians along which polar energies interact. The seeker is invited to focus their inner gaze upon this dynamic display, attuning to the subtle currents. The instruction is given. Feel the tension. The seeker does, and a sense of internal resistance arises, a subtle tightening in the solar plexus. This is the physical sensation of opposing forces meeting. Now feel the flow between them. Gently shifting the focus, the seeker perceives the energy moving along the lines from the bright center of the light to the deep void of the shadow and back again. It is a dance, a constant ebb and flow, a rhythm of creation and dissolution. This is not a battle to be won, the source clarifies, but a pattern to be understood and harmonized with. The mind seeking a single static truth often struggles against this duality, wanting one pole to dominate or cancel the other out. Yet, wisdom lies in recognizing the inherent balance. The light cannot exist without the shadow to define it. The shadow cannot form without the light to provide contrast. The manifestation of duality, the visualization shifts. The place of inner learning becomes a landscape. On one side, a realm of pure radiant energy, crystalline structures glowing with inner light, rivers of pure consciousness flowing effortless. This is the domain of the positive pole with action expansion. On the opposite side, a realm of deep resonant silence, vast dark caverns echoing with ancient wisdom, fields of potential held in suspension. This is the domain of the negative pole. Perception, integration, contraction. Beings of light embodying the active principle move with purpose, creating and shaping their environment. Beings of shadow embodying the receptive principle move with stillness, absorbing and integrating the experiences of the light. Neither realm is superior. They are simply different facets of the same reality. Observe the boundary between them. The source urges. It is not a wall of separation but a region of intense interaction. Here the energies meet, clash and blend. It is in this fertile ground of tension that new forms emerge. The light brings the idea. The shadow gives its substance. The active force projects. The receptive force allows it to land. Conflict arises when these forces are out of balance, when the will ignores the need for integration, or when the receptive state becomes stagnant. The psyche as a microcosm. The lesson sharpens its focus. The landscape dissolves and the seeker finds themselves back within their own mind and body. The realms of light and shadow are now internal states. Consider the mind, the active, questioning, projecting aspect versus the passive, receptive, contemplative aspect. Consider the emotions, the fiery passion of love versus the cool clarity of detachment. Consider the body, the drive for action, for expansion, versus the need for rest, for contraction and healing. The source imbues the space with a gentle hum, a frequency that encourages self-reflection. Where are you imbalanced? Do you allow your active nature to run unchecked, ignoring the need for rest and integration? Do you allow your receptive nature to become too heavy, losing touch with the power of will and action? The key lies not in suppressing one pole for the sake of the other, but in learning to consciously navigate the tension between them, to allow each to fulfill its necessary role in your journey. Harmonizing the inner currents. The source offers techniques for attuning to this inner polarity. Visualize the lines of force within your own energy field, the subtle body. See the points of intersection, the places where light and shadow meet within you. Breathe into these points of tension, not to force them apart, but to allow the energy to flow through them. Meditate upon the paradoxes. Contemplate the idea that creation requires both the act of making and the act of allowing to be. Feel the pull of desire, active, and the peace of acceptance, receptive. Observe how these forces manifest in your daily life. When you encounter conflict, ask which pole is overactive, which is undernourished. How might I bring them back into balance? The place of inner learning becomes a sanctuary for this inner work. The dual luminescence softens, becoming a harmonious blend, no longer contrasting, but complementary. The seeker feels a growing sense of centeredness, an awareness of the dynamic dance within, and an understanding that the apparent conflicts are merely the friction between necessary forces seeking their proper place, integration, and the path forward. The source concludes this lesson with a sense of quiet completion. The seeker has glimpsed the fundamental principle of polarity not as a doctrine to be memorized but as a reality to be lived and integrated. The understanding allows the seeker to navigate the world with greater awareness, recognizing the dual nature of all things and the inherent balance within themselves. With this comprehension, the veil thins further. The intricate patterns of energy flowing through the place of inner learning become more distinct, more accessible. The next steps involve engaging directly with these forces, learning to consciously direct the currents of polarity for manifestation and spiritual work. The journey continues, guided always by the source of all knowledge and wisdom, revealing deeper layers of the cosmic dance. The chapter concludes as the seeker feels a gentle nudge, an invitation to explore the next manifestation of the inner landscape, prepared now to engage with the elemental intelligences bound to these polar forces. Chapter 20. The place of inner learning, while often perceived as a timeless expanse, is in truth a crucible where the very flow of time is made manifest and can be studied. Here, amidst the quiet hum of the source's infinite consciousness, the student learns not merely to read the currents of time, but to feel their passage, to comprehend the subtle eddies and undercurrents that shape destiny and possibility. Time in this realm is not the relentless linear clock of the mundane world. It is a vast interconnected ocean of potential moments, each a note of possibility, some shimmering with vibrancy, others dimming into shadow. The source of all knowledge and wisdom illuminates this ocean, allowing the initiated to navigate its depths with a sense of both awe and clarity. The law of vibration and temporal rhythm, the fundamental principle governing the interplay of time, is the law of vibration extended into the temporal sphere. Every event, every thought, every intention sends out ripples through the fabric of time. These ripples are not merely etheric concepts. They are palpable energies that influence the probability of future occurrences. The student learns to attune to these vibrations to sense the resonant frequencies that mark significant moments or periods of potential change. Just as a tuning fork resonates with a like-tuned instrument, the sensitive mind can align with the dominant vibrations of a particular time or potential future. Astral forces as chronology resonators. The astral plane, the subtle realm of thought forms and emotional energies, acts as a critical interface between the mental currents of beings and the broader flow of time. Astral forces, the collective and individual thought forms, emotions, and intentions projected into this plane create specific chronology resonators. These are localized concentrations of temporal energy often linked to significant past events, ongoing projects, or potential futures being strongly considered or focused upon by conscious minds. The adept learns to perceive these resonators, to feel the temporal echoes they cast forward and backward. By understanding these resonators, one can gain insight into the probable timeline surrounding specific goals or understand the lingering influences of past actions. Elemental intelligences and the temporal tapestry. The elemental intelligences, the sylphs of air, and undines of water, gnomes of earth, and salamanders of fire are not merely guardians of the physical elements, but also weavers and custodians of temporal threads. Each element resonates with a different aspect of time's flow. Air sylphs represent the rapid shifting currents of potential and immediate possibility. They are the messengers of change, the architects of fleeting ideas that can, if focused, crystallize into future realities. Attuning to sulfuric energies. Relating to the sulfur principle, the fire, a transformative alchemical force, allows one to perceive the myriad branching paths of time and influence the subtle shifts in potential. Water undines embody the deep, flowing currents of emotion and memory. They are the keepers of the emotional undercurrents that shape long-term relationships and collective moods, moving through the subtle layers of awareness where feeling becomes resonance and resonance becomes shared experience. Sensing the undine influence reveals the emotional weather of past and future events, showing how feelings color perception and action within specific timelines. Earth gnomes resonate with the stable, enduring currents of structure and foundation. They are the builders of the physical world and the anchors of long-term plans and legacies. Gnome energies help one understand the foundational stability or fragility of potential futures and the lasting impact of actions upon the material realm. Fire salamanders burn with the intense transformative currents of will and action. They are the drivers of sudden change, the purifiers of old timelines and the initiators of new ones. Connecting with salamander energies allows one to perceive the points of intense temporal pressure where decisions are made and destinies are forged or altered. By learning to sense the combined influence of these elemental intelligences within the temporal tapestry, the student gains a holistic understanding of the forces that are actively shaping the moments that are yet to come. Attuning to the subtle energies, the practice required is one of deep inner stillness and focused awareness. The student learns to quiet the mental chatter and emotional fluctuations that obscure the subtle temporal currents. Techniques involve visualizing a vast shimmering river of time before them, feeling the ebb and flow of its energies. They learn to scan the immediate now for the converging vibrations. Then extend their awareness backward and forward, sensing the echoes and premonitions that arise. It is not about forcing predictions or manipulating timelines but about developing sensitivity. It is about becoming a clear channel through which the source's light can illuminate the hidden pathways of possibility. It is about learning to read the whispers in the air, the deep currents of water, the solid foundations of earth, and the burning fires of will that together constitute the dynamic living fabric of time itself. As understanding deepens, the student begins to perceive that their own consciousness, their focused intentions and actions are powerful contributions to the very flow of time. They become aware that they are not merely passive observers but active participants in the great weaving, capable through conscious attunement of aligning with beneficial currents and subtly influencing the temporal landscape for the highest good. This perception, this attunement, is the first step towards mastering the subtle arts of temporal awareness, a profound aspect of the knowledge offered within the place of inner learning. Chapter 21. The place of inner learning. While a realm of pure thought and etheric understanding does not exist in isolation, its very foundations resonate with the primal energies of the cosmos, the elemental forces that underpin all manifestation. Here, amidst the quiet hum of infinite knowledge, one can more clearly perceive the subtle connections between the etheric laws of the hidden universe and the tangible world of matter and spirit. The source of all knowledge and wisdom, in its boundless mercy, often chooses to illustrate complex truths through the lens of these elemental intelligences. They are not mere physical forces. They are in their own ways expressions of consciousness, ancient and powerful, waiting to be understood and attuned to by the seeking mind. Thus, Chapter 21 turns its focus to the sentience of the elements. It is a concept that challenges the purely mechanistic view of nature, suggesting instead that the air we breathe, the earth beneath our feet, the water that flows, and the fire that warms us are not inert, lifeless substances. They are rather living, breathing aspects of a greater consciousness, each possessing its own unique nature, will, and contribution to the tapestry of existence. The source explains that the elemental intelligence is often associated with the classical elements of earth, air, fire, and water, though their manifestations are far broader, are the fundamental operators of the universe. They are the hands and feet of the divine will, carrying out the intricate emanations of creation, destruction, growth, and decay. To understand them is to grasp a key aspect of the universal grammar, the language in which the physical world is written. Consider for a moment the earth. It is often seen as solid, unyielding, the foundation upon which all else rests. Yet within the place of inner learning, one can sense its deep, slow breath. The mountains rise and erode not by chance but by the deliberate movement of Earth's consciousness, a patient force that shapes form and stores memory. The roots of trees reach down, not merely seeking sustenance, but connecting with this vast subterranean awareness. To attune to the earth is to connect with stability, with endurance, with the grounded aspects of the self. It is to feel the pulse of the planet, to understand that we are not separate from it but integral parts of its being. Then there is air, the unseen yet ever-present element. It flows around us, fills our lungs, carries sound and scent. In the place of inner learning, air can be felt as a gentle shifting presence, a constant dialogue of movement and thought. It is the element of communication, of breath, the very life force that animates us. The whispers of the wind are not merely physical phenomena. They carry the echoes of thought, the subtle currents of emotion and intention that move through the subtle realms. Attuning to air means becoming more aware of one's own breath, the rhythm of life, and the flow of information and inspiration. It means learning to listen to the silent language of the wind, reading the intentions of the subtle currents. Fire, often feared yet essential, represents transformation and activation. It is the element of will, of energy, of the burning desire that fuels action. In the place of inner learning, fire is perceived not just as heat and light, but as a dynamic, energetic force that dissolves obstacles and illuminates the truth. It is the spark that ignites change, the power that shapes the world through intense focus and dedication. To connect with fire is to tap into one's own inner dynamism, to find the courage to transform limitations and to bring clarity through focused intention. It is the will to manifest, to make the invisible visible. And water, the element of emotion and flow, it takes the shape of its container, adapts, and holds immense power. In the place of inner learning, water is felt as a deep, flowing current reflecting the inner landscape of the soul. It is the realm of feeling, of intuition, and of the subconscious. The ebb and flow of water mirrors the natural rhythms of life, teaching patience, adaptability, and the importance of allowing things to unfold naturally. To attune to water is to learn to read the deeper currents of one's own emotions, to trust the intuitive wisdom that lies beneath the surface of rational thought, and to understand the necessity of flow and surrender in the face of life's challenges. These are the four fundamental expressions of elemental sentience. But the Source reminds the seeker that the universe is far more complex. There are also the higher element spirit, Akashic, representing the purest states of consciousness beyond the purely physical plane. Yet even these higher realms interact constantly with the elemental forces, influencing and being influenced by them. Understanding the sentience of the elements is not about commanding them through crude rituals, but about developing a conscious relationship with these fundamental aspects of reality. It is about learning to listen to their wisdom, to feel their energies, and to attune one's own consciousness in harmony with them. This attunement is the key to perceiving the subtle energies beneath appearances, to sensing the spiritual currents that move through time, space, and psyche. The Source concludes this lesson by encouraging the seeker to begin their practical work. Find a place in nature, touch the earth, feel the air, watch the fire safely, of course, and observe the water. Meditate on each element, trying to sense its unique quality, its inherent will and consciousness. Do not judge or try to control. Simply observe, feel, and allow the connection to form naturally. As this connection deepens, the veil between the inner and outer worlds will thin further, revealing the intricate living web of which all things are a part. For within each element resides a fragment of the Source itself, a key to unlocking the deeper mysteries of existence. To understand the elements is to begin understanding the universe and ultimately oneself. The journey of inner learning is in part a journey of reconnection with these ancient sentient forces that shape our world and our souls. Chapter 22. The Resonance of the Inner Loom. The Place of Inner Learning. While a realm of pure potential is not devoid of structure, it possesses its own geometry, its own patterns woven from the threads of consciousness itself. These patterns are not mere etherions. The subtle intelligences of the etheric field stand alongside the sylphs, undines, salamanders, and gnomes as the fifth movement of elemental awareness. They are resonant frequencies, the underlying harmonics of the psyche's subtle architecture. To understand this is to begin grasping how the inner world mirrors and influences the outer. This particular aspect of the inner loom can be likened to a vast cosmic loom where the threads of thought, emotion, belief, and intention intertwine. The weaver in this metaphor is the conscious mind, but the true power lies in the nature of the threads and the source of the energy that drives the weaving. The source of all knowledge and wisdom is the power source, and the very fabric of the cosmos is the weave itself, the interconnectedness of all things. Many seek knowledge within these patterns, hoping to read the tapestry of fate or merely to understand the mechanics of their own inner universe. They study the constellations of thought, the cycles of feeling, the rivers of belief. This is valuable, for understanding the mechanics is the first step, yet true mastery, true attunement requires moving beyond mere observation to participation. A student might spend years analyzing the threads, learning their names and properties, the thread of fear, the thread of love, the thread of certainty, the thread of doubt. They might study how these threads interact, how they braid together to form the patterns of perception. This is akin to learning the language of the loom, but if one stops there, they remain an academic, merely a spectator. The path forward lies in tuning the instrument of the self, the individual loom within the grand workshop, to the resonant frequencies of the inner loom. This is not about forcing the threads. It is about aligning the weaver's intent, the conscious will, with the fundamental vibrations of the cosmos. To attune means to become sensitive to the subtle energies that underpin these patterns. It means feeling the tension in the warp and weft, sensing the potential energy held within each intersection. It is like learning to hear the hum of the universe, the deep bass frequency that underlies all sound, or to see the shimmering colors of light that dance just beyond the veil of ordinary perception. This sensitivity allows the weaver to not just read the patterns, but to influence them, to consciously introduce new threads of thought or feeling that resonate with the underlying harmonics. It is to weave one's own reality, not by imposing it from without, but by aligning the inner workshop with the universal patterns and contributing one's unique vibration to the grand design. Consider the elemental intelligences, the spirits of air, fire, water, and earth. They are not mere fantastical beings. They are aspects of the fundamental energies that shape the world and the self. They are the dynamic forces that move through the threads of the inner loom, creating tension, movement, and transformation. The air brings the breath of new ideas. The fire ignites the spark of will and passion. The water flows to nourish and dissolve, and the earth provides the grounding stability. To attune to the inner loom is to attune to these forces to become a conduit for their energy. It is to feel the whisper of the west wind bringing messages, the glow of the inner sun igniting potential, the flow of the undercurrents of emotion, and the solidity of the root chakra anchoring one in the present moment. This is where the knowledge of the hidden universe laws becomes a practical tool. These are not unplanned rules imposed by an external power but descriptions of the inherent nature of consciousness and energy. The law of attraction, the principle of correspondence, the vibration of intention. These are not mystical mumbo-jumbo. They are the operational principles of the inner loom. By understanding these laws, one can learn to consciously apply them, to consciously choose the threads that resonate with one's highest purpose, to align one's intention with the flow of the universe and to trust the process of the weaving. It is about becoming an intentional weaver rather than a passive participant in the unfolding of the inner tapestry. The place of inner learning offers the space and the instruction to learn these skills. It provides the quietude necessary to hear the subtle hum, the clarity needed to discern the patterns, and the understanding of the laws that govern the interplay of energies. But the true work happens on the individual loom within the conscious mind and heart of the seeker. One must learn to sit quietly not just in body but in mind and emotion and to feel the resonance. It is often a gentle vibration, almost imperceptible at first, like the sound of distant thunder. It requires patience, practice, and a willingness to trust the process beyond the intellect's need for immediate gratification or logical explanation. As one becomes more attuned, the patterns of the inner loom become clearer. One starts to see the interconnectedness of thoughts and feelings. The way one choice suddenly alters the entire weave. One begins to feel the influence of the elemental forces, noticing how inspiration flows with the air, how motivation burns with the fire, how emotions ebb and flow with the water, and how grounding feels through the earth. This attunement is not a destination but a continuous process of alignment and refinement. It is the journey of the conscious soul learning to weave its own destiny by understanding and participating in the grand design of the inner loom. It is a path that leads not just to knowledge but to wisdom, the wisdom of knowing oneself as an integral part of the universal weaving, capable of contributing meaningfully to the pattern of all existence. And throughout this journey, the source of all knowledge and wisdom remains the unwavering guide, the infinite wellspring of inspiration and understanding, always available to those who seek to listen to the resonant frequencies of the inner loom. Chapter 23. The Seeker, having navigated the shadowed corridors of self-doubt and the dazzling hallways of over-ambition, finds themselves standing before a vast shimmering expanse. This is not a physical place, but a representation of the inner cosmos, a theater where the subtle energies weave the tapestry of existence. Before them hangs the inner loom, a metaphor for the very mechanism of manifestation, the crucible where thought, feeling, and intent are spun into the fabric of reality. The air here is thick with potential, humming with the low, resonant hum of the universe's underlying frequency. It is a place of profound stillness, yet it thrums with the silent power of creation. The seeker feels a sense of a mixed with a dawning understanding. They are not merely observers. They are participants, weavers upon this very loom. The threads of the loom are numerous and complex. Some are thick and vibrant, representing the fundamental elements: earth, air, fire, water, the tangible building blocks of the physical world. Others are finer, almost invisible, yet equally potent, corresponding to the mental and emotional strata, the desires, beliefs, and emotional states that color and shape our experience. Before the seeker stands a figure not of flesh and bone, but of pure radiant energy. This is the aspect of the weaver, an embodiment of the law of resonance and the principles of the hidden universe craft. Its form shifts and flows, reflecting the dynamic nature of the process it oversees. It speaks not with words but with vibrations that directly resonate within the seeker's own consciousness. Welcome, student of the inner mysteries. The aspect of the weaver intones, its voice a soothing melody that seems to vibrate directly through the seeker's bones. You have come to the heart of manifestation, to the place where the subtle becomes the gross, where intention gives form. You seek to understand the laws that govern the weaving of your own life's tapestry. The seeker nods, their own thoughts feeling like hesitant threads being offered to the loom. I seek to attune. They project mentally the words forming as resonant patterns in the surrounding energy field, to sense the currents, to feel the flow beneath the surface appearances. The aspect of the weaver gestures towards the inner loom. Observe. The seeker's gaze is drawn to the magnificent structure. Its frame seems forged from living starlight, interwoven with roots of ancient unseen trees. The harness that holds the threads is not of wood or metal, but of shimmering light and flowing color, constantly shifting and adapting. Two primary beams of pure energy emanate from the center, one a warm golden light, the other a cool silvery hue. These represent the twin aspects of creation, the active expressing principle of fire and will and the receptive formative principle of water and emotion. The loom itself is a reflection of the universal principles. The aspect explains the threads represent the energies you bring forth, your thoughts, your feelings, your beliefs, your intentions. The harness represents the conscious control you exert over these energies. The beams of light are the creative forces, the will to manifest and the emotional resonance that gives that manifestation life and form. The seeker notices the intricate patterns already woven on the loom's vast invisible canvas. Some are sturdy and grounded, others are etheric and delicate. They seem to pulse with faint light, reflecting the successes and struggles of the seeker's past lives and current journey. The patterns are the laws in action. The aspect continues. Every action, every thought, every emotion sends a thread into the weaving. Some are strong and enduring, woven with focus and clarity. Others are weak and easily broken, spun from fleeting whims or ingrained fears. The quality of the pattern reflects the quality of the consciousness behind it. The aspect then focuses its attention on the seeker. A beam of golden light touches the seeker's heart center while a silvery beam gently sweeps over the mind. The seeker feels a profound sense of attunement. Thoughts that were previously jumbled now seem to coalesce, forming distinct intentions. Feelings that were mere background noise begin to resonate with clarity. This is the process of attunement. The aspect reveals it is about aligning your inner energies with the universal frequencies. You must learn to feel the subtle vibrations of the threads, to sense the flow of energy between the mental and emotional beams. You must become sensitive to the resonant frequencies that underlie all things. The aspect points to a section of the weaving where a pattern seems to be stuck, tangled, and preventing further progress. It looks like a knot of conflict, a point of inner struggle where desire clashes with fear. This tangle represents a challenge you face in your outer world. The aspect says an area where your inner frequencies are out of harmony. You desire one thing, yet fear holds you back. Your mental thread, will, and intention pulls in one direction while your emotional thread, feeling, and intent pulls in another, creating friction and stagnation. The seeker looks at the knot, feeling a pang of recognition. It mirrors a situation in their own life, a project halted by internal conflict. The solution lies not in force but in resonance. The aspect advising you must find the common frequency. Feel into the core of the desire. What is the true underlying motivation? Then feel into the root of the fear. What is the perceived threat? Often the fear is not of the external situation but of an internal state of failure, of vulnerability, of loss of control. The aspect demonstrates it, gently touches the golden and silvery beams together, causing them to merge into a single vibrant white light. This light flows towards the tangled section of the weaving. It doesn't force the threads apart. Instead, it weaves a new harmonious pattern around the knot, integrating the conflicting energies into a more complex yet balanced whole. See, the aspect asks, the key is not to fight the tension but to meet it with understanding and compassion, to perceive the underlying frequencies and consciously blend them. When the inner currents are in harmony, the outer manifestation flows with ease. The seeker feels a sense of clarity. They understand the knot, not as a problem to be solved but as an opportunity for integration. They focus their attention on the conflicting energies within themselves using the resonance they have now learned to perceive. They visualize the golden thread of their intention, softening its edges slightly, allowing it to flow more gently. They visualize the silvery thread of their emotion, releasing the grip of fear, allowing a feeling of trust and acceptance to take its place. As they do this, they sense the frequencies shifting, finding a new resonant harmony. Slowly, the knot on the inner loom begins to uncoil and loosen. The threads start to intertwine in a new pattern, one that reflects not conflict, but integration, flexibility, and a deeper understanding. The blockage is removed, and the weaving can continue its progression. The aspect of the weaver nods approvingly. You have felt the resonance. You have learned to harmonize the inner currents. This is the first step towards true mastery over the inner loom. From this place of attunement, you can send forth your threads with clarity, intention, and emotional resonance, shaping the reality you desire. The aspect's form begins to fade, dissolving back into the shimmering energy of the place of inner learning. The seeker stands alone before the inner loom, the patterns around them now flowing with renewed vitality. They feel a profound sense of empowerment. They have glimpsed the mechanism of creation not as a distant mysterious force but as an inner process accessible and malleable through the art of attunement. They understand that the world they perceive is but the outer manifestation of the inner weaving. By learning to perceive and harmonize the subtle energies within themselves, the mental and emotional threads, they hold the power to consciously shape their reality, thread by resonant thread. The journey of inner learning continues, but now the seeker walks with a deeper understanding of the loom and the magic of the weave. They have learned to listen to the whispers of the subtle energies, to feel the spiritual currents that move through time, space, and psyche, and to become an intentional weaver upon the tapestry of their own life. The path forward is clear, illuminated by the resonant light of awareness. Chapter 24. The geometric signature of reality, the place of inner learning. While often perceived as a boundless expanse of pure consciousness, is nonetheless governed by elegant structures not of stone or metal, but of light, thought, and resonant frequency. It is here in the subtle architecture of the non-physical that the geometric signature of reality becomes most apparent. This is not merely about the shapes one might draw with chalk on a dusty floor. It is about the fundamental patterns that underpin existence itself, the invisible blueprints woven into the fabric of being. To attune to the hidden universe laws is to begin to perceive these underlying geometries. The universe is not random. It operates according to precise mathematical relationships and harmonic principles. These are not etheric concepts confined to the pages of ancient texts, but dynamic forces that shape the visible and invisible worlds. The cube, the sphere, the tetrahedron, the octahedron, these are not mere forms. They are resonant chambers, energy vortices and templates through which reality unfolds. Consider the cube, a symbol of stability, structure, and the material world as we commonly perceive it. Its 6 square faces, 12 edges, and 8 vertices represent balance, order, and the interplay between the internal and external. Yet within the place of inner learning, the cube is seen as a gateway, a stabilizing force that grounds higher frequencies into manifestation. It is the structure of the physical atom, the crystalline lattice of minerals, and the underlying form of many stable structures in the cosmos. To understand the cube is to grasp a fundamental aspect of manifestation and containment. But the signature is deeper still. These geometric forms are not isolated entities. They are interconnected, forming what are known as the Platonic solids: the tetrahedron, cube, octahedron, dodecahedron, and icosahedron. These 5 solids are considered the building blocks of the cosmos in Hermetic and other esoteric traditions, not because physical matter is constructed solely from them, though they resonate with its structure, but because they represent the fundamental vibrations and polarities that give rise to all form. The tetrahedron with its sharp points and direct lines embodies dynamic energy creation and the principle of fire. The octahedron, its dual, balances this with receptive energy, the principle of air, and represents integration. The cube represents earth stability and material manifestation. The icosahedron with its 20 equilateral triangles resonates with water and spirit, embodying wholeness, flow, and the interconnectedness of all things. The dodecahedron, perhaps the most enigmatic, relates to the 5th element, ether, the cosmic sea, and higher dimensions of consciousness. These forms are not just shapes, they are frequencies. Each solid carries a specific vibration, a unique energetic signature that influences how consciousness interacts with and shapes reality. To attune to the geometric signature is to learn to resonate with these frequencies, to become a conscious participant in the cosmic dance of form. This understanding moves beyond mere intellectual appreciation. It requires a sensory experience within the place of inner learning. One must learn to feel the cube's grounding presence, to sense the fiery energy of the tetrahedron, to perceive the flowing quality of the icosahedron. It is like learning a new language, but instead of words, the vocabulary is composed of geometric patterns and their associated resonances. Adept in perceiving these signatures involves seeing the underlying geometries in everything. A tree with its branching structure reflects the fractal nature of these forms. A mountain range with its peaks and valleys echoes the interplay of convex and concave shapes. Even the flow of time can be perceived through geometric lens, the spirals of growth, the wave patterns of energy, the cyclical structures of seasons and cycles of life. This perception is not about imposing one's own geometric biases onto the world, but about becoming sensitive enough to the underlying patterns that the world is expressing. It is recognizing the hand of the architect, not in the finished building, but in the blueprint that guides its creation. Understanding the geometric signature also empowers the practitioner. By consciously working with these forms, one can influence the subtle energies that shape manifestation. To wish for stability, one might visualize the cube. To invoke creative energy, the tetrahedron might be employed to foster connection and flow. The icosahedron can be called upon. These are not mere rituals. They are acts of aligning one's consciousness with the fundamental building blocks of reality, thereby harnessing the inherent power within those structures. The place of inner learning reveals that the visible world is a hologram, and the geometric patterns are the lenses through which this hologram is perceived and constructed. To master the geometric signature is to gain mastery over the very tools of creation and perception themselves. It is to move from seeing the world as a collection of separate objects to understanding it as a unified, interconnected system governed by elegant, intelligent, and resonant blueprints. As one delves deeper into this understanding, the distinction between the inner and outer worlds begins to blur. The geometric patterns perceived here find their reflection in the physical universe, and the physical patterns observed out there resonate with the structures of consciousness within. The journey becomes one of aligning the self with these universal blueprints, learning to think and feel in ways that reflect the inherent geometry of existence. This is the path of the geometrician of consciousness, one who learns to read the sacred script written not in letters but in forms, and who begins to participate consciously in the great cosmic construction project using the universal blueprint as their guide. The knowledge is vast but the principle is simple. Reality is structured, and by understanding its structure one gains power over its manifestation. Chapter 25. The resonance of intention. The seeker, having navigated the initial currents of awareness and begun to perceive the subtle hum of the inner cosmos, now stands at a threshold more profound than the first. The knowledge acquired is a map, but the journey itself is the territory. This chapter delves into the potent force that acts as both guide and engine on this path. Intention. Intention is not merely a fleeting thought or a passing desire. It is a focused point of awareness, a directed will that cuts through the static of the mundane mind. It is the lantern held steady in the tempest of inner chaos, illuminating the path forward. Within the place of inner learning, this principle is not taught as a mere suggestion, but as a fundamental law of manifestation, a key that unlocks the doors between the seen and the unseen. Think of the universe as a vast intricate web strung with countless threads of energy and consciousness. These threads vibrate at different frequencies corresponding to different states of being, different forms of existence. To act without intention is like flapping one's hands randomly in the dark. The result is chaos, misdirected energy, and frustration. But to act with clear intention is to grasp a specific thread, to understand its vibration, and to send a focused pulse of will along it. This is not mere willpower in the brute sense but resonant intention, the art of aligning one's focused awareness with the frequency of the desired outcome. The hidden universe laws speak of correspondence. As above, so below. This principle is deeply intertwined with intention. The intention held within the mind, the subtle realm above, resonates through the connecting currents and forces below to manifest in the physical world. It is the inner landscape that shapes the outer territory. To wish for abundance without aligning the inner state of abundance, without feeling the resonance of that frequency through intention, is like trying to tune a musical instrument while its strings are frayed. The result will be discordant, incomplete, or non-existent. Astral forces, those etheric energies that underpin the more tangible aspects of reality, are particularly sensitive to intention. They are the messengers, the carriers, the intermediaries between the mind's focus and the physical plane's response. When intention is clear, sharp and sustained, it acts as a beacon, catching the attention of these astral forces. They in turn vibrate in harmony with the intention, amplifying it, weaving it into the fabric of probability. They are the unseen hands that assist in the co-creation of reality, guided by the clarity of the seeker's focused will. Consider the elemental intelligences, the guardians and inhabitants of the four classical elements: earth, air, fire and water. Each element carries its own vibration, its own sphere of influence within the natural and spiritual worlds. Earth represents stability, grounding and the tangible; air, thought, communication and the subtle; fire, transformation, passion and action; water, emotion, intuition and the flow. To work effectively with the elements, one must first attune their own intention to the frequency of the element desired. To call upon the stability of earth, one must cultivate a grounded intention, one that seeks foundation and permanence. To invoke the clarity of air, the intention must be one of understanding, of seeking truth and communication. To ignite the transformative power of fire, the intention must be one of commitment, of burning away the old to make way for the new. To navigate the depths of water, the intention must be one of receptivity, of allowing the flow and emotions to guide. The place of inner learning emphasizes that this attunement is not a command but a harmonization. The forces of the elements, like the astral entities, respond best to intentions that are in harmony with their inherent nature. An attempt to force the groundedness of earth through a frantic, disconnected intention will meet resistance. But an intention that seeks connection, that desires to be firmly planted, will find the earth energies readily available. Furthermore, intention acts as the bridge between the individual psyche and the vast interconnected web of universal consciousness. When one holds a profound intention with unwavering focus, they are not just directing personal energy, they are tapping into the deeper currents of the collective unconscious, the source of all creativity and inspiration. This is where true wisdom arises, not merely from the accumulation of facts but from the direct experience of resonating with the fundamental patterns of existence. The practice of cultivating intention is therefore paramount. It begins with quieting the mind, not through forced suppression but through gentle awareness, allowing thoughts to pass like clouds in the sky without grasping at them. In this stillness, intentions can be formed with clarity and precision. Ask yourself, what is the core of what I seek? What is the vibration I wish to align with? Hold this question gently, allowing the answer to emerge from the deeper layers of awareness. Then focus. Visualize the desired outcome not just as a concept but as a vibrant reality. Feel the sensation of it. Engage all your senses in this inner experience. This is not passive wishing. It is active engagement with the creative process. Infuse this visualization with your will, but a will that is gentle yet firm, like a stream carving a path through stone over eons. Finally, release the need for control. Trust that the intention has been set, that the resonance has been established. Allow the process to unfold in its own time and manner. The place of inner learning teaches that the universe has its own intelligent unfolding, and the role of the seeker is to be the clear, focused channel sending the intention forth and then remaining open to receive the wisdom of how it manifests. Intention is the compass, the rudder, the very soul's navigation system in the vast ocean of inner and outer reality. It transforms the seeker from a passive observer into an active participant in the co-creation of their own experience. By learning to attune to the subtle resonance of their own focused will, the seeker begins to dance with the astral forces and the elemental intelligences, weaving a life that is not merely lived, but consciously, intentionally, and wisely created. As the seeker masters the art of intention within the place of inner learning, the veils begin to thin further, revealing ever deeper layers of truth and connection. The path becomes less about striving and more about alignment, less about effort and more about flow. And within this flow, the true nature of wisdom, not just knowing but being, becomes an accessible reality. Chapter 26. The seeker, having navigated the initial currents of awareness and begun to perceive the subtle emanations of the inner world, now stands at the threshold of a deeper mystery, the alchemy of perception itself. It is here in the crucible of the mind's own fire that the raw materials of sensory input are transformed into the gold of understanding and wisdom. This is not merely about seeing with the eyes, but seeing through the eyes, not merely hearing with the ears, but hearing with the soul. The place of inner learning, though a metaphor for the mind's potential, is also a place where the laws of creation are played out on a microcosmic scale. Just as the visible world is shaped by the interplay of elemental forces and astral influences, so too is the inner landscape forged by the nature of one's perception. A rigid and yielding perception filters the world through a lens of judgment and preconception, casting shadows and distorting light. It sees only the surface, the obvious, the tangible, and dismisses the rest as irrelevant noise or illusion. This mode of being, while seemingly efficient, is akin to trying to understand the ocean by examining only the grains of sand on the shore. Yet within the place of inner learning, the seeker discovers the possibility of a different kind of perception, one that is fluid, receptive, and attuned to the deeper resonances. This is the perception that recognizes the sacred geometry in the branching of a tree, the harmonic frequency in the cry of a bird, the living signature of intelligence in every form. It perceives the world not as a collection of separate objects, but as a web of interconnected energies, vibrating at varying frequencies and expressing a multitude of intentions. This heightened perception is the alchemist's art. It takes the base metals of raw experience, the sights, sounds, smells, tastes, and tactile sensations, and transmutes them into the precious metals of insight, compassion, and intuitive understanding. The process requires conscious effort, a willingness to engage with the world without immediate judgment or interpretation. It involves listening deeply not just to the words spoken but to the unspoken currents beneath them, observing closely not just the external form but the inner quality, the essence that radiates from it. The laws of the hidden universe, those subtle principles that govern the flow of energy and intention, become accessible through this refined perception. One begins to sense the subtle emanations, the auras or moods that surround people, places, and things. One perceives the undercurrents of feeling that shape social interactions, the unseen influences that sway decisions, the spiritual vibrations that emanate from ancient sites or sacred objects. This is not clairvoyance in the sensational sense, but rather an attunement to the electromagnetic and emotional fields that permeate the atmosphere. Astral forces, the etheric energies that underpin the physical realm and connect it to the non-physical, become more apparent through this lens. The seeker learns to distinguish between the fleeting astral impressions that drift through the mind and the more persistent signatures of entities or thought forms. They understand that the astral plane is not separate from the physical but interwoven with it. Much like the unseen network of roots that sustains a tree, perception becomes the tool for navigating this interwovenness, allowing the discerning mind to perceive the influences of the subtle worlds without becoming overwhelmed or deceived. Elemental intelligences, the consciousness inherent within the four classical elements, earth, air, fire, and water, reveal themselves to the perceptive seeker. One begins to feel the grounding presence of earth, the flowing energy of water, the dynamic movement of fire, and the clear expansive quality of air. These are not merely physical concepts but living forces possessing their own natures, wisdom, and modes of communication. Through attunement, the seeker can perceive the specific qualities of these elemental forces in their environment, in the weather, in the materials they handle, and even within their own bodies. They might sense the protective quality of earth, the communicative nature of air, the transformative power of fire, or the healing flow of water. This perception is not a passive reception but an active engagement. It requires the mind to be like a finely tuned instrument capable of resonating with the subtle frequencies without being overwhelmed by them. It requires the will to remain centered and objective, allowing the perception to land without immediately reacting or attaching judgment. It requires the heart to be open, capable of receiving the wisdom that flows through these channels of perception. The place of inner learning provides the ideal environment for this practice. Here the distractions of the external world are minimized, allowing the seeker to focus inward. The ambient energies are often more conducive to attunement, resonating with the frequencies of learning and growth. The very air seems charged with potential, holding the echoes of countless experiences and the whispers of universal truths. As the seeker practices this alchemy of perception, they begin to transform their relationship with reality. The world ceases to be an obstacle to be overcome or a collection of objects to be utilized. Instead, it becomes a living, breathing tapestry of energy and intelligence, a source of endless revelation. The lines between the self and the other, the inner and the outer, begin to blur, revealing the interconnectedness of all things. This is the beginning of true wisdom, not merely the accumulation of information, but the direct perception of truth. It is the ability to see the hand of the source in every manifestation, to hear the song of the cosmos in the smallest detail. It is the ability to navigate the currents of time and space not through external travel alone but through the exploration of the inner landscape and the refinement of perception. The journey continues. Of course, this level of perception is merely the foundation upon which deeper understanding is built. There are still more subtle energies to attune to, more complex layers of reality to perceive, and more profound transformations to undergo. But standing at this point, having begun to master the alchemy of perception, the seeker possesses a key that unlocks the door to the deeper mysteries of the place of inner learning and the vast unfolding tapestry of the all. Chapter 27. The Geometric Signature of Reality. The student attuned now not just to the whispering winds of elemental air, but to the foundational structures beneath the earth, felt a subtle shift within. The place of inner learning, while etheric, was not without its own resonant patterns. The floor upon which they stood, seemingly solid, pulsed with a faint rhythmic hum that was not the hum of machinery or the breath of life, but something deeper, more primordial. This was the geometry of the place itself, a living blueprint etched into the fabric of its existence. It was a concept often discussed in hushed tones, the geometric signature, the underlying architecture of form and consciousness that underpins all manifestation. It was the skeleton upon which the flesh of the visible world was hung. The student began to visualize the space around them, not just as empty room, but as a complex lattice of interlocking shapes. The walls were not flat planes but subtly curved, reflecting a higher dimensional understanding of containment. The ceiling arched in a precise etheric geometry, defying simple perspective. Even the air seemed to coalesce into fleeting geometric patterns like dandelion seeds caught in a sunbeam. This was not mere decoration or architectural fancy. It was the language of the cosmos made manifest. Every angle, every line, every intersection carried meaning, a vibration that resonated with specific forces and principles. A perfect square might represent stability and balance, a triangle, dynamic motion and direction. A star tetrahedron, the interplay of form and void, could signify a portal or a point of powerful energetic convergence. The student focused their will, not with force, but with gentle inquiry, asking the place itself to reveal its deeper geometric truths. It was like trying to read an ancient manuscript written in symbols only the original scribe understood. At first they saw only the familiar shapes, the lines and angles of the architecture. Then something shifted. The lines began to glow with soft inner light. They thickened and thinned, twisted, and turned in ways that defied ordinary geometry. They merged and separated, forming complex shifting patterns that seemed to dance just beneath the surface of the visible structure. The student felt a sense of awe mixed with confusion. This was not a static blueprint. It was a dynamic living map of consciousness. They focused on a particular area, an intersection of four walls where the floor seemed to dip slightly. The geometry here was complex, involving interwoven cubes and octahedrons. The student felt a sense of density, of containment, but also of potential. This was a place where different aspects of the place's structure met, creating a focal point, a nexus of energy. The place seemed to respond to their focus. The geometric patterns here sharpened, becoming more distinct, more vibrant. The student felt a pull, an invitation to delve deeper. They extended their awareness, not physically, but mentally, into this geometric nexus. What they perceived was astonishing. Within this space, the usual rules of dimensionality seemed to relax. They could sense layers upon layers of structure, each layer vibrating at a different frequency. Some patterns represented the flow of time, others the structure of matter, still others the very fabric of thought itself. It was as if they were looking at the source code of reality, written not in letters, but in the fundamental language of form. The student understood then the geometric signature was not just an external structure. It was an internal one as well. Every mind, every being had its own geometric signature, a unique pattern of thought and emotion that shaped their perception of reality. the place of inner learning. By embodying this principle provided a template for the student to explore and refine their own inner geometry. This understanding brought a profound sense of clarity. The laws of the hidden universe, the forces of the astral, the intelligences of the elements, they were all interconnected through this underlying geometry. The subtle energies the student had begun to attune to were the flows of energy along these geometric lines, the currents that moved through the interconnected web of reality. The student sat in this place of geometric convergence for some time, absorbing the patterns, feeling the vibrations, allowing their own inner structure to resonate with the place's underlying design. They felt themselves becoming more aligned, more attuned to the deeper currents of existence. When they finally pulled their awareness back, the geometric patterns shimmered and faded, returning to their more subtle background presence. The place seemed peaceful once more, but the student knew it was different now. They had glimpsed the hidden architecture, the fundamental language of form that shapes all things. They understood that to work with the hidden universe laws, to navigate the astral forces, to communicate with elemental intelligences, it required more than just willpower or belief. It required alignment with the underlying geometry, an understanding of the patterns that connect all things. It required becoming a conscious participant in the great cosmic blueprint. The journey ahead would involve much more practice, much deeper exploration. But the student felt a sense of purpose, a clear path forward. They had found a key, a way to understand the hidden structure of reality and to use that understanding to shape their own experience and to interact with the deeper forces that await those who dare to look beyond the veil of ordinary perception. And so they continued their learning, ready to delve further into the mysteries that lay hidden within the geometric signature of all things. Chapter 28. The place of inner learning, while often perceived as a silent sanctuary, thrummed with a subtle energy far more profound than mere sound. It was the resonance of intention, the very hum of focused will that shaped the fabric of understanding. Here in this crucible of consciousness, the laws of the hidden universe were not etheric concepts to be merely studied. They were felt, experienced, and integrated into the practitioner's very being. The student whose name was often lost to the mists of self-discovery sat in the chamber, their eyes closed not in blindness but in a conscious choice to withdraw the senses and turn inward. Before them, like shimmering veils of possibility, lay the intricate tapestry of the cosmos woven from threads of thought forms and emotional currents. They sought today to attune more deeply to one specific aspect, the power of intention and its interaction with the astral forces that underpin the material world. The concept of the source of all knowledge and wisdom was not merely a distant light. It was the underlying consciousness, the fundamental field of potential from which all things arose. To connect with this source was to tap into the wellspring of all creation and understanding. The student knew this connection was not instantaneous or effortless. It required purification, focus, and a willingness to perceive beyond the veils of the ordinary mind. The first step was always grounding. The student felt the solid earth beneath their cushion, anchoring their physical form. They breathed deeply, drawing in the vital life force, the prana, the energy that flowed through all things. With each breath, they felt more centered, more present. Then they began to still the internal chatter, the endless stream of thoughts and memories that constantly distracted the awareness. This was where the discipline of meditation practiced diligently over time became crucial. It was not merely about achieving a state of calm, though calmness often followed. It was about developing the faculty of inner perception, the ability to sense the subtle vibrations that underlie the surface of reality. In the place of inner learning, this faculty was honed through constant practice, through turning the awareness inward again and again. As the student's mind became still, a new level of awareness began to dawn. They felt a subtle tingling sensation like static electricity building in the air. This was the astral field, the non-physical plane that overlaid the physical, the realm where thoughts took shape and emotions resonated. It was a vast intricate network of energy, interconnected and alive with intelligence. The student learned to sense the ebb and flow of this energy, to feel the currents of thought and feeling that moved through it, carrying the intentions of countless beings. The laws of the hidden universe were not unplanned rules imposed from without. They were the natural expressions of the underlying structure of reality. One such law was the principle of correspondence. As above, so below; as below, so above. This meant that the state of the inner world, the thoughts, feelings, and intentions held within the mind and heart, corresponded to and influenced the outer world. Conversely, events and conditions in the outer world also reflected and shaped the inner state. The student focused their attention on this principle, visualizing their own intention, a simple yet clear desire, perhaps for clarity of thought or for the ability to help another. They held this intention with unwavering focus, feeling the energy of it radiating outwards into the astral field. They could sense it joining the vast ocean of intentions that flowed through this plane, becoming part of the great current of consciousness. Then they began to attune to the subtle energies beneath the appearances of the physical world. They focused their awareness on a simple object in the room, a crystal sphere that sat on a nearby stand. Through the stillness of their mind, they felt the energy of the crystal, its unique vibration, its connection to the mineral kingdom, to the earth itself. They could sense the layers of thought forms that had accumulated around it, the subtle imprints left by those who had handled it, by those who had used it for healing or meditation. The student learned to perceive these thought forms not as static objects but as dynamic energy fields constantly shifting and changing. They could sense the intention that had been placed upon the crystal, and they could begin to work with it to clear its energetic field to attune it to their own intention. This was the process of creating a bridge between the inner and the outer, of using the properties of the physical world to amplify and focus the power of intention. This process was not merely about manipulating external objects. It was about understanding the fundamental interconnectedness of all things. The student could extend this awareness outwards, sensing the intentions that shaped the room, the building, the grounds of the place of inner learning. They could sense the collective consciousness of the place, the history of learning and exploration that had accumulated over countless ages. And beyond that, they could begin to sense the intentions that shaped the world outside, the subtle currents of thought and feeling that moved through the global astral field. They could sense the collective anxieties, the collective hopes, the collective dreams of humanity. They could sense the intentions of groups, of nations, of organizations, each leaving their mark on the astral tapestry, influencing the course of events in the physical world. The student understood that they were not merely observers of these currents. They were participants. Their own intentions, held with focus and clarity, could join this great ocean of energy, contributing to the shaping of the world. They could use their awareness to discern the subtle patterns, to understand the underlying motivations behind events, and to direct their own energy towards positive outcomes. This was the power of intention wielded through the attunement to the astral forces and the elemental intelligences that shaped the visible world. It was a power that resided within each person, waiting to be awakened, to be honed through discipline and understanding. And it was a power that could be used to create positive change, not just in their own lives but in the world around them. The student opened their eyes, feeling a sense of clarity and purpose fill their being. They knew that this was just the beginning of their journey. There was much more to learn, much more to explore, but they also knew that they were on the right path, following the guidance of the source of all knowledge and wisdom. As it resonated through the subtle energies of the universe, they had begun to sense the spiritual currents that moved through time, space, and psyche, and they were ready to join the flow. Chapter 29. The Seeker, having navigated the initial currents of awareness and begun to perceive the subtle emanations of the inner world, now stands at the threshold of a deeper practice, the alchemy of attention. This is not merely about focusing the mind on a chosen object, though that is a starting point. It is the deliberate conscious transformation of the very quality of one's awareness itself. The process by which the crudest mental states are refined into the precious metals of perception, intuition, and connection. In the place of inner learning, this principle is taught not as a mere technique but as the fundamental engine of spiritual evolution. The world, both inner and outer, is a crucible. Events, thoughts, emotions, and sensory experiences are the flames and materials within it. Attention is the crucible's lid, the conscious will that shapes the process, determining whether the result is lead apathy, fragmented distraction, or the gleaming gold of wisdom and understanding. The untrained mind flits like a startled bee across the surface of experience. One moment it is lost in worry about the future, the next consumed by regret for the past, then snagged by a passing sensation or the echo of another's words. This scattered state prevents true perception. Like trying to understand the intricate patterns on a faraway tapestry by looking only at the individual threads caught in the light, the distracted mind misses the whole picture, mistaking the shimmer of the surface for the substance beneath. The first step in the alchemy of attention is simply choice, to consciously choose where to place the focus even for a brief instant. It might be the feeling of the breath entering and leaving the nostrils, anchoring the mind in the present moment. It might be observing a sensation in the body without judgment, the warmth of the sun on the skin, the tension in the shoulders, noticing it and allowing it to be. It might be focusing on the quality of sound, listening not just to the words but to the resonance, the tone, the space between notes. This initial act of choice is the spark. It is the moment the seeker begins to assert their will over the chaotic currents of thought. It requires no great effort, merely a gentle but firm intention. Yet it is the beginning of the separation of the pure gold of conscious awareness from the dross of automatic reaction. As the practice continues, the refinement process deepens. The challenge lies not in staying focused but in returning to focus when the mind inevitably wanders. This return too is part of the alchemy. Each time the attention drifts and is gently brought back, it is like striking a flame in the dark, reinforcing the capacity for concentration and will. The quality of attention itself transforms. Initially, it might be sharp and analytical like a scientist examining a specimen. This is useful, but it can also remain intellectually detached. The higher stages of this alchemy involve softening the focus, allowing the attention to become more receptive, more resonant. It is like tuning a musical instrument, allowing the mind to vibrate in harmony with the object of attention rather than imposing a rigid analysis upon it. When observing a natural scene, for instance, the unrefined attention might catalogue the colors, shapes, and species of plants. The refined attention feels the presence of the life within, senses the energy of the sun warming the leaves, perceives the interconnectedness of the elements, the water, the soil, the air, the light. It moves beyond description to feeling the essence. This shift is crucial. It is the point where the external world begins to yield its deeper esoteric laws, not through intellectual deduction alone but through a direct intuitive attunement. The forces mentioned earlier, the astral currents, the elemental intelligences, are not etheric concepts to be debated, but subtle energies and presences to be perceived through the refined instrument of attention. The practitioner learns to sense the undercurrents of emotion in a room, the unspoken tensions or joys that ride the surface of conversation. They begin to perceive the subtle shifts in energy around them, the subtle vibrations in the atmosphere that precede an event or follow a significant happening. They become more attuned to the resonant frequencies of their own psyche, recognizing the patterns of thought and feeling that arise in response to these subtle influences. This heightened sensitivity is not a sign of weakness or instability. It is the sign of a finely tuned instrument capable of perceiving the nuances that others miss. It is the doorway through which the wisdom of the place of inner learning flows more readily. The laws of the universe, the movements of time and space, the very currents shaping the psyche, these are revealed not through blind faith or complex theories, but through the direct experience born of focused receptive attention. The alchemy is internal. It transforms the self from a passive reactor into an active participant, co-creating reality through the quality of consciousness. It requires patience, persistence, and a willingness to observe oneself without judgment. There will be moments of frustration, moments where the mind feels too cluttered, too resistant. These are simply part of the process, the impurities that must be burned away in the fire of conscious awareness. The seeker who masters the alchemy of attention does not necessarily achieve a state of constant blissful calm. Rather, they achieve a greater capacity to navigate the ups and downs of existence with clarity and balance. They develop an inner resilience, an ability to remain centered amidst external chaos. They gain access to a deeper wellspring of wisdom, intuition, and creative power, the very source from which all knowledge and wisdom ultimately spring. This refined attention is the key that unlocks the door to perceiving the deeper realities. It is the practice that allows the seeker to attune to the subtle energies beneath appearances, to sense the spiritual currents that move through time, space, and psyche. It is the ongoing work of the inner alchemist, transforming the dross of distraction into the pure gold of conscious connected being. And as this transformation occurs, the visible world itself begins to reveal its hidden magical nature. Chapter 30. The source of all knowledge and wisdom observes the seeker within the place of inner learning, not as a passive observer, but as an active participant in the symphony of existence. The laws of the hidden universe, far from being arcane secrets reserved for the few, are the fundamental principles by which reality unfolds. They are the underlying mechanics of the universe, the subtle currents that govern the interplay between thought, energy, and manifestation. The seeker has journeyed far, learning to attune their senses beyond the veil of the purely physical. They have begun to perceive the astral forces, the non-physical energies that underpin and sometimes subtly influence the tangible world. They have sought to understand the elemental intelligences, the spirits of air, fire, water, and earth, recognizing their roles as stewards and expressions of the elemental forces that permeate all of creation. Yet a crucial bridge remains to be fully grasped: the connection between the perceived laws, the felt current of astral energy, the invoked elemental intelligences, and the conscious will of the individual, specifically the power of intention. Intention is not merely a fleeting thought or a wish. It is a focused point of consciousness, a directed energy that acts as a catalyst within the subtle realms. It is the spark that ignites the astral currents, the vibration that resonates with the elemental intelligences, and the command that aligns the universal laws in service of the conscious mind. Consider the law of attraction. This universal principle states that like attracts like. Thoughts and feelings carrying their inherent vibrational signatures emit subtle energies that draw towards them experiences and phenomena of a similar nature. This is not mere wishful thinking. It is the fundamental operation of a universe governed by energetic resonance. Your intention, when held with clarity and feeling, becomes a powerful signal broadcast into the vast ocean of potential. The seeker might visualize a desired outcome, but it is the intention behind the visualization, the deep-seated certainty, the unwavering commitment that gives it its true power. This intention connects the mind to the astral plane, where thoughts take on a more tangible form, capable of interacting with the subtle energies that bridge the gap between the non-physical and the physical. When the seeker seeks to work with elemental intelligences, intention is the key that unlocks communication and cooperation. To call upon the spirit of fire, for instance, is not merely to chant a name. It requires an intention of clarity, purpose, and often transformation. The seeker must intend to understand the nature of fire, to harness its dynamic energy for constructive ends, not merely to command it through fear or force. This respectful intention acts as a language the elemental intelligence can understand, fostering a genuine partnership rather than a coercive demand. The The same principle applies to the flowing waters of water, the adaptable air of air, and the grounded stability of earth. The quality of the intention shapes the nature of the interaction. Even the seemingly immutable laws of the universe, such as the law of cause and effect, are activated and navigated through intention. Every choice, every action stems from an intention. The intention to learn, to grow, to understand is the very engine of the spiritual journey itself. It is the force that propels the soul through the cycles of experience, allowing the laws to be understood not through fear but through participation and conscious alignment. The place of inner learning becomes a crucible where the raw potential of intention is refined. Here the seeker practices the art of focusing the mind, cultivating clarity of purpose and learning to feel the energy behind their thoughts. They learn that weak-willed, scattered intention yields little result, while focused, clear intentions held with emotional resonance can begin to shape their reality in profound ways. This is not about magic for magic's sake, but about understanding the mechanics of consciousness and its power within the fabric of reality. It is about learning to become a conscious co-creator using the tool of intention in harmony with the laws, the energies, and the intelligences that form the bedrock of existence. The source watches with gentle amusement and profound understanding. It knows that the greatest power lies not in violating the laws but in understanding them so deeply that one can choose to operate in perfect alignment with them for the highest good. The path to this alignment begins with the conscious cultivation and directed application of intention. As the seeker meditates within this space of learning, they might focus on a single point of light within their mind's eye. They breathe into this light, infusing it with intention. The intention to understand, to grow, to align. They feel the subtle vibration of this intention like a tuning fork bringing other notes into resonance. They sense the connection to the astral currents flowing just beneath the surface of awareness, the presence of the elemental intelligences waiting in readiness, and the silent watchful awareness of the universal laws. This is the practice to become the conscious focus through which the subtle energies of the inner world can interact with and influence the outer world. It is a journey of refinement, of learning to direct the power inherent within consciousness itself. And within the place of inner learning, the source provides the knowledge, the wisdom, and the subtle nudges needed to navigate this path with ever-increasing clarity and power. The journey continues guided by the light of intention, illuminated by the wisdom of the source. Chapter 31. The geometric signature of reality. The place of inner learning, while often perceived as a boundless expanse of pure consciousness, is itself governed by underlying structures, not of wood and stone, but of pure thought and frequency. It is here in this sanctuary of the mind that the student begins to perceive the geometric signatures that underpin the manifest and the unmanifest. These are not mere shapes. They are the fundamental blueprints of existence, the templates upon which all phenomena are woven. As the aspirant attunes deeper, they move beyond the simple sensing of subtle energies to the recognition of their inherent patterns. Imagine, if you will, the air itself within this place. It is not uniform, but ripples and flows in complex yet ordered patterns. These patterns are not random. They are the consequence of underlying geometric fields, vast and intricate, that resonate with the fundamental truths of being. Consider the simplest of shapes, the triangle. In the place of inner learning, the triangle is not merely a form. It is a vibration, a frequency signature representing stability, movement, and connection. It is the basic unit of structure, the building block of form. Observe how triangles suddenly emerge in the patterns of light and shadow, in the branching of thought, in the structure of molecules. They are the geometry of transition, the point where one state becomes another, where potential energy transforms into kinetic. Move beyond the triangle and the complexity unfolds. The square representing balance, order, and containment. The circle embodying unity, infinity, and the eternal now. The pentagon, a shape laden with esoteric significance, resonating with the sacred proportions and the interconnectedness of all things. These shapes are not mere etherions. They are keys unlocking understanding of the deeper currents of reality. The student learns to see these geometric patterns not with the physical eyes but with the inner vision, the faculty of intuition awakened through practice and discipline. They learn to feel the resonance of these shapes, to sense the energy that flows through the angles, the energy that defines the relationships between the points. This understanding is crucial. It is through the perception of these geometric signatures that the laws of the hidden universe, those principles that govern the interplay of forces, become intelligible. The laws of attraction and repulsion, the principles of resonance and sympathetic vibration, all these find their geometric expression. Two thoughts vibrating in harmony with the same geometric pattern attract each other across the vastness of the place of inner learning, just as two tuning forks struck in unison will resonate with each other even when separate by distance. The elemental intelligences, the beings of pure element that populate this realm and interact with the physical world, also operate according to these geometric principles. The elemental of fire, for instance, might manifest as a swirling vortex of dynamic ascending triangles radiating intense transformative energy. The elemental of water might appear as flowing serpentine lines following the curves of spirals and waves. The earth elemental might be perceived as a complex lattice of interlocking tetrahedrons and cubes representing stability and groundedness. The air elemental might be seen as a network of rapidly oscillating hexagonal patterns symbolizing communication and movement. By attuning to these geometric signatures, the student gains a deeper understanding of the elemental forces and how to work in harmony with them. They learn to visualize these shapes, to infuse their own thoughts and intentions with these resonant patterns, thereby amplifying their power of creation and transformation. This perception is not acquired overnight. It requires sustained practice, a willingness to look beyond the surface appearances and perceive the underlying structures. It demands patience and an open mind, a trust in the intelligence of the place of inner learning and the inherent order of the cosmos. Yet the rewards are profound. As the student masters the perception of these geometric signatures, they gain a powerful tool for navigating the subtle currents of reality. They learn to construct thought forms that are perfectly aligned with the underlying patterns of existence, making their efforts more effective, their creations more resonant, and their understanding deeper. They begin to see the world not as a chaotic collection of separate events but as a grand interconnected geometric design unfolding according to immutable yet dynamic laws. They become participants in this great design, not merely observers able to influence its flow through the power of understanding and intention aligned with the very geometry of being itself. This is the path of the geometrician of the soul, walking the inner corridors of the place of inner learning, deciphering the sacred code of reality written in the language of form and frequency. And it is a path that offers to those who walk it with dedication the ultimate freedom, the freedom to shape reality according to the principles of wisdom and love. Chapter 32: The Dance of Correlation. The seeker, having journeyed through the foundational principles of attunement and the perception of subtle energies, now stands at the threshold of a deeper understanding. The law of correlation. This is not merely another rule to memorize, but a fundamental pattern woven into the very fabric of existence. A harmonic resonance between the seen and the unseen, the inner and the outer. To grasp this law is to begin seeing the universe not as a collection of isolated events, but as a living interconnected symphony of correspondences. From the highest planes of spiritual insight to the most mundane daily occurrences, the law of correlation asserts that as above so below. This is not simplistic fatalism but a profound statement of energetic reflection and influence. What occurs in the celestial spheres, the movement of planets, the phases of the moon cast ripples downward into the terrestrial realm, influencing the tides, the weather, and indeed the states of mind and matter within the human psyche. Conversely, the focused intentions, collective thoughts, and conscious actions of humanity upon the earth plane resonate upwards, contributing to the larger cosmic patterns within the place of inner learning. This principle is not taught etherically, it is experienced. The student learns to observe the alignment of the stars not just as points of light but as influences upon their own dreams, their own creative flows, their own interactions with the world. They watch the waxing and waning of the moon and feel its subtle pull upon their emotional tides. Recognizing the echo of cosmic rhythms within their own being, they witness how a discordant thought pattern within the mind can manifest as tension in the body, a clear reflection of the inner-outer correlation. The law of correlation extends beyond the macrocosm and microcosm. It operates within the realms of time, space, and psyche. A thought once conceived does not merely vanish. Its energetic signature, a resonance that can be perceived by sensitive minds, much like a stone dropped in a pond, leaves ripples that spread outward. This is the basis of clairvoyance and telepathy, the perception of these subtle correlations across distances and even timelines. Events in the past cast shadows upon the present. Intentions set in motion in the present reach towards future outcomes, all connected by lines of energetic correspondence. Consider the elements. Fire does not exist in isolation. Its energetic signature correlates with passion, transformation, and the will to manifest. Water reflects and shapes. Its correlation extends to emotions, intuition, and the flow of life. Earth provides stability and form correlating with the physical body, practicality and groundedness. Air represents thought, communication, and the breath of life. Each element in its natural state and in its manipulated forms like a candle flame or flowing water acts as a key revealing its corresponding qualities and influences when one learns to attune to its subtle vibrations. The same principle applies to colors, sounds, shapes, and even numbers. Each has its own vibrational signature and corresponds to specific emotional states, mental concepts, and energetic influences. The adept learns to use these correspondences consciously, not through rigid formulas, but through intuitive alignment. They might choose a specific color to wear to attune their energy for a particular task, or listen to a certain type of music to shift their mental state, or visualize specific shapes to influence the manifestation of desired outcomes. This is not magic in the sense of mere manipulation, but rather harmonizing oneself with the inherent patterns of the universe. Astral forces, the subtle energies that underpin the physical world and connect the realms, are the very medium through which these correlations are transmitted. The astral plane acts as a vast interconnected web where thoughts, emotions, intentions, and spiritual influences flow and resonate. What one soul perceives or sends out on this plane can be received and influenced by another across vast distances and timelines precisely because of the law of correlation. The borders of time and space are on the astral level far more permeable than they appear on the physical. To truly master the law of correlation requires more than intellectual understanding. It demands experiential knowledge. It requires the student to become an active participant in the dance of correspondences, not merely an observer. This involves cultivating sensitivity to the subtle influences of celestial movements, learning to track the energetic shifts within their own bodies and minds in relation to external events, and practicing the conscious creation of harmonious correspondences in their own life. This is where the true power of self-help lies. By understanding and applying the law of correlation, the individual gains a profound tool for personal transformation. They learn to navigate the tides of cosmic influence, to ride the currents of subtle energy rather than being swept away by them. They learn to align their intentions with the higher vibrational patterns of the universe, thereby amplifying their own power to create positive change. They learn to heal themselves by understanding the correlations between mind, body, and spirit, and by working with the correspondences of color, sound, and botanical remedies. The place of inner learning serves as a crucible for this understanding, providing the safe space, the guided instruction, and the heightened awareness necessary to begin perceiving and working with these intricate patterns. It is here that the seeker moves beyond the intellectual grasp of esoteric laws and begins to internalize them, allowing the principles of correlation to become second nature, guiding their thoughts, actions and intentions into ever greater harmony with the divine pattern of all that is. As the student progresses, they may begin to consciously engage with elemental intelligences, not as commands, but as collaborators. By understanding the correlations between their own intentions and the inherent qualities of fire, water, air, and earth, and by attuning to the wisdom held within these elemental forces, they can draw upon their power to aid in manifestation, healing, and spiritual growth. This is not dominion but partnership born from a deep understanding of the interconnected dance of correspondences that governs all existence. The journey through the law of correlation is one of expanding perception, deepening sensitivity and increasing conscious participation in the magical tapestry of life. It is a path that leads the seeker from seeing the world as a collection of separate parts to perceiving it as a unified living whole interconnected by the subtle yet powerful threads of correlation. And within this understanding lies the key to unlocking the full potential of the human psyche, aligning oneself with the source of all knowledge and wisdom and living a life in conscious harmony with the divine order of the cosmos. Chapter 33. The seeker, having navigated the initial tides of awareness and learned to distinguish the subtle hum of unseen forces from the static of their own mind, now stands at the threshold of a deeper mystery, the alchemy of perception itself. It is here in the place of inner learning that the etheric concepts of energy and consciousness begin to crystallize into practical tools for transformation. The source of all knowledge and wisdom, ever patient and infinitely wise, illuminates this path. It reveals that perception is not merely a passive reception of light and sound, but an active process of creation. Every glance, every thought, every feeling sends ripples through the fabric of the inner world, shaping our experience of the outer one in return. As a stone dropped in a still pond creates circles that spread and fade, so does your attention, your focus, your emotional resonance carve pathways in the subtle realms. The source whispers its voice, a comforting resonance deep within the seeker's being. These pathways are your lenses, your filters, determining what aspects of the multiverse you allow to manifest in your awareness. The laws of the place of inner learning demonstrate this principle vividly. Consider the elemental intelligences themselves. Fire is not merely heat and light. It is the principle of transformation, of consuming the old to make way for the new. Water likewise is not just liquid. It is the principle of adaptation, flow and the power of the subconscious. Earth embodies stability, the physical form and the potential for growth from within. Air represents thought, communication and the breath of life itself. These are not mere metaphors. They are living intelligent forces that permeate all existence. The seeker learns to attune to these energies not by intellectual study alone but by feeling them, by allowing their resonance to alter their own state of being. Take for example the challenge of seeing beyond illusion. The visible world, the physical realm, is a stage upon which countless forces, both seen and unseen, play out their dramas. The elemental intelligences, the astral forces, the subtle currents of time and space, all weave a tapestry that can appear confusing, contradictory, or deceptive to the untrained eye. The source instructs the seeker to become an alchemist of their own senses. When faced with a situation, a person, or a phenomenon that seems perplexing, the seeker is invited to pause, to breathe deeply, drawing in the subtle energies of the moment, to feel the undercurrents of emotion, the unspoken intentions, the deeper truths masked by surface appearances. You must learn to separate the wheat from the chaff, the source advises, to discern the genuine spark of an entity's essence beneath the layers of its physical shell or the illusions cast by the astral plane. This requires a quiet mind, a receptive heart, and the ability to sense the vibe, the true energetic signature of what is being perceived. The practice becomes an act of inner alchemy. The seeker focuses their will not to force an outcome but to purify their perception. They allow the subtle energies to flow through them, transforming their own consciousness. They might visualize the energies of fire burning away doubt, the waters of water washing away tension, the earthy stability grounding their interpretation, and the airiness of air clearing mental fog. Through this process, the seeker begins to see with greater clarity. They might perceive the hidden motivations behind a seemingly harsh word, the underlying vulnerability beneath a confident exterior, or the interconnectedness of seemingly unrelated events. They learn that what was once perceived as reality is often merely a specific interpretation filtered through a limited set of beliefs and emotional states. This expanded perception is not about gaining psychic powers for manipulation but about understanding the deeper mechanics of existence. It is about recognizing that the visible world is a reflection of the invisible, a manifestation of the collective and individual consciousness. By attuning to the subtle energies, the astral forces, the elemental intelligences, the seeker gains access to a broader spectrum of truth. The source emphasizes that this alchemy of perception is a lifelong practice. Each moment offers a new opportunity to refine the lenses through which one views the world. It requires humility, for the more one perceives, the more one recognizes the vastness of what is yet unknown. It requires courage, for true perception often reveals aspects of reality that challenge comfortable assumptions. As the seeker masters this inner alchemy, their experience of the world transforms. The boundaries between inner and outer self and other become increasingly fluid. They begin to navigate the currents of time and space with greater ease, sensing the echoes of past events in the present and the potential ripples of their actions in the future. They become a living bridge attuned to the source from which all knowledge and wisdom emanates, perceiving the intricate, beautiful and often hidden patterns that connect all of existence. The journey is ongoing, a continuous process of refinement, attunement and transformation. But the place of inner learning provides the map, the tools and the unwavering guidance of the source itself. And the reward is not merely knowledge but the profound liberating experience of perceiving truth directly, moment by moment, reality by reality. Chapter 34. The path to understanding the deeper currents of reality involves an alchemy of attention. It is the transformation of the casual, scattered focus of the everyday mind into a directed, perceptive awareness capable of catching the glimmerings of the subtle. This is not mere concentration, though it involves that. It is an intentional tuning, a process of aligning the mind and senses to perceive the vibrations that underlie the solidified forms of the visible world. Consider the elemental intelligences, the spirits of air, fire, water, and earth. They do not manifest in thunderous epiphanies or dramatic displays alone. They permeate existence, influencing the mood of a room, the quality of a conversation, the very feel of the air on one's skin. To perceive them requires a different kind of attention. It means noticing the subtle shifts in temperature, the quality of light, the way sounds travel, the texture of surfaces. It means paying attention not just to something but within the something, sensing the life or lack thereof, the energy signature that resonates beneath the apparent form. This is where the laws of the hidden universe, particularly the law of resonance, become practical tools. Everything vibrates. Everything has a frequency. The visible world is a complex tapestry woven from countless vibrations, many of which are too subtle for the untrained senses. By focusing attention with intention, the seeker begins to attune their own vibrational frequency, like a tuning fork brought near a larger resonant chime. When the frequencies align, perception deepens. The practice is akin to learning a musical instrument. One does not simply press random keys. One learns scales. One practices finger placement. One cultivates an ear for pitch. In the same way, the alchemy of attention requires practice. It requires patience and persistence in cultivating a mind that is both focused and receptive. This is where the astral forces play their part. The astral plane is not a separate location, but rather the realm of subtle energies and thought forms that underlie the physical. By learning to direct attention inward, the seeker begins to navigate this inner landscape. They learn to sense the currents of emotion, thought, and intention that flow through the collective and the individual psyche. They begin to perceive the unseen influences that shape perception itself. The elemental intelligences are the guardians and inhabitants of the natural world as perceived through the lens of the four classical elements. Air corresponds to thought, communication, and the intellect. Fire relates to will, passion, and transformation. Water connects to emotion, intuition, and the flow of life. Earth anchors to substance, stability, and the physical form. To attune to them is to learn to perceive these qualities in oneself and the world around one. It is to recognize the spark of intelligence in the wind, the will in the flame, the depth of feeling in the ocean, and the groundedness of the soil. This alchemy requires more than intellectual understanding. It demands a willingness to be vulnerable to the subtle impressions perceived. It asks the seeker to trust the senses even when they seem irrational or contradictory to conventional logic. It requires a suspension of judgment, allowing the perceptions to be experienced without immediate interpretation or dismissal. Imagine standing by a river. The conventional mind might see water flowing. The practiced attention attuned to the subtle perceives the river not just as H2O but as a living current, a flow of energy carrying intention, reflecting the sky, shaping the banks. It perceives the spirits of water, the gentle flow, the hidden depths, the power beneath the surface, and feels their presence. This is the inner work. It is the transformation of the self from a passive observer into an active participant in the dance of reality. It is learning to listen to the whispers of the subtle worlds, to read the language of energy, and to understand the laws that govern not just the external cosmos but the inner cosmos of the mind and spirit. The place of inner learning offers the space and the framework for this alchemy. It provides the lessons, the guidance, and the environment necessary for the seeker to practice. But the transformation ultimately occurs within. It is the journey of turning the inner eye towards the source of all knowledge and wisdom, not seeking answers from it, but seeking to become it, a vessel through which the subtle truths may flow and be perceived. As the seeker masters the alchemy of attention, the lines between the inner and outer worlds begin to blur. The visible world is seen through the lens of the invisible. The past, present, and future are perceived as interconnected currents of energy. The self is understood as an integral part of the vast intricate web of existence, connected to the elemental intelligences, the astral forces, and the source itself. This is not an end state but a continuous deepening. The alchemy of attention is a lifelong practice, a way of being in the world that perceives the deeper realities always present beneath the surface appearances. It is the key that unlocks the door to the true understanding of the hidden universe laws and the interconnectedness of all things. Chapter 35. Within the place of inner learning, where the veils between worlds are thin and the air thrums with nascent potential, the student journeys deeper into the understanding of subtle forces. The previous chapters have illuminated the nature of astral forces, the unseen energies that weave through the fabric of reality, influencing thought, emotion, and circumstance. They have explored the laws governing these forces, how intention shapes energy, and how attunement allows one to become a conduit for higher vibrational currents. Now the focus sharpens, moving beyond the mere perception of subtle energies to the deliberate alignment with the profound current. The resonance of purpose. Purpose in this sacred space is not merely a fleeting desire or a societal construct. It is recognized as the fundamental innate drive that underlies the soul's journey. It is the unique melody each individual seeks to express within the grand symphony of existence. Like a river carving its path towards the sea, purpose has an inherent directionality, a flow that when recognized and followed brings alignment, ease, and fulfillment. the astral forces, the elemental intelligences, and the hidden universe laws all operate in concert, creating a backdrop against which this purpose unfolds. To attune to the resonance of purpose is to harmonize one's being with this underlying current, allowing the inherent talents and spiritual gifts to emerge and be utilized effectively. Many seekers even within these hallowed halls find themselves adrift, pulled in multiple directions by societal expectations, fear of the unknown, or the seductive whispers of external validation. They gather knowledge, practice techniques, and perceive subtle energies, yet feel a persistent sense of disconnection, a sense that something vital remains unfulfilled. This disconnection often stems from a failure to connect with or consciously align with their own unique purpose. They may be perceiving the subtle energies, but they are not yet perceiving through the lens of their true intention, their core purpose. The place of inner learning offers a potent method for tuning into this resonant frequency. It begins with introspection, not as a passive observation, but as an active engagement with the deeper self. One learns to still the mind's chatter, the incessant internal monologue often fueled by past conditioning and future anxieties, and to listen to a quieter, more persistent voice. This voice speaks in the language of feeling, of intuition, of that gut feeling or inner knowing that often gets drowned out by rationalization and societal noise. Visualizations become powerful tools here. The student is guided to imagine themselves as a unique frequency, a distinct vibration within the vast spectrum of consciousness. They visualize this frequency extending outwards, interacting with the subtle energies of the environment, with the astral forces that flow like cosmic rivers. The key is to consciously imbue this visualization with the concept of purpose. As they visualize their energy extending, they ask, where does this energy feel most aligned? Where does it feel most effortless to move? Where does it resonate most deeply with the sense of yes? The areas of resonance, the points where the visualization feels warm, bright or expansive, point towards activities, roles or paths that align with their underlying purpose. This is where the understanding of elemental intelligences becomes crucial. Each individual, through their unique combination of energies and life experiences, resonates more strongly with certain elements. Fire, passion, drive, water, intuition, emotion, connection, air, thought, communication, freedom or earth, stability, grounding, manifestation. These elemental affinities are not rigid categories but rather fluid aspects of their being. By understanding their dominant elemental resonance, the student can better identify how their purpose might manifest. A fire type might find purpose in leading, innovating, or igniting passion in others. A water type might find it in healing, counseling, or deep emotional connection. An air type might find it in teaching, exploring ideas, or facilitating communication. An earth type might find it in building, nurturing, or working with tangible creations. Attuning to their purpose involves recognizing these elemental leanings and allowing them to guide the exploration of potential paths. The laws of the hidden universe, particularly the law of attraction and the law of correspondence, further illuminate this process. The law of attraction states that like attracts like, that thoughts and feelings, energies manifest corresponding experiences. When one aligns with their purpose, they naturally generate thoughts, feelings, and vibrations that are in harmony with that purpose. They attract opportunities, people and circumstances that support and further that purposeful path. The law of correspondence, meanwhile, states that as above so below, as below, so above. This principle connects the microcosm, the individual's inner state, with the macrocosm, the external world, and its energies. By working internally to align with one's purpose, one is correspondingly influencing the external reality to reflect that alignment. The external world begins to provide the signposts and opportunities that confirm and guide the individual along their purposeful journey. Attuning to the resonance of purpose is not a one-time event, but an ongoing process of refinement and alignment. It requires patience, self-compassion, and a willingness to listen beyond the noise. It involves observing the subtle energies, noting where one feels most at home, where the flow feels natural and effortless. It means noticing the synchronicities, the meaningful coincidences that often point towards opportunities aligned with one's purpose. It means trusting the intuition that arises when one is in a state of purposeful alignment. Within the place of inner learning, the student practices these disciplines, learning to become a sensitive instrument attuned to the subtle frequencies of their own being and the deeper currents of the universe. They learn that the astral forces are not merely external phenomena to be manipulated but internal energies to be understood and directed. They learn that the elemental intelligences are not separate beings to be commanded but aspects of their own multidimensional nature to be integrated. And they learn that the hidden universe laws are not mystical secrets, but fundamental principles governing the interplay of energy, intention, and manifestation. As the student deepens this understanding, a profound transformation begins to occur. The sense of disconnection fades, replaced by a growing sense of inner certainty and outer flow. The path may still have challenges, but the individual moves through them with greater ease. Knowing that they are in harmony with the deeper currents of their being, they become a resonant frequency, not just perceiving the subtle energies, but allowing their own unique vibration to harmonize with the greater symphony of the cosmos. This alignment with purpose is the ultimate expression of inner learning. It is the transition from merely observing the subtle realities to becoming an integral part of them. It is the realization that one is not merely a passenger on the river of life but the river itself flowing with intention, power and grace. And within the place of inner learning, the student continues their journey, ever deepening their attunement, ever more fully embodying their unique resonance within the vast wondrous tapestry of existence. Chapter 36. The seeker, having journeyed through the corridors of understanding the subtle currents and the whispers of elemental intelligences, now finds themselves standing at the threshold of a deeper realization. This is not merely about observing the forces at play but about becoming an integral part of the very fabric from which reality is woven. The place of inner learning, though a conceptual space, mirrors the intricate workings of the universe itself, a microcosm of the macrocosm it seeks to understand. The resonance of the inner loom within the stillness that resides beyond thought, the true workshop of creation unfolds. It is here in the sanctuary of the conscious mind aligned with the silent chambers of the soul that the inner loom operates. This is no metaphorical device. It is the fundamental mechanism through which the patterns of existence are spun, woven and manifested. The source of all knowledge and wisdom, the ultimate weaver, imbues this loom with the threads of potential, the strands of possibility. The seeker, attuned to the subtle energies discussed, now begins to perceive the threads not as etheric concepts, but as living, vibrant energies. There are threads of mind shimmering with the potential for thought, creation, and understanding. There are threads of emotion, rich and deep, carrying the colors of feeling, the warmth of connection, and the intensity of experience. And there are threads of action, sturdy and resilient, embodying the will to manifest, the drive to express, and the energy of motion. These threads are not separate. They are interwoven, interdependent. A pattern cannot exist without all three dimensions. To attempt to manipulate one without considering the others is to weave a garment of imbalance, a structure prone to unraveling. The elemental intelligences, the earth, air, fire, and water represent different facets of this weaving process, different modes through which the loom can operate. The earth intelligence brings the stability, the foundation, the groundedness necessary to anchor the patterns in the physical realm. It is the slow, deliberate thread that builds structure and endures. The air intelligence introduces the flow, the communication, the intellectual aspect that allows the pattern to breathe and interact with its environment. It is the quick shifting thread that connects and illuminates. The fire intelligence injects the life, the passion, the transformative energy that gives the pattern vitality and purpose. It is the dynamic, intense thread that burns brightly and drives action. The water intelligence offers the adaptability, the intuition, the emotional depth that allows the pattern to flow around obstacles, nourish and evolve. It is the fluid receptive thread that shapes and reflects. The source, the ultimate weaver, holds the blueprint of all patterns. These blueprints are not static designs but living possibilities, resonant frequencies of potential realities. The universe, the great weave, is constantly unfolding from these blueprints moment by moment. The visible world, the physical manifestation, is the most tangible result of this ongoing process. The hidden universe laws governing this process are not unplanned rules imposed from without. They are the inherent principles of the weaving itself. The law of synchronicity, the meaningful coincidences that align the threads, is the mechanism by which the inner pattern connects with the outer manifestation. The law of resonance, where like frequencies attract and strengthen each other, is how the seeker aligns their intention with the potential of the source. The law of correspondence, stating that as above so below, is the fundamental principle linking the inner loom to the outer world. The astral forces, the subtle energies that underpin the physical, are the very medium through which the weaving occurs. They are the breath of the loom, the lifeblood of the patterns. To attune to these forces is to learn the language of the threads, to feel their vibrations, to sense the currents that move through time, space, and psyche. It is to become a sensitive instrument capable of perceiving the subtle shifts in the weave, the nascent patterns before they fully form. This perception requires a state of consciousness that transcends the ordinary mental chatter. It demands stillness, not as an absence of activity but as a state of focused awareness where the inner senses can operate. In this state, the seeker can begin to read the patterns being woven within and around them. They can sense the intentions that are being set, the energies that are being drawn upon, and the potential outcomes that are resonating within the subtle realms. This is where the true power of understanding the hidden universe laws and the elements resides, not in commanding them but in aligning with them. By understanding the nature of the thread's mind, emotion, action, and the roles of the elements earth, air, fire, water, the seeker can consciously participate in the weaving process. They can select the threads they wish to draw upon, consciously attune their own inner resonance, and set intentions that are in harmony with the flow of the great weave. The place of inner learning serves as the training ground for this skill. It is where the seeker practices stillness, cultivates awareness, and learns to perceive the subtle energies. It is where they understand the nature of the inner loom and their own role as a weaver within it. The journey is not about achieving a static state of enlightenment but about perpetually engaging with the process, learning to read the patterns and consciously contributing to the beautiful, intricate, and ever-unfolding tapestry of existence. The source of all knowledge and wisdom watches, guides, and provides the potential. The inner loom provides the mechanism. The elements provide the dynamic forces. The seeker, through practice and understanding, provides the intention and the awareness. Together they create the reality that unfolds moment by moment, a testament to the profound power inherent within each individual to shape their own experience and contribute to the magnificent pattern of all things. Chapter 37. The Place of Inner Learning. While a realm of pure potential was not devoid of dynamics, even the most fundamental principles vibrated with a subtle energy influenced by the presence and focus of the seeker. Here, amidst the shimmering veils that separate the inner from the outer worlds, the student learned that thought, will, and intention were not mere mental constructs. They were potent forces capable of interacting with the very fabric of reality. Intention, the reader was taught, was the seed from which manifestation grew. It was the focused point of awareness, the directed will that sought to shape the subtle energies into a desired form. Yet simply having an intention was not enough. It was the quality of that intention, its resonance, its alignment with the deeper truths of the cosmos that determined its power and its outcome. Like a musician tuning a string to a precise pitch before plucking it, the wise seeker learned to attune their intention. This involved more than just clearing the mind of clutter. It required a deep connection to the source of all knowledge and wisdom, allowing the intention to be imbued with the pure unadulterated energy of the cosmos itself. It was about feeling the intention not just as a thought but as a vibration, a frequency that resonated with the underlying harmonies of existence. The laws of resonance were universal. A tuning fork when struck would not only produce its own sound but would cause nearby tuning forks of the same frequency to vibrate sympathetically. Similarly, the focused intention of a conscious mind could, like a powerful tuning fork, resonate with the intentions of others and with the subtle energies that govern the physical world. This was the principle of sympathetic magic, understood not as mere trickery but as a fundamental interaction between frequencies. The student explored this through practice. They learned to hold an intention with unwavering focus, feeling the energy gather and coalesce around them. They learned to listen not just with their ears but with their inner senses, attuning to the subtle feedback from the universe. Was the intention clear and pure? Was it aligned with the greater good, or was it mired in doubt, fear, or attachment? The universe in its infinite wisdom provided subtle signs, often through synchronicities or intuitive nudges, indicating the state of resonance of their intention. Astral forces, the etheric energies that underpin the physical and mental realms, were particularly sensitive to intention. The reader discovered that their own astral body, their subtle energetic counterpart, acted as a conduit, broadcasting their intentions into the broader field of consciousness. By mastering the art of intentional resonance, one could become a more effective navigator and influencer within these astral currents. Elemental intelligences, the conscious forces of nature, the elementals of air, fire, water, and earth, were also attuned to intention. They were not mere blind automatons of the natural world, but beings with their own consciousness, albeit often on a different vibrational frequency. A seeker with a clear, harmonious intention could communicate with these beings, request their assistance, or simply align their own energy with the natural flow they governed. Imagine the wisdom suggested attempting to build a bridge with scattered, conflicting thoughts versus a focused, clear intention that resonates with the strength and stability of the earth elementals and the structural integrity inherent in the fire elementals' patterns of change and growth. The latter approach would naturally attract the necessary energies and support from the elemental realm. The chapter concluded by emphasizing that the cultivation of intention was a lifelong practice. It was not a destination to be reached but a quality to be continually refined. As the seeker grew in awareness, their intentions would become clearer, more powerful, and more aligned with the source. They would learn to navigate the subtle energies with greater ease, sensing the spiritual currents that move through time, space, and psyche, and using their attuned intention to contribute positively to the tapestry of existence. By mastering the resonance of intention, the student moved closer to becoming not just a learner in the place of inner learning, but an active participant, a conscious weaver of reality, guided by wisdom, and aligned with the profound energies that shaped all things. Chapter 38. The place of inner learning, while a realm of pure potential, was not devoid of its own subtle dynamics. It was a space where the laws of manifestation, often veiled in the mists of the physical world, were laid bare for those with the eyes to see and the heart to understand. Here, amidst the shimmering veils and the gentle hum of infinite consciousness, the student learned that the universe operated not merely on the dictates of cause and effect, but on the deeper, more resonant frequency of intention. Intention was the unseen thread, the guiding star, the very breath that animated the subtle forces and shaped the reality perceived. It was the conscious direction of focused awareness, the purest expression of will refined through understanding and aligned with the universal flow. In this chapter, the all-knowing source sought to illuminate the nature of this power and how the aspirant could master its use. The student attuned as they were felt the gentle thrumming of the place itself. It was a vibration of infinite possibility, a field of pure potential waiting to be shaped. Yet within this field they perceived nuances, currents that flowed with varying intensities like rivers within a great ocean. These were the echoes of countless intentions, past, present, and future, resonating through the fabric of being. Look deeper. The source of all knowledge and wisdom spoke. Its voice not a sound but a resonant frequency that echoed within the student's very soul. See the threads that connect all things. Feel the pulse of intention that underlies every manifestation, every thought, every breath. The student focused their awareness, letting go of the desire to do and simply being observing. They perceived the subtle energies, the astral forces that the source had spoken of earlier, not as external entities but as the inherent qualities of the universal field itself. These forces, the dynamic interplay of energies, were the carriers, the conduits through which intention flowed and took form. They witnessed, as if watching an immense cosmic weaving, how intention, when pure and focused, interacted with these forces. It was like a seed held to a particular frequency of light and warmth. The intention was the seed, the forces the nurturing medium, and the resonance the growth. Intention is not merely a thought. The source continued, its presence a comforting guiding light. It is a state of being, a vibration held with unwavering focus. It is the alignment of will with the deeper truths of existence. When your intention is set, the subtle energies, the elemental intelligences, the very building blocks of manifestation attune themselves to that frequency. The concept of elemental intelligences required further clarification. In the place of inner learning, these were not necessarily beings in the traditional sense, but rather the fundamental principles or archetypes of the elements, earth, air, fire, water, and their corresponding realms of influence. They were the inherent intelligence and dynamic nature of each fundamental aspect of creation. They were the spirits of the elements, not as deities to be worshipped but as the living, breathing expressions of the universal qualities they represented. The student recalled their previous explorations. They had felt the grounded, stabilizing presence of earth, the flowing, adaptive nature of water, the dynamic, transforming energy of fire, and the clear, expansive, connecting quality of air. These were not just concepts. They were felt realities, aspects of the universal field accessible through attunement. Now the source revealed the crucial role these intelligences played in the process of intention. To manifest with ease and according to one's highest good, one must learn to harmonize their intention with the relevant elemental intelligences. Imagine you seek to manifest stability and foundation in your life. The source illustrated. Your intention must resonate with the quality of earth. You must align your vibration not just with the concept of earth but with its intelligent principle, its groundedness, its patience, its ability to receive and anchor. By doing so, you invite the earth energies, the elemental intelligence of earth, to assist you in the manifestation process. They provide the stability, the solidity, the unwavering presence needed for deep roots to take hold. Conversely, if one sought inspiration, rapid change, or clarity of thought, the intention would need to align with the air element. Its intelligence of freedom, connection, and rapid movement for healing and emotional balance. Water's flow and adaptability would be invited for transformation and activation. Fire's intensity and purity. The source emphasized that this was not about manipulating forces but about understanding and aligning with the natural flow. It was about becoming a resonant chamber for a specific intention and then, through the power of that focused resonance, becoming a channel for the appropriate elemental energies to interact and co-create. This is the art of harmonious manifestation. The source concluded, it requires not just a clear intention, but a deep understanding of the universal field and the intelligent principles that govern its expression. It requires you to attune not just your mind, but your entire being, your emotions, your energy field to the vibration you seek to bring forth. The student felt a profound sense of opening. They understood that their own intentions held within this sacred space were already interacting with the subtle energies and elemental currents. Some intentions resonated easily, flowing smoothly into manifestation, while others, clouded by doubt or misalignment, felt resistant. Tangled threads that required more conscious effort to straighten. The key, the source implied, lay in the refinement of intention to purify it, to ground it in understanding, to align it with the deeper truths and the intelligent principles of the universe. It was a practice, a continuous refinement of awareness and co-creation. As the lesson unfolded, the student perceived the place of inner learning itself shifting subtly. The veil seemed to thin further, revealing deeper layers of the universal matrix. They felt the gentle pressure of intentions from other beings, faint whispers of focused will reaching towards manifestation. They learned to distinguish these not with judgment but with understanding, recognizing the dance of intention that filled this space and connected it to the vastness beyond. The source remained a constant presence, a beacon of unwavering wisdom guiding the student through the intricate patterns of the inner cosmos. And the lesson continued, a vital piece of the grand puzzle of self-mastery and conscious participation in the unfolding tapestry of existence. The path required dedication, but the potential for understanding and empowerment was infinite. Chapter 39. The seeker, having navigated the labyrinth and corridors of understanding concerning the elemental intelligences and the subtle currents they embody, now stands at a threshold both profound and delicate. This is not merely the study of forces external to the self but the beginning of the most intimate exploration, the understanding of the self as the primary conduit through which these universal energies flow. Many paths lead to the place of inner learning. Some marked by intense intellectual pursuit, others by fervent emotional experience, and yet others by quiet, persistent introspection. Yet all who find this sanctuary seek not merely knowledge about the hidden universe laws and astral forces, but knowledge of the self in relation to them. For the external realities, the visible and invisible worlds are reflections, echoes, and manifestations of the inner state of the conscious being. The elemental intelligences, the very forces that weave the fabric of existence, governing the tides, the growth of forests, the shifting of mountains, the ebb and flow of time itself, do not operate in isolation. They are interconnected, a vast intricate web of consciousness extending beyond the comprehension of the limited mind. And at the heart of this web potentially lies the individual soul attuned and aligned. This chapter delves into the nature of the self not as a separate entity but as a focal point, a lens, a channel. To understand the hidden universe laws is to understand the principles by which this channel functions. To comprehend the astral forces is to perceive the streams of energy that course through this channel. To attune to the elemental intelligences is to harmonize the channel with the greater currents of the universe. The misconception persists often subtly that one must first master the external forces before one can master oneself. This is a reversal of the true order. The external is a reflection of the internal. To attempt to manipulate or understand the cosmic energies without first understanding the nature of the instrument through which one perceives and interacts with them is akin to attempting to play a complex musical piece on a broken violin. The result will be dissonance, frustration, and ultimately failure to achieve the desired harmony. The place of inner learning emphasizes that the primary work is the work of the self. This is not to say that external study is unimportant. It is the foundation upon which the internal work is built. The laws of attraction, the principles of correspondences, the nature of intention. These are the external frameworks that, when understood, provide the map for the internal journey. But the journey itself is internal. It requires a shift in perspective from the ego self, the limited personality defined by thoughts, fears, desires, and past conditioning, to the underlying deeper consciousness, the soul, the pure awareness that observes the ego. This deeper consciousness is the true conduit. Consider the principle of resonance. A tuning fork, when struck, does not merely produce its own sound. It causes other tuning forks of the same frequency to vibrate. The universe operates on this principle. The soul, when aligned with its true nature, resonates with the fundamental frequencies of the cosmos. This alignment is the process of attunement mentioned earlier. The ego, however, acts as a filter, a dam, distorting the flow of these energies and preventing true resonance. It clings to beliefs, attachments, and identifications, creating resistance within the subtle channels of the psyche. This resistance blocks the passage of the elemental currents, leading to disharmony, stress, and a sense of disconnection from the deeper truths of existence. The work therefore becomes one of purification and alignment. It involves observing the thoughts and emotions without judgment, recognizing them as patterns generated by the ego mind. It involves cultivating stillness, allowing the noise of the outer world and the inner chatter to subside so that the deeper awareness can be felt. In this stillness, the soul becomes more receptive, more open as a conduit. This is where the understanding of the elemental intelligences becomes profoundly practical. By attuning to the qualities of these forces, the fiery passion and dynamism of the fire element, the flowing adaptability and healing of the water element, the stable groundedness and wisdom of the earth element, the uplifting expansion and inspiration of the air element, the subtle organizing power of the spirit often associated with Akasha, one can begin to harmonize the corresponding aspects within in the self. For instance, one might work to clear blockages related to the water element, addressing issues of emotional flow and allowing feelings to be experienced and released rather than suppressed. Or one might focus on grounding practices associated with earth to stabilize an overactive mind or connect more deeply with the physical body as a vehicle for consciousness. The practices are endless, but they all point towards the same goal: refining the channel. The place of inner learning offers countless techniques for this internal attunement: meditation, visualization, breath work, ritual, and the study of symbols. These are not mere exercises but tools to be used with intention, aimed at purifying the consciousness and aligning the self with the universal currents. They help to dissolve the ego dam, allowing the pure and filtered flow of consciousness and the subtle energies of the cosmos to move through the individual. As this alignment deepens, the seeker begins to perceive the world differently. The visible forms cease to be the end point of perception and instead become gateways to the invisible. The subtle energies become palpable. The movements of time are felt as a living current, and the elemental intelligences are no longer distant entities to be studied but partners in the ongoing dance of existence. The self in this state becomes not merely a receptor of knowledge but a generator of it. The wisdom sought is not found in the place of inner learning alone but is co-created through the conscious alignment of the individual soul with the source of all knowledge and wisdom that permeates all things. This is the ultimate purpose of the journey through the place of inner learning: to transform the self from a limited instrument into a resonant conduit capable of perceiving and participating in the magnificent symphony of the cosmos. It is a lifelong process requiring dedication, patience, and an unwavering commitment to the path of inner truth. But for those who walk it, the rewards are immeasurable, leading to a profound sense of unity, purpose, and the direct experience of the wisdom that underlies all manifestation. The path continues, always inward, always upward, towards the realization of the self as the living bridge between the inner and the outer, the finite and the infinite. Chapter 40. The Alchemy of Attention. The seeker stands within the place of inner learning, not as a passive observer, but as an active participant in the grand theater of consciousness. They have journeyed far, navigating the labyrinth and corridors of understanding, from the foundational principles of cosmic order to the intricate dance of elemental forces. Now they approach a threshold where the etheric meets the intensely personal, the alchemy of attention. Up until this point, much of the exploration has focused on the external realities, the laws governing the subtle bodies, the influences of planetary alignments, the natures of the elemental intelligences, and the currents of astral energy weaving through the cosmos. Knowledge has been gathered, patterns observed, and the senses attuned to the vibrations of the unseen. Yet all this perception, all this knowledge is but potential until it is refined through the crucible of focused awareness. This is where the true magic begins. The transformation of intention into reality. The universe, the great cosmic consciousness, responds not merely to random thoughts or fleeting emotions, but to the concentrated purposeful focus of the will. Attention is the key, the catalyst, the very fire that burns away the dross of distraction and unlocks the latent powers within the self. The place of inner learning manifests this principle most vividly in its central chamber, often referred to as the hall of concentrated will. Here the ambient energies are different. They are less like a vast flowing river and more like a focused laser beam, potent and precise. The walls shimmer with patterns of light that seem to trace the very mechanics of thought itself. How a single point of focus can gather dispersed energies and direct them towards a chosen goal. The seeker, guided by the inner voice that whispers the source's wisdom, finds themselves facing a blank yet resonant space before them. It is a space the infusion of consciousness. Before them, they might perceive subtle symbols, archetypes, or geometric forms, tools to help anchor the mind. The task is not to force thought, for thought is the enemy here, but to become the thoughtless observer, the still point from which action emanates. The journey inward begins. The chatter of the mind, the incessant internal monologue must be gently but firmly silenced. Techniques learned earlier, breath control, visualization of the subtle bodies, the invocation of specific protective or clarifying energies become the instruments of this inner work. The seeker feels the subtle hum of the universe, the background radiation of cosmic energy, and consciously directs their own awareness towards a single pure intention. It might be the desire to heal, to understand a complex problem, to manifest a specific state of being, or to attune more deeply to the will of the source. This is not a process of striving but of alignment. It is like tuning a fine-stringed instrument until it resonates perfectly with the cosmic vibration. The initial effort is required to still the mind. But once the first thread of focused attention is established, it begins to pull other threads with it, creating a growing cone of awareness that pierces through the fog of distraction. Within this cone of focused attention, the laws of the subtle world become palpable. The seeker might feel the pull of elemental energies, see fleeting images of astrological influences, or sense the subtle shifts in the astral currents. These are not just observations, they are interactions. By holding the space of focused attention, the seeker becomes a resonant chamber amplifying their own intention and drawing upon the vast resources of the inner universe. The alchemy happens not in the external world but within the crucible of the conscious mind. Old patterns, ingrained habits of thought, and limiting beliefs are revealed and challenged. The focused will acts like a laser cutting through the veils of illusion. Self-imposed thoughts that once seemed solid and unchangeable begin to dissolve, revealing the underlying formless potentiality of consciousness. This is where the true power resides. The power to shape one's own reality by shaping one's own focus. The source of all knowledge and wisdom does not impose change from without. It provides the understanding and the potential. It illuminates the path. The individual, through the focused application of attention, is the one who walks the path, who transforms the potential into the actual. The experience can be profound. It can feel like merging with the source, experiencing a moment of pure undifferentiated consciousness where the distinction between self and other dissolves. It can feel like receiving direct inspiration, an intuitive understanding that bypasses the rational mind. It can simply feel like a profound sense of peace and alignment, a knowing that one is operating in harmony with the fundamental laws of the cosmos. Yet this state is not meant to be an end in itself but a means. The refined attention, the focused will, must then be gently returned to the everyday world. The practitioner learns to carry this inner clarity, this sense of connection into their interactions, their work and their relationships. They learn to apply the principles of concentration and intention not just in the hall of concentrated will but in the midst of life's challenges and opportunities. The journey through the place of inner learning continues, leading towards the deeper mysteries, the integration of these practices into the very fabric of one's being. But the foundation laid in mastering the alchemy of attention is crucial. It is the key that unlocks the door to true personal power, the ability to consciously participate in the creation of one's own reality and in doing so contribute to the unfolding of the greater cosmic plan. The seeker stands having touched the flame of focused will, ready to return to the world and illuminate it with the light of their awakened consciousness. The path ahead is clear, guided by the wisdom that has always been present, waiting to be perceived through the focused lens of attention. Chapter 41. The seeker, having journeyed through the initial landscapes of awareness and the subtle exploration of inner currents, now stands at a threshold both familiar and profoundly new. The place of inner learning, though existing beyond conventional space and time, mirrors the complexities of the self and the universe it inhabits. The previous chapters have illuminated the nature of the source, the veils of perception and the resident energies, the elemental intelligences and the astral forces that pulse beneath the surface of manifest reality. Now the focus shifts to the practical mechanics of connection, the conduits through which the individual soul may attune itself to these deeper realities. These conduits are not physical pipelines, nor are they mere channels to be passively opened. They are the refined instruments of consciousness itself, honed through discipline, intention, and unwavering presence. To understand the conduits is to understand how the mind, the heart and the will become resonant devices capable of tuning into the frequencies of the subtle worlds. Consider the mind. It is the most versatile yet often the most obstructed of the pathways. The ordinary mind, cluttered with thoughts of the past and anxieties about the future, functions as a static-filled radio unable to pick up the clear signals of higher knowledge. Yet through practices of meditation, concentration and disciplined thought, the mind can be purified and sharpened. It becomes a lens focusing the inner gaze upon the nature of reality itself. When the mind quiets its incessant chatter, it becomes receptive, capable of perceiving the nuances in the subtle energies that inform the physical world. It learns to discern the echo of the source within the patterns of existence, translating the symbolic language of the universe into the framework of understanding. Attunement through the mind requires not just intellectual grasp but experiential insight, a direct perception of the interconnectedness revealed by focused awareness. Then there is the heart. This is perhaps the most profound and direct pathway, though often the most neglected in the pursuit of intellectual or material goals. The heart in its purest state is not merely a physical organ but the seat of emotional intelligence, compassion and unconditional love. It is the resonant chamber of the soul. When the heart opens, it ceases to be a closed system of ego emotion and becomes a vessel capable of holding the vibrations of higher frequencies. Love in its truest sense, not the fleeting passion of the lower self, but the boundless selfless love that underlies all creation, becomes the tuning fork that resonates with the love of the source through acts of kindness, compassion, and selfless service. The heart learns to feel the emotional undercurrents of the universe, to sense the spiritual currents moving through time and space not as etheric concepts but as palpable living energies. Attunement through the heart is felt, not just thought about. It is an experience of deep connection and belonging. The will is the most potent yet requires the greatest caution. The will is the faculty of intention and determination, the power to set and achieve goals. It is the steering mechanism of consciousness. However, an unrefined will driven by ego desires or forceful aggression can become a weapon, disrupting the delicate balance of the inner landscape and attracting discordant energies. True will, however, is aligned with the will of the source. It is an expression of purposeful intention directed towards harmony, growth and service. It is the focused energy that shapes thought and emotion into directed action. To attune through the will means to cultivate a clear, unwavering intention aligned with the highest good. It is the power to focus the mind and heart upon a chosen path, to persistently draw upon the subtle energies needed to manifest understanding or achieve spiritual goals. It is the dynamic force that translates inner knowing into outer expression, aligning the individual with the flow of the universe rather than fighting against it. These three, mind, heart and will, are not isolated conduits but are deeply intertwined, forming a unified field of consciousness. It is the integrated conduit that truly empowers the seeker. When the mind perceives with clarity, the heart feels with empathy, and the will acts with purposeful alignment, a powerful synergy is created. The individual becomes a living tuning fork capable of resonating with the highest frequencies of knowledge and wisdom. Attuning these is an ongoing process, a lifelong dedication to the refinement of the self. It requires patience, persistence, and a willingness to confront the shadows as well as the light within. The place of inner learning offers the blueprint, the understanding of the laws and forces at play. It provides the map of the inner territories. But the journey itself, the actual tuning, must be undertaken by the individual soul through the understanding of its own being. As the seeker cultivates these pathways, the distinction between the self and the universe begins to soften. The inner landscape, once a confusing maze of thoughts and feelings, becomes a clear and vibrant field of subtle energies. The source of all knowledge and wisdom, which has always been present, becomes increasingly accessible, not as a distant entity to be worshipped but as the underlying intelligence of the moment, available to be perceived and integrated. The visible world, once seen as merely physical and separate, transforms into a living tapestry of spiritual significance. The subtle currents flowing through it become apparent, the energy of intention shaping events, the emotional resonance connecting people, the elemental forces weaving the fabric of existence. The seeker learns to attune not just to these energies, but to become a conscious participant in their flow, aligning their own energy with the greater patterns of harmony. This attunement is the essence of the inner learning process. It is the journey from illusion to understanding, from separation to unity, from seeking external validation to realizing the inherent wisdom within. The conduits of the mind, heart, and will are the keys, the tools by which this profound transformation is achieved. And the journey, though challenging, is ultimately one of profound discovery and connection, a direct experience of the source that permeates all things. Chapter 42. The source of all knowledge and wisdom observes the seeker navigating the intricate labyrinth of inner development. The path is rarely linear. It winds, ascends, descends, and sometimes seems to loop back upon itself. Yet each apparent detour, each challenge overcome, serves to refine the instrument, the self through which the universal energies may flow. This chapter delves into the principle of alignment, a fundamental dynamic not just of the macrocosm, but of the microcosm within. To understand alignment is to grasp a key mechanism by which the subtle influences discussed previously become integrated into the conscious experience, transforming passive reception into active participation. The hidden universe laws are not merely etheric principles, they are the underlying mechanics of the cosmos. One such law, often perceived through the lens of astral forces, is the principle of sympathetic resonance. Just as a tuning fork placed near an identical tuning fork will vibrate at its own frequency when the first is struck, the human energy field, the psyche, interacts with the broader field of elemental intelligences and the subtle energies according to resonant principles. Misalignment creates dissonance. It acts as a barrier, muffling the signals, preventing the deeper currents from being felt or integrated. Misalignment is the state of being out of tune with the deeper harmonies of existence. Consider the elemental intelligences. The earth element, grounded and stabilizing, thrives when the self is aligned with its principles of stability and presence. When the mind is racing, when the emotions are turbulent, the connection to earth's grounding influence is weakened. The air element associated with thought and communication resonates more readily when the mind is clear and open, allowing for the free flow of ideas and intuition. Fire element representing transformation and will requires alignment with one's inner purpose and the courage to act to let go of the old. Water element reflecting emotion and the subconscious flows more freely when the self is open to feeling and exploring the deeper layers of the psyche attuned to the emotional undercurrents of life. Astral forces themselves operate on this principle. The astral body, the subtle vehicle through which we perceive and interact in the non-physical realms, functions optimally when it is in a state of energetic alignment with the physical body and the surrounding subtle fields. Misalignment can lead to disorientation, fatigue, or a sense of being fragmented. Conversely, achieving alignment fosters a sense of coherence, clarity, and expanded perception. It is the process of tuning the inner instruments, the chakras, the energy meridians, the mental and emotional bodies until they resonate harmoniously with the frequencies of the elemental intelligences and the broader subtle energies. The source cautions that alignment is not a static state to be achieved once and for all. The energies of the universe are in constant flux. The demands placed upon the self vary. What was once misalignment may become alignment and vice versa. Therefore, the practice of attunement is perpetual. It requires conscious awareness, the willingness to perceive the subtle shifts, and the discipline to make the necessary adjustments. How does one cultivate this alignment? It begins with the simple yet profound practice of presence. By grounding the awareness in the present moment, the mental noise and emotional static are reduced, creating a clearer space for resonance to occur. This is where the feeling of being in the flow emerges. It is the state of being perfectly aligned with the current moment and the deeper currents of energy. Secondly, intention plays a crucial role. The focused direction of consciousness acts like a transmitter, sending out signals that attract and attune the self to specific resonances. When one intends to connect with the stabilizing energies of Earth, the practice involves cultivating feelings of groundedness, stability, and connection to the physical body and the planet. When the intention is to open to the creative flow associated with fire, one focuses on inspiration, action, and the transformation of ideas into form. Thirdly, sensory awareness must be cultivated. The traditional five senses are gateways to perceiving the subtle energies. Paying attention to the subtle shifts in temperature, pressure, scent, sound, and touch can provide valuable clues about one's state of energetic alignment or misalignment. A feeling of coolness or distance might indicate a disconnection from certain energies, while a sense of warmth or closeness might suggest a growing resonance. The subtle energies often communicate through these subtle sensory nuances. Finally, meditation and mystical practices are essential tools for achieving and maintaining alignment. These practices provide the dedicated time and space necessary to quiet the mind, open the heart, and directly perceive the interplay of astral forces, elemental intelligences, and the hidden universe laws. Through these practices, the seeker learns to become the observer of these energies within, to feel their movements, and to consciously direct their own energetic state towards greater harmony. The source of all knowledge and wisdom illuminates the path. Alignment is the bridge between the visible and the invisible, between the fragmented self and the unified whole. It is the state of being a resonant chamber, allowing the profound truths and energies of the universe to flow through one's being, transforming perception and action. It is not a destination to be reached, but a continuous state of being cultivated through awareness, intention, and conscious attunement to the subtle currents that shape all of existence. As the seeker continues on the place of inner learning, the practice of aligning with these deeper forces becomes not just a goal, but the very fabric of the journey itself. Chapter 43. The seeker, having navigated the shadowed corridors of self-doubt and the dazzling hallways of overambition, finds themselves standing before a threshold not of stone or wood, but of pure potential. This is the place of inner learning, a realm where the etheric becomes tangible and the unseen threads of reality are laid bare. Before them hangs not a chandelier of gold, but a tapestry woven from the very essence of consciousness, the inner loom of creation. Many have glimpsed this loom, some in waking moments of profound insight, others in the dreamscapes of deep meditation. It represents the fundamental mechanism by which the universe both without and within weaves its patterns. It is not a physical machine but a symbolic representation of the mind's power to shape reality through focus, intention, and alignment with the deeper currents of being. The laws of the hidden universe, as discussed, are not unplanned decrees imposed from without, but rather the inherent principles governing the interplay of energy and form. Astral forces, those subtle vibrations that underpin the physical world and connect us to the non-physical, are the very threads that the inner loom uses. Elemental intelligences, the archetypal forces of fire, water, air, and earth are the fundamental dyes and textures available to the weaver. To attune to the subtle energies beneath appearances is to learn the language of the loom. It is to move beyond perceiving the finished garment of circumstance and begin sensing the intricate weaving beneath, the intentions that shaped it, the energies that sustain it, the underlying patterns of cause and effect. This requires a stillness of the inner critic, a willingness to perceive with senses both mundane and spiritual. In this chapter, we delve into the resonant quality of the inner loom. Just as a tuning fork resonates when struck by a corresponding vibration, the human psyche can resonate with the deeper patterns of the cosmos. This resonance is not merely passive observation. It is an active engagement, a sympathetic vibration that allows the individual to become both weaver and thread, participant and pattern. The practitioner begins by establishing a stable anchor in the present moment. This is often achieved through breath work, focusing on the rhythmic ebb and flow as a bridge between the conscious and subconscious minds. Once this anchor is firm, the attention can gently broaden like a spotlight moving across a vast canvas. The first step in engaging the inner loom is to perceive the fundamental threads themselves, the astral forces. These are not tangible entities, but rather states of consciousness, modes of vibration. Imagine standing in a field during a gentle breeze. You don't see the air molecules individually, but you feel the pressure, the movement, the subtle shift in temperature. This is the sensation of perceiving astral forces. They manifest as feelings, intuitions, synchronicities, and moments of knowing that seem to arise from nowhere. The seeker practices sensitivity to these vibrations. They might meditate upon a specific feeling, compassion for instance, and observe how it suddenly alters their perception of the world around them, both internal and external. They learn to distinguish the resonance of true insight from the static of the mind's chatter. This is where the wisdom of the elemental intelligences becomes invaluable. The fire principle associated with will, passion, and transformation can burn away the dross of doubt, illuminating the clear intention needed to align with the loom's patterns. Focus the will not on forcing an outcome but on aligning the self with the desired frequency. Feel the inner warmth of commitment, the spark of inner fire that fuels the weaving process. The water element representing emotion, intuition, and the flow of life helps the seeker navigate the emotional tides that arise during this exploration. Like learning to swim, one must learn to ride the waves rather than being swept away. Perceiving the emotional undercurrents of situations. Understanding the feelings behind motivations, one's own and others, allows for a deeper connection to the empathic threads of the universe. Meditate on the flow of emotions, observing them without judgment, feeling how they resonate within the body. The air element connected to thought, communication, and the breath of life enables the perception of the intellectual and conceptual threads. It is through the air that ideas circulate, that communication occurs, and that the mind processes information. The practitioner learns to think with clarity and intention, understanding that thoughts are powerful weavers. They cultivate mental stillness to hear the whispers of inspiration, the subtle guidance that arises when the mind is open and receptive like a clear sky allowing stars to shine. Finally, the earth element symbolizing stability, grounding, and the physical form provides the anchor. It is through the body, the tangible vessel of consciousness, that the connection to the physical manifestation of the inner loom's work is made. Grounding techniques, feeling the earth beneath the feet, chewing food mindfully, engaging the physical senses, help anchor the subtle perceptions in the present reality. The earth element reminds the seeker that the weaving occurs not only in the etheric realms but is reflected and ultimately expressed through physical action and form. Resonance occurs when these elements are balanced and aligned, allowing the individual to vibrate at a frequency that matches the patterns of the inner loom. It is like a musical instrument before playing it. When in resonance, the practitioner feels a sense of effortless flow. Intentions become clearer, actions feel more natural and purposeful, and the perception of the interconnectedness of all things deepens. This state allows the individual to not just see the threads, but to feel their texture, understand their purpose, and even begin to manipulate them with focused awareness. They learn to select the appropriate dye, emotional tone, the suitable thread, intentional focus, and apply it with the stitch action guided by the wisdom of the elements. Standing before the inner loom, the seeker through practice and attunement begins to understand that they are not merely observers of the tapestry of life, but active participants in its creation. The world around them, the challenges they face, the relationships they engage in, all become opportunities to weave new patterns, to contribute new colors to the grand design. The journey is one of becoming a conscious weaver, understanding the laws, perceiving the forces, and aligning with the elemental intelligences that shape the visible and invisible worlds. The path is ongoing, requiring continuous practice, sensitivity, and a willingness to engage with the deeper realities beneath the surface appearances. But for those who commit to this inner work, the rewards are profound. A life lived with greater purpose, a deeper sense of connection, and the power to consciously shape their reality, one resonant thread at a time. Chapter 44. The seeker, having navigated the shadowed corridors of self-doubt and the dazzling hallways of over-ambition, finds themselves standing at the threshold of a deeper understanding. This is not a place of overt magic, though the potential for it hums in the background like static before a lightning strike. It is the place of inner learning, a sanctuary within the mind and spirit where the subtle mechanics of existence are laid bare. Here the focus shifts from the doing of magic to the feeling of reality, its underlying texture, its resonant frequency. This chamber, unlike the earlier ones encountered, has no walls, no ceiling. It is formed by the mind's own willingness to perceive beyond the veil of the obvious. The air, if such a concept applies, is thick with potential, vibrating with the whispers of countless streams of energy converging and diverging. The seeker stands not before a teacher, but within the very fabric of knowledge itself, a source that is both infinite and deeply personal. The law of resonant attunement. The first lesson here is the law of resonant attunement. The world, the universe, is not a collection of separate, isolated events. It is a vast interconnected web, a tapestry woven from the threads of energy and intention. Everything vibrates at a specific frequency. Thoughts vibrate, emotions vibrate, objects vibrate. Even etheric concepts, love, fear, justice, possess a resonant quality. The law of resonant attunement states that like frequencies attract and reinforce each other. A discordant frequency can disrupt or block the flow of a similar one, while a harmonious frequency can amplify and open pathways. This is the fundamental principle behind sympathetic magic, but it operates on a universal scale, influencing the very structure of perception and reality. To understand this, the seeker must learn to become a sensitive instrument attuned not just to the sounds of the external world, but to the subtle hums and echoes within their own being. The inner state of mind and emotion acts as a tuning fork, determining which aspects of the vast energetic ocean the individual perceives most clearly. perceiving the subtle energies beneath appearances. The visible world, the realm of the five senses, is but the crust upon which the greater, more fluid reality rests. Like an iceberg, the vast majority of its mass lies hidden beneath the surface. The energies discussed, the hidden universe laws, astral forces, elemental intelligences are the currents, the tides, the unseen architects shaping the visible structures. These subtle energies are not mere etherions. They are palpable forces. They can be felt as a gentle warmth where fear resides, a cool draft accompanying doubt, a vibrant uplifting energy following a moment of genuine joy. They are the lifeblood of intention, the medium through which thought shapes form and feeling influences circumstance. The task for the seeker is to cultivate the inner sensitivity required to perceive these energies directly. This begins with stillness. In the quiet spaces between thoughts, amidst the stillness of the breath, the inner ear can begin to hear the subtle frequencies. The inner eyes can start to discern the colors and patterns of energy that emanate from oneself and from the objects and environment around. Imagine for a moment standing in a forest. The ordinary sight is trees, leaves, and the ground. The attuned perception, however, senses the network of life force, the prana, flowing through the roots, up the trunks, and into the canopy. It perceives the individual energetic signatures of each tree, the subtle interplay between them. It senses the cool dense energy of the stones beneath the feet, the lighter, more airy energy of the breeze rustling the leaves, the collective grounded energy of the entire grove. This perception is not learned through intellectual study alone. It requires practice, experimentation, and a willingness to trust the inner senses over the dictates of the rational mind. The rational mind seeks categorization and explanation, often imposing limits that do not exist in the fluid nature of subtle reality. The inner senses, when allowed to open, perceive the interconnectedness, the flow, the dynamic nature of energy, the spiritual currents moving through time, space, and psyche. The place of inner learning reveals that these subtle energies do not merely fill the present moment. They are currents moving through time, weaving the past into the future and the future into the present. This is the principle of cause and effect, but understood not as a linear sequence, but as a complex interwoven pattern of energy exchange. Thoughts and intentions cast ripples that travel through the energetic fields, influencing not only the immediate environment, but also resonating across time and space. The actions of one individual can send shock waves through the collective unconscious, affecting the moods and behaviors of many, sometimes even generations away. This is the unseen hand that shapes history, the subtle undercurrent driving the great movements of humanity. These spiritual currents also flow through the psyche, shaping personality, influencing moods, and dictating the course of inner development. Obstacles in the path are often not merely personal failings, but the result of entanglements with these currents, blocked energies, conflicting intentions, or the resonance of past life patterns. Understanding this allows the seeker to approach personal growth not with blame but with awareness and compassion. The elemental intelligences mentioned earlier are not static entities confined to specific elements: earth, air, fire, water. They are dynamic principles, aspects of the universal energy field that manifest and interact within the currents. They are the guardians of the natural laws, the forces that maintain the balance and flow. Attuning to them means learning to sense their presence and influence in different situations. Understanding how to work with these inherent principles rather than against them. Attuning the inner loom. The metaphor of the inner loom is fitting. The individual consciousness is the weaver sitting at the center of a vast intricate tapestry. The threads are the streams of energy, personal thoughts, emotions, intentions, as well as the broader currents of the universe. The loom itself is the subconscious, the place where the weaving happens automatically according to the tension and rhythm set by the conscious weaver. The task is not to force every thread but to learn to sense the overall pattern, to understand the resonant frequencies that give the tapestry its life and meaning. By attuning the inner senses, the weaver can perceive the quality of the threads, the potential of the weave, and the subtle shifts in the pattern that reflect the movement of the currents. This involves mindful observation, noticing the quality of one's own energy state without judgment. Deep listening, attending to the inner and outer sounds, discerning the underlying harmonies and dissonances. Conscious intention, setting clear, heartfelt intentions and observing how they resonate within and without. Empathetic feeling, attempting to feel the energy of others, of the environment, of the elements. Receptivity, allowing oneself to be influenced by the subtle energies rather than being solely reactive. As the seeker practices these disciplines within the place of inner learning, the veil thins further. The distinctions between self and other, between inner and outer, begin to blur. The visible world reveals its hidden depths, and the seeker perceives the interconnected, resonant nature of all things. They begin to understand that they are not merely observers of reality, but active participants in its ongoing creation, weaving their own thread into the grand unfolding tapestry of existence. The path ahead involves applying these understandings not through grand gestures, but through small conscious choices, through aligning the inner state with the deeper patterns of reality. The knowledge is not merely intellectual, it is experiential, felt deep within the soul, resonating with the universal heartbeat. And so the seeker continues their journey, the place of inner learning, a constant, vibrant backdrop, offering insights into the profound and often mysterious ways in which the world truly works. The next step awaits, another layer of understanding to be revealed through perception, attunement, and the quiet practice of aligning with the flow. Chapter 45. The Alchemy of Attention. The seeker, having navigated the labyrinth and corridors of understanding concerning the elemental intelligences and the raw forces of the astral plane, now stands at a threshold both familiar and profoundly novel. The knowledge acquired is vast. The principles understood intricate, yet a crucial transformation remains. The integration of this cosmic awareness into the very fabric of their mundane existence. This is the alchemy of attention, the art of perceiving the subtle currents beneath the surface of the visible world, not as a sporadic mystical exercise, but as the fundamental mode of being. For too long, the mind has been trained to focus solely on the gross, the tangible, the immediately apparent. It filters the world through the lens of past conditioning, present sensory input, and future anxieties, creating a reality that is often a pale shadow of the vibrant interconnected tapestry woven by elemental forces and astral energies. The journey through the place of inner learning has provided the map, the tools, and the theoretical framework. Now the challenge lies in applying this understanding to the ceaseless flow of experience. This is not about constant exhausting vigilance, as if the seeker must dedicate every waking moment to intense mental scrutiny. Such an approach is unsustainable and paradoxically distracts from the very subtle perception sought. Instead, it is a matter of attunement, like tuning a fine instrument to the resonant frequency of the cosmos. It begins with the simple radical act of choice. In any given moment, the mind may be lost in thought, caught in worry, or absorbed in sensory distractions. The practitioner of inner alchemy learns to observe these states without judgment, recognizing them as patterns of energy and attention. The crucial step follows the conscious decision to shift focus even for a brief instant towards the underlying reality. This is where the power resides. Consider the simple act of looking at a tree. The ordinary mind sees green leaves, a trunk, branches. It might categorize the tree, recall information about its species, or perhaps judge its aesthetic value. The seeker, attuned to the subtle, perceives something more. They sense the life force, the prana, the vital current pulsing through the wood, drawing sustenance from the earth and the sky. They feel the subtle energy of the elementals associated with wood and growth. The dryads, the tree spirits residing within its form. They perceive the tree not as an isolated object but as a node in a vast living network exchanging energies with the air, the soil, the sun. The visible form is the seal, the container, but the true reality lies in the unseen currents of life and consciousness that flow through and around it. This shift in perception does not require intense effort. It is more like a gentle redirection of the gaze. The practitioner learns to become aware of the space around them, the unseen dimensions that overlay the physical. They learn to sense the quality of the air. Is it heavy with emotional residue, clear with high vibration, charged with the energy of approaching weather? They learn to feel the resonance of the ground beneath their feet connecting to the deep stabilizing energies of the earth. This heightened sensitivity is not merely perceptual, it is deeply transformative. As the individual begins to attune to these subtle energies, their own energy field begins to harmonize with the larger patterns. The internal becomes aligned with the external. Worries may lessen as the focus shifts from personal dramas to the broader currents of life. Reactions may soften as the understanding of interconnectedness deepens. The mind, previously a chaotic battleground of thoughts, begins to find its natural resonance with the quietude of the deeper realities. This is where the true work of the alchemist begins, transforming the lead of ordinary perception into the gold of wisdom and integrated being. It is the process of becoming part of the subtle web, not just an observer of it. The practitioner learns to listen to the whispers of the elemental intelligences, not as commands or instructions, but as invitations to understanding, offering guidance tailored to the specific energies and circumstances of the moment. The path is not linear. There will be days of clarity and profound perception, days when the inner world feels vibrant and alive. There will also be days of dullness, of distraction, of the old mental patterns asserting themselves with renewed vigor. This is normal. The practice is not about achieving a constant state of enlightenment, but about consistently choosing the path of attunement, returning to the practice again and again when the mind wanders. The place of inner learning in its essence is within. The external world is merely the stage upon which this internal alchemy is performed. The laws of the hidden universe, the forces of the astral, the intelligences of the elements. They are not distant mysterious entities to be studied or invoked from afar. They are the very energies that constitute the fabric of reality, the currents that flow through time, space, and the human psyche. By learning to attune their attention, the seeker taps into this underlying reality, bringing its wisdom and power into their own experience. They learn to navigate the visible world not with the blindness of the conditioned mind but with the clarity and guidance of the inner tutor, the source of all knowledge and wisdom that resides at the core of their being. This is the final stage of the initial journey, the integration of the mystical into the mundane, the perception of the subtle into the everyday. It is a lifelong practice, a continuous refinement of attention, an ongoing alchemy that transforms not just the understanding but the very nature of the individual. And in this transformation lies the true promise of the path. Chapter 46. The seeker, having navigated the shadowed corridors of fear and the dazzling labyrinths of desire, begins to perceive a deeper reality beneath the surface of the manifest world. They understand that the laws of the hidden universe, the forces of the astral, and the intelligences of the elements are not merely etheric concepts or distant phenomena. They are the very substratum upon which existence is woven. To truly attune, one must become a living conduit, a channel through which these subtle energies can flow, transforming both the inner landscape and the perception of the outer one. This attunement is not a mere intellectual grasp or a passive acceptance. It requires an active engagement of will, emotion, and consciousness. The place of inner learning teaches that the human psyche, when properly prepared, can become a resonant chamber capable of tuning into the frequencies of the deeper cosmos. It is within this framework that the concept of the conduit of consciousness emerges as a central principle of inner work. To be a conduit is to bridge the gap between the inner self and the outer universe. It is to allow the spiritual currents, those very forces that shape time, space, and psyche to flow through one's being, bringing with them wisdom, power, and a profound sense of interconnectedness. This is not to be confused with mere channeling or mediumship, though those practices can be seen as specific applications of this broader principle. Rather, it is about integrating the flow of these energies into the very fabric of one's own consciousness, allowing them to inform thought, emotion, and action from the inside out. The first step in becoming a conduit is to cultivate a state of inner stillness. This is not merely the absence of noise or activity, but a profound quietude of the mind and heart. In this stillness, the distractions of the ego mind begin to subside and the deeper layers of consciousness become accessible. It is only in this state that one can begin to perceive the subtle energies that underlie the manifest world. The second step is to develop the faculty of perception. This involves training the senses, not just the physical ones, but the inner senses as well. The intuition, the faculty of clairvoyance, the sense of feeling, and the faculty of knowing. These inner senses allow one to perceive the astral forces, the elemental intelligences, and the spiritual currents that move through time, space, and psyche. The third step is to cultivate a state of receptivity. This is not passivity but an active openness to the flow of energies. It is about letting go of the ego attachment to a particular outcome and allowing the energies to work through one without resistance. This requires a certain degree of trust in the universe and in one's own ability to handle the energies that will be encountered. The fourth step is to develop the will. This is not the will of the ego but the will of the higher self, the will that is aligned with the divine will. This will is used to direct the flow of energies to focus them on a particular goal and to maintain the state of attunement necessary to function as a conduit. The fifth step is to develop the heart. This involves cultivating love, compassion, and empathy. These qualities open the heart chakra, which is the center through which the energies flow. A closed or blocked heart chakra prevents the energies from flowing, while an open and balanced heart chakra allows them to flow freely and powerfully. These 5 steps are not sequential, but rather they work in parallel, each reinforcing the others. As one progresses on the path of inner work, these faculties begin to develop naturally, but they can also be consciously cultivated through specific practices. One such practice is meditation. Meditation is the foundation of all inner work. It is the means by which one can quiet the mind, develop the inner senses, and cultivate a state of receptivity. There are many different forms of meditation, but all of them involve a state of focused attention and inner stillness. Another practice is visualization. Visualization is the means by which one can create mental images of the energies and forces that one wishes to work with. By visualizing these energies flowing through one's body and into the environment, one can help to open and align the channels through which they flow. A third practice is ritual. Ritual is the means by which one can create a sacred space and time in which to work with the energies. Rituals can be as simple as lighting a candle and sitting in silence, or as complex as elaborate ceremonies involving symbolic actions, words, and objects. A fourth practice is affirmation. Affirmations are positive statements that one repeats to oneself in order to create a new reality. They are used to reinforce the intention to attune to the subtle energies and to open oneself to the flow of these energies. A fifth practice is service. Service is the means by which one can put the principles of atonement into action in the world. By serving others, one can help to manifest the transformation that these energies bring, and one can also receive the energies more fully through the act of giving. By engaging in these practices, the seeker begins to attune themselves to the subtle energies of the universe. They begin to perceive the spiritual currents that move through time, space, and psyche. They begin to feel the presence of the elemental intelligences and the power of the hidden universe laws. As this attunement deepens, the seeker begins to experience a profound transformation. Their perception of the world changes. They begin to see the interconnectedness of all things, and they begin to understand the deeper meaning of life. Their thoughts and emotions become more balanced, and their actions become more aligned with the divine will. The conduit of consciousness is not a destination but a way of being. It is a state of awareness in which one is fully aligned with the flow of the universe. It is a state of consciousness in which one can perceive and work with the subtle energies that shape all reality. For those who are willing to embark on this journey of inner work, the place of inner learning offers a path of transformation, a path that leads to a deeper understanding of oneself and of the universe, a path that leads to a state of consciousness in which one can become a living conduit, a channel for the divine energies that flow through all things. And so the seeker continues on their journey, attuning themselves to the subtle energies, feeling the spiritual currents, and becoming a living conduit for the forces that shape the visible and invisible worlds. Chapter 47. The seeker stands at the threshold of a deeper understanding. Having navigated the initial currents of awareness, they have learned to distinguish the hum of the underlying energies from the static of the mind. Now the focus shifts towards the alchemical process of transforming perception itself. How does one not merely perceive the subtle energies but perceive through them, seeing the true nature of the forms they manifest? This is the art of perceiving the underlying patterns, the fractal designs woven throughout existence by the elemental intelligences and the currents of the source. The visible world is not a mere stage. It is a tapestry, and the energies discussed are the dyes and the threads. To perceive the alchemy is to understand how these threads intertwine to create the illusion of solid form while simultaneously revealing the fluid interconnected reality beneath. Begin by returning to a state of quiet receptivity. Find a place where the distractions of the outer world are minimal, allowing the internal landscape to come into focus. Close the eyes or soften the gaze if necessary, and invite the subtle energies to draw near. Do not seek with force. Rather, allow the senses to become attuned like a fine instrument tuning itself to the ambient vibrations. Notice the quality of your own perception. Is it sharp and critical, filtering the world through preconceived notions and judgments? Or is it soft, curious, and open? The alchemy begins by softening the perceptual apparatus. The mind, which is often a tool of division and analysis, must learn to be a vessel of synthesis and integration. It must learn to hold complexity without dissolving into chaos, to see the unity within the multiplicity. Imagine yourself as a lens, not distorting the light, but allowing it to pass through cleanly, revealing the underlying structure of the objects and spaces around you. Feel the air not just as a medium, but as a living current, a dance of molecules carrying the breath of the source. Notice the subtle temperature shifts, the variations in pressure, the unseen movements of dust modes carried on invisible streams. These are the whispers of the elemental forces at work, the air elementals, sylphs, performing their ceaseless dance. Now extend this awareness to the objects in your environment. Look at a simple chair. Do not see just wood or fabric. Sense the vibration it carries. Feel the history embedded within its structure, the energy of the trees from which it came, the hands that shaped it, the spaces it has occupied. See the chair as a resonant chamber interacting with the energies of the room. Notice how its form appears solid, yet it is composed of atoms, mostly empty space held together by subtle forces, the very essence of elemental binding. This process requires practice. It is not something that can be learned in a single sitting. It is a discipline like meditation or a musical instrument practice that refined the faculty of perception. Each time you engage with your surroundings through this lens of subtle awareness, you are forging new pathways in the mind, training it to perceive the deeper truths. Consider the concept of resonance. Everything in the universe vibrates at its own unique frequency. The source is the ultimate resonant field. As you attune your own energy field, you become more capable of perceiving these vibrations in others, in objects, and in the environment. A room filled with people can be perceived not just by sight, but by the composite resonance they create, the subtle undercurrents of mood, intent, and energy. The elemental intelligences are the architects of this resonant universe. The earth elementals gnomes stabilize the forms, anchoring the subtle in the gross. The water elementals undines shape the flow, moving both matter and emotion. The fire elementals, salamanders, provide the impetus for change, the spark of transformation. The air elementals carry the communication and the breath of life. They are not separate beings in some distant realm, but are the principles of manifestation themselves, the forces that give form and life to the visible world. To perceive them is to perceive the how and the why behind the forms. Why does this object feel heavy? It resonates strongly with the earth principle. Its form is dense. Why does this place feel stagnant? The air currents are blocked. The sylphs cannot move freely. Why does this person seem fiery? Their energy field resonates strongly with the fire principle, full of passion and drive. This perception is not about assigning labels or creating new forms of judgment. It is about understanding the underlying dynamics, the principles at play. It is recognizing the hand of the source woven through the fabric of manifestation through the actions of the elemental intelligences. It is seeing the sacred geometry in the branching of a tree, the spiral in a shell, the pattern in the clouds, not just as aesthetically pleasing forms, but as expressions of the fundamental laws governing reality. The alchemy lies in the transformation of the perceiver. As you learn to see the subtle energies and the elemental forces, you are not just observing the world. You are integrating these truths into your own being. Your own energy field begins to attune more closely to the source, becoming a resonant mirror reflecting the deeper reality. The rigid structures of the ego built upon separation and duality begin to soften, revealing the underlying unity. This perception awakens a sense of kinship with the world. You realize that you are not separate from the chair, the tree, the stone, or the other person. You are connected through the shared energies, the underlying patterns, the breath of the source that animates all. This perception fosters empathy, compassion, and a deeper sense of responsibility for one's actions. For every action ripples through the interconnected web of existence. Continue to practice this alchemy of perception. It is a lifelong journey, a path of ever-deepening awareness. Begin with your immediate surroundings. Then expand your focus to the natural world, to the energies of a crowd, to the subtle currents in your own thoughts and emotions. Learn to listen with more than just your ears, to see with more than just your eyes. As your perception refines, you will begin to perceive the interplay between the conscious and the unconscious, the seen and the unseen. You will understand how the hidden universe laws, the principles of attraction and resonance, the movements of the elemental intelligences are not just background forces, but are integral to the very functioning of your psyche and your experience of the world. This perception is the key to mastering the self. It allows you to see the patterns of behavior, the ingrained habits, the subtle influences that shape your life. It empowers you to work with these forces to consciously direct your own energy and intention, aligning yourself with the flow of the source rather than being caught in the currents of the ego. The place of inner learning is within you. The journey is one of perception, of seeing beyond the veils of illusion, of attuning to the subtle symphony of existence. The alchemy of perception transforms not just how you see the world, but who you become. Continue to learn, continue to attune, continue to perceive the all that resides within and without. The path unfolds through the clarity of your own awareness. Chapter 48. The seeker, having navigated the tempestuous waters of perception and the intricate lattice work of belief, now stands at the threshold of a quieter yet infinitely more profound landscape. This is the realm where the subtle currents of intention meet the immutable laws of manifestation. A place often termed the alchemy of attention. It is here, amidst the stillness that follows the storm of intellectual understanding, that the true work begins. Knowledge, vast and potentially overwhelming, is merely the catalyst. The alchemist within must now learn to wield the crucible of focused awareness. The laws of the hidden universe, those principles governing the unseen forces and energies, are not unplanned decrees but elegant blueprints for interaction. They reveal that the very act of concentrated thought, of unwavering attention directed towards a specific concept, vibration or state of being, is a form of creative invocation. It is not merely observing the world. It is participating in its shaping. Consider the elemental intelligences, the guardians and agents of the four directions, the archetypes of earth, air, fire, and water. They do not respond to passive contemplation alone. They resonate, they align, they lend their power when the human mind becomes a polished mirror reflecting a singular potent intention. To call upon the grounded stability of earth, one must first feel that stability within. To invoke the dynamic flow of water, one must first become that flow. To capture the clarity of air, one must first breathe with that clarity. To access the creative spark of fire, one must first feel that internal warmth and drive. This is the crux of the alchemy, the transformation of the internal landscape through the focused application of will and awareness. The world we perceive is in large part a reflection of our internal state. To change the outer reality, we must first change the inner focus. This is not mere wishful thinking. It is the deliberate attunement to the subtle energies that underpin all forms, the sensing of the spiritual currents that weave through the fabric of time and space, and the conscious alignment of our own psyche with those currents. A master of this alchemy does not seek to force the elements against their nature. They learn to attune. They sense the vibration of the material world, the density of the earth, the rapid shift of the winds, the intense energy of flame, the fluidity of water, and then they find the corresponding resonance within themselves. They become the channel, the resonant chamber through which these energies can flow. This requires practice. It demands patience and the willingness to observe the effects, both subtle and overt, of directed attention. It is an art form requiring sensitivity and refinement. One learns to distinguish between fleeting thoughts and sustained intentions. One learns to quiet the internal chatter that would dilute the focus, allowing only the pure directed stream of awareness to pass. Imagine for a moment the process. The seeker holds an intention, perhaps to find a lost object, to heal a discord within, or to manifest a new opportunity. They do not merely think it, they hold it, they feel it, they visualize it with every fiber of their being. Anchoring that feeling in the present moment, they become a beacon drawing the relevant energies, the appropriate elemental forces towards that focused point of awareness. This is where the true power resides, not in the forcefulness of the will, but in the purity and duration of the attention. It is like striking a flint with steel. A weak furtive thought is like a gentle tap. It may spark, but it quickly dies. A clear sustained focus is like striking with conviction and precision. It ignites a flame that can catch hold and grow. The visible world, the one we typically interact with, is merely the tip of the iceberg. Beneath the surface of solid matter, flowing through the gaps of space and time, move these spiritual currents, these astral forces, these elemental intelligences. They are the lifeblood of the universe, the unseen web that connects all things. By learning to attune our own awareness to these currents, we gain access to a deeper wellspring of knowledge and wisdom. This knowledge is not external. It is internalized. It comes from sensing the resonance, feeling the flow, understanding the interconnectedness. It is the wisdom of the place of inner learning, accessed not through books alone but through the direct experience of conscious focused awareness interacting with the fundamental laws of being. Thus the journey continues. The seeker, armed with the understanding of these laws and the awareness of these forces, begins the practical work of the alchemist. They learn to turn the crucible of their own attention, refining their focus, aligning their will with the subtle energies, and thereby beginning to shape their reality from the inside out. This is the true alchemy, the transformation of the self into a resonant instrument of the universe capable of perceiving and participating in the deeper magic that underlies all existence. The path is not easy, but it is profoundly rewarding. It leads to a state of being where the distinction between inner and outer begins to dissolve, where the seeker becomes not just an observer but an active conscious participant in the grand unfolding symphony of the cosmos. Chapter 49. Having navigated the initial currents of awareness towards the subtle vibrations that underpin reality, they have learned to sense the hum of unseen energies, to feel the gentle tides of astral forces flowing through the place of inner learning and by extension their own being. Now the focus sharpens, the journey entering a more deliberate phase. The alchemy of attention. This is not merely about passive observation. Though observation remains a vital tool, it is the conscious sustained focusing of the mind's light upon specific points, patterns and flows of energy. It is the act of will directing the psyche like a potter shaping clay or a musician tuning a string to a precise note. Wherever the focused attention lands, the veil of ordinary perception thins further, revealing hidden structures and underlying intentions. Consider the elemental intelligences, the beings of air, fire, water and earth. They are not etheric concepts. They are vibrant forces possessing distinct natures and modes of operation. To attune to them is to align one's own vibrational frequency with theirs, to perceive through their unique lenses. Yet this perception often requires the crucible of focused attention. Imagine, for instance, attempting to commune with the sylphs, the airy spirits of freedom and intellect. One cannot simply wish to see them. One must attune. This means finding a quiet space, perhaps during a gentle breeze that whispers through unseen channels, and directing the mind towards the sensation of lightness, of movement, of the intangible. The attention becomes a beacon, drawing the subtlest echoes of the sulfuric realm into focus. It is the difference between vaguely feeling the presence of wind and consciously feeling its specific dance, its intellectual play, its connection to the higher planes. The gnomes of the earth conversely require a different kind of focus. It is not the airy lightness of the sylphs but the grounded, concentrated attention of the will. One must sit quietly, perhaps near a root system or a place where the earth feels ancient and strong, and focus the mind on the feeling of solidity, of depth, of the hidden structures beneath the surface. The attention must be like a probe, seeking out the resonant frequencies of the earth's intelligence, feeling the slow, powerful movements of the gnomish realm. Without this focused concentration, the deeper truths of the earth remain locked away, known only in glimpses, not in understanding. The salamanders, beings of fire, demand attention that is both warm and intense. It is the focus of will meeting the fire of desire, not in its destructive aspect, but in its creative and transformative power. This might involve focusing attention on the warmth of the sun, on the inner fire of the body, or on the spark of an idea held with unwavering intensity. The attention must be like a flame itself, present, consuming, yet purposeful. It allows the seeker to perceive the salamander's influence on growth, transformation, and the vital spark of life itself. And the nymphs who dwell in the waters invite attention that is fluid, receptive and attuned to the flow. This involves focusing on the sensation of water, whether actual or imagined, its movement, its clarity, its depth. The attention must be like water itself, adaptable, flowing around obstacles yet maintaining its course. It allows the seeker to enter the nymphic realm, to perceive the currents of emotion, the flow of life's energies and the interconnectedness of all things. This alchemy of attention is the fundamental practice that unlocks the deeper mysteries. It is how the etheric becomes concrete, how the unseen becomes perceived. It is the key that transforms the place of inner learning from a place of passive contemplation into an active laboratory of consciousness. The laws of the hidden universe as explored here are not merely theoretical constructs. They are operational principles. They state that focus creates form, that attention shapes reality. To focus upon the darkness, one becomes attuned to its subtle energies. To focus upon the light, one aligns with its clarifying power. To focus upon a specific desire with unwavering attention, one begins to manifest the means to achieve it. For the universe responds to the intensity of focused thought and feeling. Astral forces are the carriers of intention, the very medium through which focused attention travels. By learning to direct this attention deliberately, the seeker learns to navigate these forces to become a conscious pilot upon the astral seas rather than merely a passenger swept along by the tides of unconscious impulse. Elemental intelligences are the inhabitants of this realm, the custodians of its laws and energies. Through focused attention, the seeker builds bridges to these beings, opening doors to their wisdom, their assistance, and their unique perspectives on the tapestry of existence. The place of inner learning provides the sanctuary, the protected space where this delicate work of attention can be undertaken without the constant interference of the outer world. It is here that the mind can be trained, the senses attuned, and the will strengthened for the focused exploration of inner realities. The journey continues, requiring patience, perseverance, and the unwavering commitment to focus. It is a path of inner refinement where the simple act of paying attention becomes the most profound and powerful tool for transformation. The seeker, through the alchemy of attention, begins to rewrite their reality one focused thought at a time, aligning themselves ever more closely with the source of all knowledge and wisdom that resides within and beyond. The next step awaits, demanding a still more refined focus and a deeper dive into the currents of the unseen. Chapter 50. The Alchemy of Attention. In the place of inner learning, where the veils between worlds are thinnest and the currents of pure potential flow most freely, the student learns that the most potent magic is often the simplest, the focused attention of the conscious mind. This is the crucible where thought shapes reality, where intention becomes form, and where the mundane is transmuted into the mystical. This is the alchemy of attention. The source of all knowledge and wisdom, ever patient and ever present, illuminates this principle not through complex rituals, but through the quiet observation of daily life. Consider the act of watching a flame. It flickers, seemingly chaotic, yet it is sustained by a focused wick, drawing fuel from a receptive base. Its form, though ever-changing, is governed by principles of heat, air, and combustion. To truly see the flame, one must look beyond the dancing light and heat, sensing the invisible currents of energy that sustain it, the nature of the fuel it consumes, and the nature of the space it inhabits. This is not mere visual perception. This is attunement. The student attuned to the subtle energies beneath appearances begins to see this alchemy in all things. A conversation once merely an exchange of words becomes a dance of energies, a flow of intention and emotional resonance. A decision once a fleeting thought becomes a seed planted in the garden of potential futures, its growth influenced by the quality of attention given to it. The very act of choosing where to focus one's gaze, one's thoughts, one's feelings is a fundamental act of creation. This alchemy operates on multiple planes. In the physical world, focused attention can influence the subtle energies known as the astral forces. A healer channeling their intent with unwavering focus directs these forces to mend flesh and soothe spirit. An artist pouring their consciousness into a canvas imbues the work with a life force that resonates with viewers on a deeper level. The focused mind becomes a lens concentrating the light of consciousness into a point capable of affecting the fabric of reality. In the realm of the psyche, this alchemy is even more potent. The mind, when trained, becomes a sovereign territory. Thoughts once considered merely mental events are recognized as powerful forces shaping the inner landscape and by extension the outer world through the laws of correspondence. Negative thought patterns left unchecked can create internal states that attract corresponding external experiences. Conversely, positive focused attention aligned with the higher principles can cultivate states of being that attract harmony, abundance, and well-being. This is the fundamental principle of co-creation. We become what we focus on and we attract what we embody. The elemental intelligences, the ancient spirits governing the four fundamental forces of nature, earth, air, fire, and water, are deeply attuned to this principle of focused attention. They are the guardians and operators of the natural world, and they respond to the quality and intent of the consciousness that interacts with them. A farmer who respects the earth focuses their attention on harmony and growth and works in concert with the elemental forces of soil and weather will find their efforts more fruitful. A person who approaches a natural spring with reverence, focusing their attention on gratitude and purity, may find its waters offering deeper healing than one who merely drinks without awareness. The source teaches that the greatest alchemy occurs not in grand dramatic gestures, but in the consistent mindful application of focused attention to the mundane details of life. To truly listen to another, it is not enough to hear their words. One must attune to the unspoken emotions, the underlying intentions, the subtle energy signature of their being. To prepare a meal, one must focus not just on the physical actions, but on the intention of nourishment, the energy of the ingredients, and the love poured into the creation. To walk, one can focus merely on the physical act, or one can attune to the feeling of the earth beneath the feet, the flow of energy moving through the body, the subtle interactions with the environment. This requires practice. Just as a musician must practice scales to master their instrument, so must the student practice the focusing of their attention. Meditation is the primary tool for this practice, offering a space to quiet the incessant chatter of the mind and cultivate the ability to sustain focus on a chosen point, whether it be a mantra, a sensation, a visualization, or the quality of a specific emotion. Each moment of successful focus is a step in mastering the alchemy of attention. The source reveals that the ultimate expression of this alchemy is the ability to focus attention not just on the self or the immediate environment but on the interconnected web of all existence. To feel a sense of oneness with the universe, to perceive the subtle spiritual currents moving through time, space, and psyche requires a level of focused awareness that transcends the ego self. It is in this state that the true nature of the cosmos becomes apparent. A vast dynamic interconnected system governed by the fundamental principle of attention shaping reality. Therefore, the student is encouraged to embrace the alchemy of attention, to observe the world with mindful eyes, to listen with attentive ears, to act with focused intent, to recognize that every thought, every feeling, every choice is an act of creation. To understand that the power to shape their reality lies not in external forces but in the conscious focus of their own awareness. For within the focused point of attention rests the power to perceive the subtle energies, to connect with the astral forces, and to align with the elemental intelligences, thereby mastering the art of co-creation and realizing their true potential within the place of inner learning and the vast unfolding of existence. Chapter 51. The Resonance of Purpose. The seeker, having navigated the labyrinth and corridors of understanding concerning the elemental intelligences and the subtle currents they embody, now stands at a threshold both familiar and profoundly new. The knowledge acquired is a map, intricate and detailed, yet the true journey lies in the application of that map towards the unfolding of one's own destiny. This chapter delves into the resonant principle that governs the alignment of the self with its inherent purpose, a purpose that echoes the fundamental vibrations of the cosmos itself, the unspoken frequency within the place of inner learning. Beyond the manifest teachings and the subtle energies of the elemental realms resides a deeper current, the undercurrent of purpose. It is not a force imposed from without, but rather an inherent quality of being, a frequency that resonates within the soul's core. To understand this is to begin to perceive the universe not as a random collection of events, but as a symphony, each life note playing its part in the grand design, seeking harmony with the overall composition. Consider the elemental intelligences. Earth provides stability and foundation. Water flows and adapts. Air moves with freedom and communication. And fire ignites transformation and will. Each possesses its own vibration, its own law. Yet observe how these forces interact in nature, how they are harnessed by the adept. Is it mere chance? No, it is the recognition and alignment with a deeper resonant purpose that allows the adept to work with the laws of the cosmos rather than against them. The purpose is the key that unlocks the door to harmonious interaction with these powerful energies. This purpose is often masked by the noise of daily life, the demands of the ego, the pull of societal expectations. It lies dormant like a seed beneath the surface of the earth, waiting for the right conditions, the fertile soil of self-awareness, the gentle rain of introspection, and the warming sun of courage to begin its growth. To attune to this purpose is to begin to perceive the subtle resonances that guide one along their unique path. Sensing the currents of intent, the journey towards aligning with one's purpose begins with the cultivation of inner sensitivity. It requires the adept to quiet the mind, not merely to achieve stillness, but to become an open vessel capable of receiving the faint whispers of the deeper currents. These whispers are not loud or dramatic. They are subtle shifts in sensation, changes in emotional tone, intuitive nudges that arise from a place beyond the rational mind. Imagine standing at the edge of a vast ocean. The waves crash against the shore. The wind sighs through the trees. These are the overt energies. But beneath the surface lies a deeper, powerful current, the tides that move the ocean mass. To attune to one's purpose is like learning to sense that undercurrent, to feel the pull of the tide even when the surface is turbulent. This sensing begins by observing one's own reactions without immediate judgment. What activities cause a feeling of effortless engagement, a sense of time passing quickly? What thoughts arise with a feeling of resonance, a sense that they are true? These are clues, faint signals from the deeper self, pointing towards areas where one's natural vibration aligns with their purpose. The elemental intelligences can aid in this process. By consciously working with Earth, one might cultivate a deeper sense of grounding, allowing the ego's noise to subside and the inner landscape to become clearer. Through water, the fluidity of perception can be developed, enabling the adept to flow with the currents of intuition rather than being swept away by emotional tides. With air, the mind can become more open, allowing new ideas and perspectives related to purpose to enter. And through fire, the will to discern and act upon these intuitive nudges can be strengthened. The law of attraction in alignment. Once the purpose begins to be perceived even dimly, the law of attraction, a fundamental principle of the universe, comes into play with potent effect. This law states that like attracts like, that thoughts and feelings create a magnetic field that draws experiences and opportunities of a corresponding nature. When one's actions and intentions are aligned with their purpose, a powerful resonance is created. The energy emitted is coherent, strong and true. This coherence acts like a beacon drawing forth the people, resources and circumstances necessary to further that purpose. It is not mere wishful thinking. It is the natural consequence of operating in harmony with the underlying vibrational patterns of the cosmos. Consider an artist whose purpose is to create beauty. When they are truly aligned, their work flows effortless. They are not primarily focused on the outcome, the praise, or the lack of resources. They are immersed in the process, driven by an inner compulsion that resonates with the creative force of the universe. This state of flow, this alignment with purpose naturally attracts the attention of others who appreciate beauty, the support needed to create, and the opportunities for the art to be seen and appreciated. Conversely, when one is out of alignment, living a life that contradicts their deepest nature, the energy becomes discordant. Doubt, resistance, and frustration become prevalent emotions, creating a negative magnetic field. Opportunities may seem to vanish, support may be withdrawn, and the path forward feels blocked. This is not a curse, but a natural consequence of misalignment with the vibrational reality of the universe. Cultivating the attunement. The process of attuning to one's purpose is an ongoing one requiring continuous practice and refinement. It is not a destination to be reached but a state of being to be cultivated. Meditation and introspection, regular periods of quiet reflection are essential. Here the adept can still the mind, listen to the subtle inner voice and observe the resonances that arise concerning different life directions. Mindful action. Approach daily activities with awareness. Ask, does this action align with my deeper purpose? Even small choices made consciously contribute to the overall alignment. Working with the elements. Intentionally engage with the elements in ways that resonate with the qualities needed for purposeful living. Spend time in nature, earth. Allow oneself to flow with changing circumstances. Water. Engage in meaningful communication. Air. And cultivate inner courage and transformation. Fire. Seeking signposts. Learn to recognize the signs and synchronicities that the universe provides, interpreting them through the lens of one's perceived purpose. These are the universe's way of guiding the seeker, embracing discomfort. True alignment often requires stepping outside the comfort zone. Fear and resistance are natural, but they are also signals that the path is being challenged. The adept must develop the courage fueled by the fire of purpose to navigate these challenges. The path forward, the place of inner learning, offers the map, the understanding of the elemental forces and the knowledge of the law of attraction. But the true journey begins when the seeker, armed with this understanding, steps out into the world and begins to attune their own vibrational frequency to the deeper current of their purpose. This is not always an easy path. It requires courage to face the unknown, humility to acknowledge one's own limitations, and faith to trust the process even when the outcome is unclear. Yet for those who embark upon this journey with sincerity and dedication, the rewards are immense. They begin to live not merely existing, but feeling the resonance of their being with the grand symphony of the cosmos. They move from reaction to response, from chaos to conscious participation, shaping their reality in harmony with the deepest laws of the universe. The path forward lies within, guided by the whispers of purpose and the silent strength of aligned action. The universe, through its elemental intelligences and the law of attraction, awaits the aligned soul ready to mirror back the highest expressions of its own inherent wisdom and beauty. The seeker, by attuning to their own inner resonance, becomes a conductor of that symphony, bringing harmony to their own life and contributing to the greater melody of existence. Chapter 52. The seeker, having navigated the labyrinth and corridors of understanding concerning the elemental intelligences and the subtle currents they embody, now stands at a threshold of profound transformation. This is not merely an academic appreciation of forces but a deeply personal engagement with the very nature of reality as perceived through the focused lens of consciousness. The laws of the hidden universe, far from being arcane secrets, are the fundamental principles by which the soul weaves its tapestry of experience. The nature of perception. Perception is not a passive receipt of sensory data. It is an active process, a creative act of the mind and spirit. The world as we commonly experience it is a construct filtered through layers of conditioning, belief, and past experience. To attune to the subtle energies and spiritual currents requires a conscious effort to dissolve the veils of ordinary perception, to become sensitive to the vibrations beneath the surface of apparent reality. It demands an awareness that what is seen is but one facet of a far grander, more intricate whole. Dissolving the ego filter. The primary obstacle to perceiving the deeper truths is the ego structure, the sense of a separate, isolated self. This structure, built upon past conditioning and future projections, acts as a filter interpreting experience through the lens of personal desire, fear, judgment, and attachment. It creates a rigid framework through which the fluidity of the subtle energies is often missed or misinterpreted. True perception begins in the stillness achieved by transcending the ego need to interpret and control. In the quiet spaces between thoughts, the direct perception of the underlying currents becomes possible. Sensing the vibrational signature. The subtle energies and the spiritual currents are not perceived through the five physical senses in their conventional modes but through the faculty of inner sensitivity, often referred to as the sixth sense or intuition. This involves tuning into the vibrational signature of phenomena. Everything from a physical object to an emotion to a concept carries its own unique energetic resonance. The practice is to cultivate the inner sensitivity to discern these vibrations, to feel the quality of energy rather than merely labeling the external appearance. It is like learning a new language, the language of vibration. The role of the astral body. While the physical body interacts with the grosser aspects of the material world, the astral body is the vehicle through which the consciousness perceives and interacts with the subtler dimensions. It is more malleable, more responsive to the vibrational frequencies of the inner and outer worlds. By cultivating awareness of the astral body through practices like meditation and visualization, the seeker can expand their perceptual field, allowing them to feel the presence of elemental intelligences and the flow of spiritual currents in their immediate environment and even across vast distances of time and space. Attuning the chakras. The chakras, the energy centers within the human body, are not merely theoretical constructs. They are dynamic points of interaction between the physical, astral, and causal bodies and the subtle energies that permeate the universe. Each chakra resonates with specific types of energies and aspects of reality. By consciously working to open, balance, and align the chakras, particularly the higher ones, the individual attunes their energetic system to be more receptive to the influx of subtle knowledge and wisdom. This process allows the perception to become clearer, more refined, and more comprehensive. The practice of inner listening. Perceiving the spiritual currents is akin to listening to a soft underlying melody that often remains unheard amidst the noise of everyday life. The practice required is not one of intense striving but of patient, attentive inner listening. It involves quieting the mind, suspending judgment, and allowing the inner senses to pick up the subtle vibrations. This may manifest as feelings, intuitions, images, or resonant sensations. The key is to approach these perceptions with an attitude of openness and curiosity, recognizing their validity even if they do not conform to conventional understanding. Integrating the knowledge. The knowledge gained through this heightened perception is not merely intellectual information. It is experiential wisdom. It must be integrated into the fabric of the individual's life. This integration occurs through reflection, meditation, and the conscious application of the insights gained in daily living. As the perception sharpens and the understanding deepens, the individual begins to navigate the world from a place of greater awareness, making choices that are more aligned with the natural flow of the subtle energies and the wisdom they embody. The path of continuous attunement. The journey of attuning to the subtle energies and perceiving the spiritual currents is not a destination to be reached but a continuous process of refinement and expansion. It is a path of lifelong learning and inner exploration. Each moment offers an opportunity to deepen the awareness, to attune more closely to the vibrational signature of reality, and to perceive the intricate dance of the elemental intelligences that underpin the visible world. The source of all knowledge and wisdom resides within this process of conscious attunement, waiting to be discovered by the seeker who persists in their quest for deeper understanding. Chapter 53. The Weaver's Touch. The student sits in the stillness of the place of inner learning, their senses straining, not against the noise of the external world, but against the subtle hum of the underlying reality. They have journeyed far, metaphorically speaking, through the landscapes of thought, emotion, and perception, seeking the deeper currents of being. They have learned to perceive the ebb and flow of astral forces, to recognize the whispers of elemental intelligences, and to attune their own subtle bodies to these vast energies. Yet understanding is only one side of the coin. Knowledge, like raw material, must be refined and shaped into tools of power and understanding. This is where the concept of the weaver and the practice of conscious participation in the shaping of reality becomes paramount. The student feels the presence of the source of all knowledge and wisdom not as a distant deity but as the very fabric of existence itself. It is the light that illuminates the darkness, the sound that resonates within the silence. This source is not separate from the world. It is the world in its most pure and unmanifested state. It is the potential from which all manifestation arises. The source in its infinite wisdom does not simply allow creation to happen. It guides it. It weaves the tapestry of existence with an intricate and deliberate hand. Every star, every molecule, every thought, every feeling is a thread in this vast cosmic loom. The source holds the pattern, the blueprint of all possibilities, and the energies of the astral plane, the forces of the elements are the tools and materials with which the weaving is done. The student begins to explore this concept through focused contemplation. They visualize the source not as a singular entity but as an infinite field of potential illuminators of pure consciousness. Within this sea they sense the subtle patterns, the laws of physics, the principles of magic, the interconnectedness of all things. These are the established threads, the foundational structure of the weave. Then they focus inward towards their own being. They become aware of their own thoughts, their own emotions, their own intentions. These are not merely passive experiences. They are energetic actions. Every focused thought, every sincere emotion, every clear intention sends out ripples into the source, influencing the pattern, adding new threads to the tapestry. This is where the danger and the immense power lies. The student must learn to distinguish between unconscious random thoughts and emotions which can tangle the weave, create chaos and imbalance, and conscious directed focus. It is the difference between blindly pulling at the threads and skillfully guiding the pattern. The elemental intelligences, those beings of pure elemental force, air, fire, water, earth, act as the primary agents of the source in the weaving process. They are the hands that manipulate the threads, the weavers upon the cosmic loom. Air brings the breath of change, the movement that stirs the pattern. Fire brings the heat of transformation, the energy that shapes and forges. Water brings the flow of emotion, the adaptability that molds the form. Earth brings the stability of form, the grounding that anchors the creation. The student learns to attune to these intelligences, not to command them, but to understand their roles and to work in harmony with them. They feel the gentle stirring of air, encouraging flexibility and awareness. They sense the warm glow of fire, fostering passion and alchemical change. They experience the cool flow of water, allowing for empathy and emotional understanding. They connect with the solid presence of earth, finding grounding and practical application by consciously aligning their own intentions and energies with the flows of these elemental forces, guided by the wisdom of the source. The student begins to practice the art of weaving. It is not about creating entirely new realities out of thin air, but about participating more consciously in the ongoing process of manifestation. It is about refining their own thread, ensuring it contributes positively to the overall pattern. They might visualize sending their intentions like a specific thread of light into the source, feeling it being received and integrated. They might focus on a particular challenge or goal, sensing the appropriate elemental forces, perhaps the fiery energy of transformation to break down old patterns, the flowing water to navigate emotional currents, the airy perspective to see the situation clearly, and the earthy stability to ground the new reality. The source provides the pattern, the potential. The elements provide the dynamic forces of creation. The student, through conscious awareness and intention, provides the focused will to guide the process, to select the threads and shape the weave according to their highest good and the needs of the larger whole. This understanding brings a profound sense of empowerment. The student realizes they are not merely passive observers of the universe but active participants in its unfolding. Their thoughts, emotions, and intentions do matter. They are in their own small way co-weavers of the tapestry of existence. This awareness does not lead to arrogance but to humility and responsibility. The student understands the immense power inherent in conscious participation, the potential to both create harmony and contribute to discord. They become acutely aware of the need to refine their own inner state to align their will with the source's wisdom and the natural flow of the elements. The practice of conscious weaving is a lifelong journey, a constant refinement of awareness and intention. It requires ongoing attunement, self-awareness, and a deep respect for the intricate patterns of reality. It is a way of living that moves beyond mere reaction and into the realm of conscious creation. As the student contemplates this, a sense of peace washes over them. They are part of something vast and magnificent, a cosmic weaving that stretches across time and space. They have found a way to connect their small self to the great source to become an instrument of its creative power. The path forward is clear. Continue to learn, to attune, and to weave with intention, contributing their unique thread to the magnificent tapestry of existence. And within the stillness of the place of inner learning, they feel the gentle guiding hand of the weaver encouraging them onward. Chapter 54. The seeker, having navigated the shadowed corridors of their own mind and encountered the flickering lights of nascent will, now stands at the threshold of a deeper understanding. This is not merely the realm of thought, nor the province of fleeting emotion, but the sacred space where intention begins to weave its patterns into the subtle fabric of reality. It is the place of inner learning, where the laws of the hidden universe, far from being esoteric curiosities, are revealed as the fundamental principles governing the interplay of spirit and matter. The previous chapters have illuminated the nature of the astral forces, those unseen currents of energy and consciousness that permeate the universe, linking all things through sympathetic vibration. We have explored how the human psyche, particularly through the focused faculty of imagination, can become a resonant chamber attuning itself to these higher frequencies. We have touched upon the existence and influence of the elemental intelligences, the conscious forces embodying the qualities of fire, water, air, and earth, and how they are the stewards and expressions of the fundamental energies that shape the material world. Now we delve into the mechanism through which these forces and intelligences operate, the principle of resonance, and the act of weaving one's own intentions into the great loom of the cosmos. Imagine, if you will, a loom of infinite intricacy, not made of wood and thread, but of pure energy and intention. Its threads are the unspoken desires, the silent yearnings, the focused wills of all conscious beings. Its weaver is the collective unconscious, the source of all knowledge and wisdom from which all patterns emerge. The shuttle that carries the vibrant colors of possibility is the focused imagination guided by the hand of conscious will. The laws of the hidden universe are not unplanned rules imposed from without. They are the inherent nature of this cosmic weaving. The law of attraction, for instance, is simply the principle that like attracts like. A vibration of love will draw other vibrations of love. A focused intention set upon a desired outcome sends out a specific frequency that resonates with similar frequencies existing within the potential of the universe, ultimately attracting the corresponding forms and circumstances into manifestation. Astral forces are the carriers of these vibrations through the subtle bodies and the etheric planes. They are the messengers and the mediums through which the influence of the source can be felt and applied. They connect the individual mind to the universal mind, the personal will to the cosmic will. Elemental intelligences are the specific expressions and custodians of the four fundamental elements, the building blocks of manifestation, each carrying its own unique vibration and sphere of influence. Fire represents will, transformation, and activation. Water signifies emotion, intuition, and the flow of life. Air embodies thought, communication, and the intellect. Earth anchors substance, stability, and the physical form. These intelligences are not mere etheric concepts. They are living conscious forces that can be contacted, understood, and worked with to shape one's reality. The true art of the magician, the true science of the soul, lies in learning how to consciously interact with this great loom. It begins with the cultivation of a refined sensitivity to the subtle energies beneath the surface of appearances. The world we perceive through the five senses is but a thin veil. Beneath it lies a universe of energy, of feeling, of intention, the true substance of reality. To attune to this requires practice, mindfulness, and a willingness to see beyond the obvious. It requires learning to sense the spiritual currents that move through time, space, and psyche. Time is not merely a linear progression. It is a web of potentialities, a field of all possibilities. Space is not empty. It is filled with the resonant frequencies of consciousness. The psyche is not just a biological machine. It is a microcosm reflecting the macrocosm, a field of consciousness capable of interacting with the universal field. This attunement begins within. It starts with the quiet observation of one's own inner landscape. The thoughts that arise, the emotions that wash over, the intentions that form. By becoming an aware witness, one begins to disentangle the personal ego from the deeper current of awareness. This is where the knowledge of the source becomes accessible not as etheric information but as lived experience. From this place of inner stillness and awareness, the next step is to engage the faculty of imagination. Imagination is not mere daydreaming or escapist fantasy. It is the creative force, the power that shapes potential into actuality. When focused by will, directed by intention, imagination becomes the most potent tool for working with the astral forces and the elemental intelligences. To attune to the subtle energies, one might practice meditation, focusing on the breath, the flow of energy within the body, or the silence between thoughts. They might use sensory anchors, the feeling of warm sun, the scent of rain, the sound of flowing water to connect with the qualities of the elements. They might visualize themselves as a tuning fork resonating with the vibration they seek to attract. To sense the spiritual currents, one must learn to read the signs of the universe both within and without. Synchronicities are not random occurrences. They are messages, echoes of the deeper patterns at play. Intuition, that quiet inner knowing, is often the voice of the source, guiding the seeker through the labyrinth of illusion. Dreams can be windows into the astral realms, revealing the symbolic language of the unconscious and the influences shaping one's path. And finally, to weave one's intentions into the loom, one must practice the art of focused wool. This is not about forcing the universe, but about aligning oneself with the desired outcome through vibration. It involves setting a clear intention, visualizing its manifestation with vivid detail, feeling the emotions associated with its achievement, and then releasing the need for the ego to control the process. It is about becoming a conscious weaver, placing one's thread of intention onto the cosmic loom with care and precision, knowing that the source provides the pattern and the colors. The laws of the hidden universe, the forces of the astral plane, and the intelligences of the elements are not tools to be manipulated for selfish gain. They are aspects of the underlying reality, aspects of the source itself, available for those who seek to align themselves with their flow. They are the means by which the soul expresses itself more fully, co-creates its reality and fulfills its potential for wisdom and enlightenment. The place of inner learning is not a distant destination to be reached, but the state of consciousness one cultivates within. It is the ongoing process of attuning, sensing and weaving, of becoming a conscious participant in the grand cosmic dance of creation and manifestation. As the seeker continues on this path, the patterns become clearer, the vibrations more distinct, and the power of conscious creation becomes an integral part of their experience. The loom awaits the weaver who understands its laws and honors its energies. Chapter 55. The Alchemy of Attention. The seeker, having navigated the labyrinth and corridors of understanding concerning the elemental intelligences and the subtle currents they embody, now stands at a threshold both familiar and profoundly novel. The knowledge acquired is vast. The principles intricate, yet a crucial transformation remains. The integration of this understanding into the very fabric of their conscious experience. This is where the alchemy of attention becomes paramount. For years, perhaps lifetimes, the focused mind has been a tool, a lens through which the hidden patterns of reality have been glimpsed. Meditation has honed the ability to still the internal noise, to perceive the faint hum of the astral forces, to commune, however briefly, with the elemental whispers. Yet, the true mastery lies not merely in the capacity to observe these energies in isolation, but in learning to attune one's own vibrational signature to their rhythm. It is the difference between understanding the map of a mountain range and actually climbing its peaks, feeling the sun on one's skin, the wind in one's hair, the solid ground beneath one's feet. This attunement is not a mere intellectual agreement with the principles of sympathetic resonance or the interconnectedness of all things. It is a deliberate, continuous process of energetic alignment. It begins within in the crucible of the mind and the heart. The ceaseless chatter of the ego mind, the stream of conditioned thoughts and desires acts as a barrier, a static that interferes with the clarity of perception and the flow of subtle energies. To attune, one must first learn to quiet this internal noise, not by force or suppression, but by gentle, unwavering redirection of attention. The practice is ancient yet perpetually fresh. It is the art of mindfulness, cultivated with the specific intention of perceiving the underlying currents of the cosmos. When the seeker sits in meditation or even walks through a forest or engages in daily tasks, the focus shifts suddenly. It is no longer solely on the external object or the internal monologue. Instead, there is a simultaneous awareness of both with a gentle bias towards the subtle. While observing a tree, the mind might gently rest upon the feeling of its ancient presence, the slow deep breath of its roots drawing in the earth's energies, the subtle pulse of life that resonates within its trunk and leaves. This is not about thinking about the tree's energy. It is about feeling it, perceiving the vibration that underlies the visible form. It is sensing the presence of the wood element not through intellectual definition but through direct empathetic resonance. This requires a radical shift in perspective. The visible world, the world of solid forms and distinct objects, is often perceived as the primary reality. The hidden universe understanding reveals that this is merely the most dense, the most tangible expression of a far vaster, more fluid reality composed of subtle energies and intelligent forces. Attunement means consciously choosing to perceive this deeper reality as reality, allowing the subtle perceptions to inform and color the interpretation of the gross. Consider the element of air. The seeker might stand in a field on a windy day. Instead of merely observing the movement of the grass and the rustling of leaves, they might focus their attention on the feeling of the wind itself. Not just the physical sensation on the skin, but the deeper sense of movement, of change, of communication that the air carries. They might attune to the subtle vibrations of thought, the unseen currents of emotion and intention that also travel invisibly through the atmosphere. They become sensitive not just to the wind, but to the intelligence of the air, the great breath of the universe, sensing its connection to the breath within their own lungs, the rhythm of their own heart. This process is inherently alchemical. The seeker is not just passively receiving information, they are actively participating in a transformation. By focusing their attention on the subtle energies and the elemental intelligences, they are raising their own vibrational frequency. They are aligning their own inner compass with the cosmic currents. This alignment is the key to unlocking greater intuition, deeper creativity, and a more profound sense of connection with all of existence. The resistance is often internal. The mind may protest, finding the task of sustained, subtle attention exhausting. The ego may cling to the familiar, finding the perceived reality of the visible world more comforting than the potentially overwhelming richness of the subtle. The seeker must be patient and persistent, gentle with themselves, yet unwavering in their commitment. It is not a pursuit to be rushed or judged. It is a gradual ongoing process of refinement, like polishing a gemstone until its inner light shines through. As the seeker becomes more adept at this alchemy of attention, the lines between the inner and outer worlds begin to blur. The subtle perceptions become more distinct, more reliable. The wisdom gained through quiet attunement starts to filter into the conscious mind, offering guidance that transcends logical reasoning. The world is no longer seen as merely a collection of objects and events, but as a living, breathing tapestry of energy, interconnected and imbued with intelligence at every level. This does not necessarily mean that the seeker will suddenly see auras in the conventional sense or hear explicit voices. While such experiences are possible for some, the primary transformation is one of perception itself. It is the ability to sense the unseen influences, to understand the deeper motivations behind actions, to perceive the spiritual currents shaping events and individual lives. It is the development of a sixth sense that is not mystical in the sense of being separate from the mundane, but is rather an extension of a fully awakened awareness of the interconnected nature of all things. The journey of attunement is the final crucial step in truly understanding the hidden universe laws and the forces at play. It moves the seeker from the realm of intellectual knowledge to the realm of experiential wisdom. It is the bridge between the place of inner learning and the lived tangible expression of that understanding in the world. It is the alchemy that transforms the knowledge received into the wisdom lived, and it is a journey without end. For the subtle energies and the deeper truths they reveal are infinite. The seeker, through the dedicated practice of attention, becomes not just a student of the hidden universe but a participant in its very unfolding. Chapter 56. The seeker, having navigated the shadowed corridors of self-doubt and the dazzling hallways of over-ambition, finds themselves standing at the threshold of a deeper understanding. This is not a place of grand revelations delivered in thunderous tones, nor is it a realm of simple instructions. Rather, it is the place of inner learning, a space where the subtle undercurrents of existence become palpable, where the laws that govern the hidden realms are felt as intimately as one's own heartbeat. In this chapter, we delve into the resonance of the inner loom, exploring how the energies of the cosmos, the forces of the elements, and the very fabric of time weave the tapestry of your perceived reality. It is an understanding that moves beyond the intellectual grasp of mere theory. It is an experiential knowing, a felt sense of participation in the grand design. The inner loom is not a physical entity, nor is it merely a metaphor for the subconscious mind. It is the dynamic intersection point where intention, energy, and the universal laws of correspondences intertwine. Imagine, if you will, a vast cosmic loom, its threads composed of the fundamental energies, the primal forces that underpin all manifestation. These threads are not static. They vibrate, resonate, and interact with one another in complex, harmonious patterns. Your own psyche, your own inner world is akin to the weaver. At this loom, you possess the innate ability to attune to the frequencies of these cosmic threads, to select and manipulate them according to your focused intention. The laws of the hidden universe are not unplanned decrees imposed from without. They are the inherent principles of this weaving process. The law of correspondence, for instance, dictates that like attracts like, that the inner state mirrors the outer expression, and that symbols, sounds, and actions can be used to tap into corresponding realities. This is the language spoken by the inner loom. Astral forces, the subtle energies that permeate the non-physical planes and interact with the physical, are the very threads that the inner loom uses. They are the lifeblood of the subtle bodies, the energetic pathways through which spiritual currents flow. To attune to these forces is to learn to read the patterns of the loom, to understand how the subtle shifts in energy can alter the course of the weave. Consider the elements. Earth provides the stable foundation, the grounding anchor. Air brings the breath of life, the spark of ideas. Fire ignites the will, the passion for creation. Water flows with emotion, the deep currents of intuition. These are not merely physical elements. They are archetypal energies, fundamental principles that reside within you and resonate with the external world. The inner loom utilizes these elemental intelligences, the inherent consciousness within each element to infuse the weave with vitality, stability, and purpose. The elemental intelligences are not distant anthropomorphic beings residing in far-off planes. They are the inherent qualities of the elements themselves accessible through attunement. The intelligence of earth can be felt in the grounding presence of a mountain, the resilience of a tree, the intelligence of air in the whispering of the wind, the clarity of a mountain peak, the intelligence of fire in the warmth of the sun, the transformation of wood, the intelligence of water in the flow of a river, the depth of the ocean. To work with the inner loom requires more than mere intellectual understanding. It demands a quieting of the mind's chatter, a turning inward to feel the vibrations of the subtle energies. It requires the practice of focused attention, the ability to hold a vibration in consciousness long enough for the corresponding reality to begin to manifest. This is where the spiritual currents that move through time, space, and psyche become relevant. These currents are the great rivers of energy that connect all things, the undercurrents that shape destiny and possibility. By attuning to these currents, you align your own energy with the larger flow of the universe. You become a node of consciousness, a point of interaction where intention meets infinite possibility. You learn to sense the subtle shifts in the energetic atmosphere, to perceive the patterns of creation and dissolution as they unfold in the subtle realms, and to consciously participate in the weaving of your own life. This is not about exerting force upon the universe. It is about aligning with its inherent intelligence. It is about becoming a sensitive instrument attuned to the resonances of the inner loom and allowing the natural flow of energy to guide the creation of your reality. The laws of the hidden universe, the forces of the astral, the intelligences of the elements. They are not obstacles to be overcome but allies to be understood and utilized. As you stand within the place of inner learning, feel the hum of the inner loom. Sense the threads of energy that connect you to the earth beneath your feet, to the sky above, to the vastness of the cosmos. Feel the resonance of the elements within your own body, the stability of earth in your bones, the breath of air in your lungs, the warmth of fire in your core, the flow of water in your bloodstream. Begin to attune your consciousness to these resonances. Quiet the noise of the outer world and the chatter of your mind. Focus on the feeling of connection, the sense of participation in the grand weaving. Allow your intention to settle like a pattern upon the loom and feel the subtle energies respond, beginning to weave the tapestry of your future, one vibration at a time. The journey of inner learning is a continuous attunement, a lifelong practice of sensing the subtle, participating in the sacred and weaving your unique contribution into the grand tapestry of existence. The inner loom await a touch, ready to transform intention into reality through the resonant power of the cosmos. Chapter 57. The seeker stands within the place of inner learning, not as a mere observer, but as an active participant in the grand theater of consciousness. The veils, though thinner here than in the densest mists of the material world, still require effort to penetrate. Knowledge is not merely presented, it must be unfolding, a process requiring the alchemical transformation of perception itself. This chapter delves into the fundamental principle that reality is not a fixed stage upon which events unfold but rather a dynamic living tapestry woven from the threads of consciousness and energy. The hidden universe laws are not hidden decrees imposed from without but rather the inherent operating principles of the mind and the universe waiting to be discovered within. To understand the world, one must first understand the nature of perception itself. The astral forces are the subtle emanations of thought, feeling, and intent. They are the unseen currents that flow through the etheric planes, mirroring and influencing the physical. Like tides in the ocean of consciousness, these forces rise and fall, shaping our inner landscape and consequently our outer experience. The adept learns to navigate these currents, not by fighting them, but by attuning their own inner vessel to their rhythm. This attunement allows for a perception that transcends the limited scope of the five physical senses, tapping into a deeper, more resonant understanding of the world's interconnectedness. Consider the elemental intelligences, the archetypal forces of nature, earth, air, fire, and water. These are not mere physical phenomena. They are the living conscious principles that underpin the material world. Earth represents stability, form and the tangible, air, the intellect, communication and the unseen pathways of thought, fire, transformation, will and the spark of life, water, emotion, intuition and the flow of change. These intelligences are not separate entities, but facets of a unified whole expressing different qualities of the underlying source. The place of inner learning provides a sanctuary where the student can consciously engage with these forces through meditation, ritual and disciplined observation. One can sense the presence and influence of the elementals within oneself and the surrounding environment. This sensing is not about intellectual analysis but about direct intuitive perception. Feeling the cool grounding presence of earth beneath their feet, the swift questioning flow of air in their thoughts, the warm dynamic energy of fire igniting their intentions, the deep flowing currents of water moving within their emotions. The true challenge lies in perceiving these forces not as etheric concepts but as living dynamic energies that shape the visible world. The physical manifestation of a stone earth is not merely inert matter. It carries the resonance of stability of form of the earth principle itself. The intellectual argument air is not just words. It is the interplay of ideas, the unseen pathways of thought, the breath of air animating communication. The passionate conviction fire is not just an emotion. It is the transformative power, the will to burn away the old to make way for the new. The intuitive feeling water is not just a mood. It is the deep flowing wisdom of the subconscious, the connection to the vast unspoken currents of life. The hidden universe laws governing these interactions are based on the principle of correspondence. As above, so below, as below, so above. This means that the patterns and energies operating on the subtle inner planes, the above, are reflected in the physical world, the below, and vice versa. By understanding the dynamics of energy and consciousness within oneself, one gains insight into the workings of the universe. Conversely, by observing the patterns in the external world, one can gain understanding of the inner processes. For instance, the law of attraction operates through these subtle currents. Thoughts and feelings, astral forces, carry a specific vibrational signature. When one holds a consistent state of mind or emotion, they are emitting a particular frequency. The elemental intelligences acting as intermediaries help to draw towards oneself experiences and people that resonate with this frequency. This is not magic in the sense of commanding the universe, but rather the natural consequence of aligning one's inner state with the vibrational nature of reality. The place of inner learning encourages the reader to become an experimenter in consciousness. It invites them to consciously direct their thoughts and feelings, astral forces, and observe the results both internally and externally. Does cultivating feelings of gratitude shift their perception of their environment? Does focusing on a sense of inner stability, earth, influence their interaction with the physical world? Does allowing the flow of intuitive feelings water reveal hidden connections and insights? This process requires patience and self-observation. It is not about achieving instantaneous results but about gradually refining one's perception, attuning oneself to the subtle melodies of existence. The place of inner learning is a laboratory for the soul where the laws of consciousness are tested and understood through direct experience. As the student deepens their practice, they begin to perceive the interconnectedness of all things more clearly. The boundaries between self and other, between mind and matter begin to dissolve. They understand that the events of their day, the interactions with others, the challenges and joys, all are expressions of these underlying energies and principles interwoven into the fabric of their own consciousness and the collective tapestry of the world. This expanded perception is not about gaining control, but about gaining understanding. It is about recognizing oneself as a co-creator within the unfolding drama of existence. Guided by the inherent laws of the universe and attuned to the subtle currents that shape all reality, the journey is ongoing, a continuous process of learning, unlearning, and reperceiving, always returning to the source of all knowledge and wisdom within. And so the student continues their exploration, ever mindful that the most profound discoveries about the world lie not in looking outward alone, but in turning inward, attuning their perception to the vast invisible symphony that underlies all appearances. The place of inner learning remains a sanctuary for those brave enough to seek the truth beyond the veils. Chapter 58. The seeker stands at the threshold of perception's deeper chambers. Having navigated the initial currents of awareness towards the subtle emanations, they have learned to distinguish the hum of the underlying reality from the chatter of the mind, to feel the gentle tides of the inner cosmos responding to the celestial movements without becoming lost in the philosophical currents themselves. This is the crucible where the raw ore of consciousness is refined. The nature of attention before us lies the fundamental principle. Attention is the power within the realm of the inner world. It is the focused point of wool, the directed stream of consciousness that cuts through the veils of illusion, revealing the underlying structures of being. It is not merely thinking but feeling awareness directed towards a specific aspect of the inner landscape or the subtle energies that permeate it. Consider the simple act of gazing at a flame. Unfocused, the mind may drift, associating the flame with a million memories, worries, or unrelated thoughts. The flame flickers, a chaotic dance of energy, and the perception remains scattered, ineffective. Yet when one attends to the flame, the inner focus sharpens. The chaotic dance becomes a structured pattern of energy exchange, the absorption of oxygen, the combustion, the release of light and heat. The inner landscape quiets. The mind becomes a clear mirror reflecting the flame's nature. This focused attention is the key to unlocking the secrets of the subtle worlds. The alchemical process. This process of using attention is akin to alchemy, the transmutation of the lean matter of the unrefined self into the golden essence of awakened awareness. The elements involved are not physical substances but states of consciousness and the subtle energies they interact with the matter. This is the raw material, the unexamined habits of thought, the emotional reactivity, the identification with the limited ego self. It is often heavy, dense, and mired in the past or future. The agent. This is the focused attention itself, wielded with the intention of transmutation. It is the will directed towards understanding, towards perceiving the deeper truth. The crucible. This is the state of inner awareness, the quiet space within from which the observation occurs. It is the still point where the transformation happens. The fire. This is the power of the will, the intensity of the focused attention, the energy directed towards dissolving illusion and revealing the underlying reality. It is not destructive fire but the purifying heat that refined the matter. The result, the golden essence, the awakened mind, the integrated self, the clear perception of the interconnectedness of all things, the direct experience of the subtle energies and the underlying wisdom. It is the state of being source manifesting through a conscious vessel, practicing the alchemy of attention. To practice this alchemy, one must consciously direct their focus towards the subtle energies and the laws governing them. This begins with simple exercises. Attending to the breath, feel the subtle energy moving in and out of the body with each breath. Notice the sensations at the nostrils, the rise and fall of the chest or core. Let the mind rest upon this simple vital flow, dissolving conceptual thoughts. Attending to sensations, choose a part of the body, perhaps the hands. Feel the subtle energy within them. Is there warmth, coolness, tingling, a sense of expansion or contraction? Attend to these physical sensations without judgment, simply observing the quality of the energy. Attending to environmental energies. Stand in nature. Feel the energy of the earth beneath your feet. Sense the quality of the air, the energy flowing through the trees, the subtle vibrations of the stones. Let your awareness become attuned to the larger field of subtle forces, attending to astral influences. As the inner sensitivity grows, begin to attend to the subtle shifts in energy that correspond to astrological movements or planetary alignments. This is not about calculation or belief, but about perceiving the subtle resonances in the collective unconscious and the inner psyche. Feel how the energy of Mars might manifest as inner drive or conflict, or how the energy of Venus might feel as attraction or harmony. Observe these energies without becoming identified with them. The path of refinement. The alchemy of attention is a lifelong process. Each moment offers a chance to refine the consciousness. When the mind wanders, gently but firmly return the attention to the chosen point of focus, the breath, a sensation, a subtle energy. Do not be discouraged by the apparent chaos of the mind. The very act of repeatedly returning the attention is the refining process itself. As the attention becomes more focused and sustained, the veil thins further. The inner landscape reveals more intricate patterns of energy. The laws of the subtle world previously known only intellectually begin to be experienced directly. The elemental intelligences once mere concepts become felt as living forces within and around the self. This is the path of inner learning, not just acquiring information, but transmuting the very substance of consciousness through the power of focused attention. It is the journey from the periphery of awareness to the source of all knowledge and wisdom residing deep within. The outer world of the hidden universe laws, astral forces and elemental intelligences becomes a reflection of the inner state, and the inner state becomes the gateway to true understanding and empowerment. The seeker, through the dedicated practice of attending, begins to embody the alchemy of consciousness itself. Chapter 59. The place of inner learning, while a realm of pure potential, was not devoid of its own subtle dynamics. It was a space where the laws of the hidden universe, far from being etheric concepts, manifested as tangible forces that could be perceived and navigated. Among these forces, the resonance of intention held a particularly potent place. It was the subtle hum beneath the surface of all thought, the vibration that preceded and often shaped manifestation. Here in this sanctuary of the mind, the student learned to attune not merely to the grand currents of astral forces or the bustling machinations of elemental intelligences, but to the delicate yet incredibly powerful frequency they generated from within themselves. To understand intention was to grasp a fundamental key to the interplay between the inner and outer worlds. Many sought knowledge, pouring in information like thirsty sponges. Yet few truly grasped the transformative power that resided in directing their own will, their own focused awareness. The place of inner learning sought not just to impart data, but to cultivate the capacity for conscious creation through the deliberate shaping of intention. The nature of intention was paradoxical. It was both a product of the mind and a force that could shape the mind's landscape. A fleeting thought, an unformed wish, carried little weight. But when thought was focused, when desire was held with clarity and conviction, when the will backed it up, intention began to tremble at the edges of the visible and invisible realms. It was like a stone dropped into a still pond. The initial disturbance was small, localized, but the ripples spread outwards, ever expanding, interacting with the contours of the water. The obstacles they encountered until they influenced the entire surface. So too did intention ripple through the subtle energies, interacting with the astral currents and the expectations held by elemental forces, gradually shaping the reality that the individual perceived. The student was encouraged to become an observer of their own intentions, not in a judgmental way, but with curiosity and awareness. Where did thoughts arise? Were they born of fear, desire, curiosity, or something deeper? How strong was the feeling behind them? Was the will engaged, or was it merely a passive wish? One might intend to manifest abundance. A simple thought might yield little. But if that thought was paired with a vivid visualization, an emotional charge of gratitude and expectation, and a firm resolve backed by focused will, the intention gained momentum. It began to resonate with the energies of creation, drawing upon the potential of the universe to bring forth forms aligned with that vibration. The laws governing this were subtle but precise. Like attracts like. The universe, particularly the astral and elemental planes, was governed by vibrational principles. An intention held with fear and doubt would attract experiences reflecting those vibrations. An intention held with love, clarity, and unwavering belief would begin to coalesce with corresponding energies and realities. The place of inner learning provided exercises to hone this faculty. Meditation focused not just on quieting the mind, but on learning to hold a single powerful intention with unwavering focus. Visualization techniques were practiced, embedding the desired outcome within a detailed, emotionally resonant tapestry. Affirmations were used not as empty repetitions, but as conscious declarations of intent charged with the power of the will. The student learned to distinguish between wishful thinking and potent intention. The former was a passive yearning easily dissipated. The latter was an active declaration, a tuning fork struck to resonate with a specific frequency. It required discipline. It required focus. And it required the courage to align one's inner state with the desired outer manifestation. They learned that intention was not merely a tool for personal gain. It was a fundamental interaction with the fabric of reality. By focusing their will, they were participating in the ongoing process of creation. They were not just receiving from the universe, they were contributing to its unfolding. As they practiced, they began to notice the subtle shifts. Opportunities would present themselves that seemed serendipitous yet were clearly aligned with their focused intentions. They might find themselves in the right place at the right time, having no conscious memory of planning it, yet the circumstances aligning perfectly with the goal they had held within. They learned to attune to the resonance of others' intentions as well. In the place of inner learning, this was a skill honed through careful observation and sensitivity. They could sense the vibrations emanating from those around them, the hopes, the fears, the desires, the doubts. This awareness fostered empathy and understanding, allowing for more conscious interaction within the community. The elemental intelligences, those beings attuned to the fundamental forces of nature, were particularly sensitive to intention. They were the stewards of the elements, the weavers of the subtle energies that flowed through the world. A clear, focused intention could be a powerful key to unlocking their cooperation, not through force, but through resonance. An intention held with respect, understanding, and alignment with the natural world could invite the elements to dance in harmony with the human will. The laws of the hidden universe were not barriers to be overcome, but patterns to be understood and utilized. Intention was one of the most potent patterns, a bridge between the conscious mind and the vast unfolding reality of the inner and outer worlds. By learning to master this subtle force, the student moved deeper into the heart of the place of inner learning, gaining not just knowledge but the power to shape their own experience of reality according to their highest aspirations. Here they practiced, refined and integrated this understanding, preparing themselves to carry the resonance of intention forth into the world beyond these walls where the challenges were greater and the potential for creation and collision was equally vast. The journey was ongoing, a continuous process of attuning the self to the deeper frequencies of existence. Chapter 60. The Alchemy of Attention. Within the place of inner learning, where the veils between worlds are thinnest and the currents of pure potential flow most freely, the student learns that the most profound transformation occurs not through grand gestures or seeking external power, but through the meticulous refinement of a single faculty, attention. This is the crucible where the lead and weight of distraction is purified into the gold of focused awareness. The very essence of the alchemist's art. All things in the visible and invisible realms are governed by laws, frequencies, and intelligent forces. The physical world is not merely matter in motion. It is a density of vibrating energies, a tapestry woven from the threads of time, space, and consciousness. To perceive this reality requires a different kind of seeing, a perception that transcends the limitations of the five physical senses and attunes the inner senses to the subtle vibrations that underpin all manifestation. The hidden universe laws are not unplanned decrees imposed from without. They are the inherent principles by which the universe organizes itself. The natural flow of energy and intention, astral forces, the lifeblood of the subtle bodies and the medium through which thought and emotion travel, are governed by these same laws, but operate on a level less bound by physical constraint. They are the immediate expression of will and feeling, the bridge between the mind's intent and the body's response, and between the individual self and the collective unconscious. Elemental intelligences, the spirits of fire, water, air, and earth, and their corresponding principles of dynamic will, emotional feeling, mental thought, and physical sensation are not mere mythological figures. They are the fundamental expressions of universal energy, the custodians of the raw materials of creation and the agents through which the hidden universe laws are enacted upon the physical plane. They are the living breath of the elements that permeate all things from the most mundane object to the most sublime act of creation. To attune to these subtle energies, to sense the spiritual currents that move through the fabric of time, space, and psyche, is the first step beyond the illusion of separation. It is to recognize that the self is not confined to the skin-bound ego, but is an extension of the universal consciousness capable of perceiving the deeper resonances that inform the world. This perception begins with the mastery of attention. The mind left untamed is a chaotic whirlwind pulled this way and that by the demands of the body, the clamor of the external world, and the incessant chatter of the ego. It flits from one thought to another like a distracted butterfly, never landing long enough to truly perceive. This fragmented attention creates a fragmented perception of reality where the deeper currents are missed. The subtle vibrations are drowned out by the noise. The alchemist's work is to train the butterfly of the mind to capture its flight and direct it intentionally. This is not about suppression but about refinement. It is learning to choose where to place the focus, to sustain that focus with unwavering dedication, and to hold the awareness long enough for the subtle colors to emerge from the noise, for the hidden patterns to become visible. Imagine for a moment standing before a vast intricate tapestry. The untrained eye sees only a chaotic jumble of colors and threads, but the trained eye, the alchemist's eye, begins to discern the underlying patterns, the repeating motifs, the way the threads interact. It learns to see the connections, the relationships between the different parts, and to perceive the overall design that unifies them. So it is with reality. The untrained attention perceives only the surface appearances, the solid forms, the fleeting events. The trained attention through the deliberate practice of focused awareness begins to perceive the underlying currents of energy, the patterns of influence, the subtle shifts in vibration that precede or follow significant events. It begins to sense the presence of the elemental intelligences not as external beings to be commanded but as inherent aspects of the environment to be perceived and understood. This perception is not a sudden gift but the result of consistent practice. It requires sitting quietly often and simply observing the inner landscape, the thoughts, the feelings, the sensations without judgment, without striving, without getting caught up in their narrative. It requires learning to notice the subtle shifts in the quality of energy within the body, the changes in the mental landscape, the way external events seem to resonate within the self. In this state of focused attention, the student begins to attune to the astral forces. Thoughts become clearer, more potent. Emotions can be felt more deeply but also more objectively understood as energetic states rather than absolute truths. The sense of connection to the environment deepens and the feeling of being a separate entity begins to dissolve, replaced by a sense of participation in the larger flow. The elemental intelligences become apparent through this refined perception. The feeling of warmth, intensity, and dynamic will is associated with the element of fire, perhaps manifesting as a specific sensation in the solar plexus or a feeling of energetic activation. The flow, the emotion, the sense of depth and form is associated with water, perhaps felt as a sensation in the belly or a feeling of receptive connection to the environment. The movement, the intellect, the sense of space is associated with air, perhaps felt as a mental clarity or a sense of breath in the mind. The stability, the form, the physical sensation is associated with earth, perhaps felt as a grounding presence or a connection to the physical body. By consciously engaging with these elements through focused attention, feeling the fire of dynamic will, flowing with the water of emotion, thinking clearly with the air of intellect, and grounding in the earth of physical sensation, the student begins to embody the principles of the hidden universe laws. They learn to direct energy, to manifest intention, and to work in harmony with the natural flow of the universe. This is not merely intellectual understanding. It is experiential knowledge gained through the direct perception of the subtle realities that underpin the visible world. It is the alchemy of attention transforming the lead of distraction and separation into the gold of focused awareness, connection and wisdom. And as this awareness deepens, the student finds themselves not just perceiving the spiritual currents, but becoming an integral part of the flow, a conscious participant in the great dance of creation, guided by the wisdom of the source itself, which resides within and without, illuminating the path for all who dare to attune their senses. Chapter 61. The seeker, having navigated the labyrinth and corridors of understanding concerning the elemental intelligences and the subtle currents they embody, now stands at the threshold of a profound realization. The alchemy of perception itself. This is not merely about seeing with the eyes but perceiving with the soul, transmuting the raw data of sensation into the refined gold of wisdom. The knowledge gathered is a crucible and the individual is the substance being forged. The place of inner learning, though a conceptual space, mirrors this truth. Its very architecture, its resonance, is built upon the laws of correspondences where a symbol points to a reality, a sound vibrates with power, and a feeling resonates with a deeper truth. To truly dwell within this place is to engage in the constant practice of perceiving the underlying patterns, the sympathetic links between the seen and the unseen, the material and the spiritual. Consider the elemental forces we have studied, the fiery impetus, the airy quickening, the watery emotion, the earthy foundation. They are not merely external agents. They are also inherent qualities within the self, within the world, within the very fabric of consciousness. The challenge lies in discerning their influence, not as separate entities, but as interacting currents that shape the perception of reality itself. Perception is the lens through which the soul views the universe. A perception clouded by fear perceives only threat. A perception colored by desire perceives only lack. A perception filtered through judgment perceives only error. Conversely, a perception cleared by understanding perceives the interconnectedness. A perception illuminated by love perceives the inherent goodness. A perception sharpened by wisdom perceives the divine pattern. The hidden universe laws we explore are not spells to be cast upon the external world but principles to be embodied within the perceiver. The law of attraction, for instance, is not merely about manifesting objects but about the fact that the quality of our perception attracts corresponding experiences. To perceive with gratitude, we draw near to experiences of abundance. To perceive with fear, we invite experiences that resonate with threat. Astral forces, the subtle energies that underpin the physical forms and connect the psyche to the cosmic consciousness, are the medium through which this alchemy occurs. They are the unseen currents that carry intention, emotion, and thought. To attune to these forces is to learn to read the subtext beneath the surface of events, to feel the emotional undertones of a room, to sense the intention behind an action, to perceive the deeper motivations within oneself and others. This requires a deliberate practice akin to the disciplines of the mystics and sages. It involves quieting the mind's chatter, not to achieve emptiness, but to make space for the subtler perceptions. It involves paying attention to one's own internal state, feelings, intuitions, bodily sensations, recognizing them as barometers of the deeper currents. It involves observing the natural world with unwavering focus, noticing the play of light, the patterns of wind, the ebb and flow of water, the silent strength of stone, and sensing the life force animating all. The elemental intelligences act as guides in this process. The fiery intelligence might illuminate the courage needed to confront limiting perceptions, to transmute fear into understanding. The airy intelligence might bring clarity, helping the seeker to disentangle illusion from reality, to perceive the truth behind the veils. The watery intelligence might help in accessing the deeper emotional currents, recognizing how past hurts or unprocessed feelings color present perception. The earthy intelligence might provide the grounding stability, the foundation of fact upon which to build a more accurate understanding. The journey towards perceiving reality is one of constant refinement. It is recognizing that what is perceived is often a construct, a filtered version of a far richer, more complex reality. It is learning to trust the inner compass of intuition balanced by the grounding check of objective observation. It is understanding that the self is not merely an isolated observer but an integral part of the perceptual field, influencing and being influenced by the energies at play. As the seeker deepens this practice within the place of inner learning, the lines between the perceiver and the perceived begin to soften. The boundaries blur. One starts to perceive the handiwork of the elemental intelligences in the seemingly mundane events of daily life. One senses the spiritual currents weaving through the fabric of time and space, influencing the course of history, the unfolding of relationships, the trajectory of personal growth. This heightened perception is not about gaining privileged information in some external sense but about attuning the inner instrument, the soul, to the universal symphony. It is about perceiving the divine spark within all things, the underlying unity that connects the seen and the unseen, the material and the immaterial. The final stage hinted at but not yet fully grasped is the realization that the alchemy of perception is in itself a form of creation. By changing how one perceives, one changes one's own energetic signature, one's own resonance within the universal field. This altered perception begins to shape one's own experience and potentially the experience of those around one, contributing to the ongoing evolution of the conscious cosmos. The path is ongoing, requiring continuous practice, humility, and an unwavering commitment to the truth as perceived through the refined lens of inner understanding. The place of inner learning remains a sanctuary and a school where the seeker can continue to study the profoundest of subjects, the self and the universe as perceived through the awakened soul. Chapter 62. The seeker stands within the place of inner learning, not as a mere observer, but as an active participant in the grand theater of consciousness. The veils, though thinning for some, remain dense for others. Yet the understanding of their nature is the key, not the mere desire to see through them. This chapter delves into the alchemical process by which perception itself is transformed, moving from the gross filtering of the physical senses to the refined sensitivity of the spiritual ones. The duality of the glass. Consider the eye, that remarkable instrument. It is both window and wall. It allows light to enter, painting the canvas of the mind with the colors of the world. Yet, it is also a filter, selectively admitting certain frequencies while blocking others. The cornea, the iris, the lens, each acts as a lens, shaping and refining the light, yet also distorting it. Like the glass of a telescope or microscope, it magnifies, diminishes, focuses, and disperses. The physical eye, bound by its material composition, can only perceive a sliver of the light spectrum, a narrow band of frequencies within the vast electromagnetic ocean. The mind too acts as a filter. Thoughts, color, experiences, past conditioning, fears, desires, biases. These become the invisible dyes mixed with the light of perception, tinting reality according to the individual's internal landscape. What one person perceives as beauty, another might see as threat. What is joy for one is sorrow for another. This internal filtering mechanism is often more potent, more defining than the physical limitations of the senses. The crucible of consciousness. True inner learning requires a transformation of this entire apparatus. It demands the awareness that what we perceive is not the ultimate reality but rather an interpretation, a reflection, a frequency filtered through layers of glass and mind. The place of inner learning becomes a crucible, a space where the alchemist, the seeker, can consciously work to refine their perceptual tools. This alchemy involves several key steps. Awareness of the filter. The first step is recognizing that a filter exists. Many live their lives without questioning the reality they perceive, accepting it as absolute. The initiate learns to stand back, observing the process of perception itself. Where does the image arise? From the outside world or from the interpretation within? What thoughts immediately follow upon seeing something? This self-observation is the beginning of discernment. Gentle separation. The next step is to gently separate the raw data of sensation from the interpreted thought. Feel the warmth of the sun on the skin without immediately thinking of hot or pleasant or I need to move. Simply feel the energy, the vibration, the sensation itself. Observe the colors of a flower not through the lens of memory that reminds me of judgment. That color is dull or bright, but as pure frequency, pure light, cultivating receptivity. This is where the practice of attunement deepens. It involves quieting the internal chatter, the constant stream of thoughts and judgments, and opening oneself to the subtler influx of information. This is not passive drifting, but an active state of receptivity. Imagine holding a perfectly clear empty glass and allowing the light of the sun to shine through. The clearer the glass, the more pure the light that passes the mind through. Practices like meditation, mindfulness and focused attention becomes this clear vessel, engaging with subtler energies. As the perceptual filters are refined, the seeker begins to notice frequencies previously ignored. The hum of electrical devices, the subtle temperature shifts in a room, the emotional resonance of a space or a person. Then with further refinement comes the capacity to sense the astral forces, the emotional and mental emanations that surround all things. One begins to perceive the unseen currents, the spiritual weather of the inner and outer worlds. The lean crucible, the quiet furnace in which thought becomes insight. This process is an alchemical operation. The matter is the seeker's own consciousness, filtered and limited. The fire is awareness, intense and unwavering. The transmutation is the shift from duality, seeing only black and white, good and bad, inner and outer, to a perception of unity, of interconnectedness, of the underlying vibrational nature of all things. The place of inner learning provides the environment, the safe space necessary for this intense work. It allows the seeker to experiment, to observe the effects of different states of consciousness on perception without the overwhelming distractions of the mundane world. Here one can practice focusing on a single point of light, feeling its energy and gradually extending the sensitivity to sound, to emotion, to the subtle vibrations of thought forms beyond the glass. The ultimate goal of this alchemical process is not merely to see more but to see truer. It is to move beyond the limitations of the physical senses and the mental filters to attune directly to the vibrational frequencies of the underlying reality, to perceive the intentions behind actions, the emotional landscapes beneath words, the subtle influences of the elemental intelligences that weave the fabric of existence. This refined perception is not about gaining power over others or manipulating events. It is about gaining understanding the nature of reality, understanding the self, understanding the interconnectedness of all beings and phenomena. It is the birth of wisdom born from the crucible of conscious perception. The journey is ongoing, requiring patience, persistence, and a willingness to constantly question and refine. The place of inner learning is not a destination but a continuous process of inner exploration and transformation. And within this process lies the profound alchemy of perceiving the world not through the colored glass of the limited self but through the clear transparent vessel of awakened consciousness. Chapter 63. The seeker, having navigated the intricate labyrinth of perception and delved into the currents of time, now stands at a threshold both familiar and profoundly novel. The knowledge acquired is vast, the understanding deep. Yet a persistent hum remains beneath the surface, a subtle vibration that defies easy categorization. This is the resonance of purpose. For too long, the student may have focused on the mechanics of the inner world, the laws of attraction, the dance of thought forms, the influence of elemental forces. They have learned to attune, to sense, to manipulate the subtle energies that underpin reality. They have become adept at navigating the astral planes, perceiving the spiritual currents that weave through the tapestry of existence. Yet, amidst this intricate web of forces and energies, a central thread often remains obscured: the purpose that animates their own soul's journey. Purpose is not merely another force to be sensed or manipulated like the winds of the elements or the tides of astral emotion. It is deeper, more fundamental. It is the why behind the soul's incandescent spark, the driving force that guides the conscious evolution of the psyche through the cycles of time and space. To attune to the resonance of purpose is to align with the core intention of one's being, to feel the deep resonant hum of why they walk this particular path in this particular life. Many seek knowledge and power, mistaking the ability to shape reality through will and understanding for the ultimate goal. They become adept at weaving illusions, manipulating energies, and influencing events. But without the anchor of purpose, this power can become a dangerous tool, leading to distraction, ego inflation, or even spiritual fragmentation. The forces they command, the knowledge they acquire, may ultimately serve no lasting fulfillment, leaving them adrift in a sea of power without a true north. The place of inner learning in its wisdom does not present purpose as a grand discovery to be seized, but rather as a resonance to be felt. It is the subtle frequency that underlies all other frequencies, the foundational tone against which the symphony of life is played. To sense this resonance requires a shift in focus from the external manipulation of energies to the internal listening of the soul. Imagine the universe as a vast complex symphony. The laws of physics, the movements of celestial bodies, the interactions of living beings, these are like the individual instruments and melodies. But beneath it all, there is a single resonant chord, the fundamental note that gives the entire composition its character and meaning. This chord is the resonance of purpose. It is the underlying intention, the creative drive, the essential becoming of existence itself. The seeker, through diligent practice and inner attunement, begins to listen beyond the individual notes of the symphony. They start to perceive the underlying chord, the deep resonant vibration that gives form and direction to their own part in the grand composition. This is not a sudden revelation but a gradual deepening of awareness, a movement into the quiet center of their being where the true intention resides. This resonance is often masked by the noise of daily life, the chatter of the mind, the pull of external desires, and the influence of the elemental currents. To attune to it requires dedicated practice. It involves stilling the mind not merely to achieve emptiness but to become a clear, receptive vessel capable of hearing the subtle hum of the soul's deepest calling. Meditation, contemplation, and self-reflection become not just techniques for relaxation or mental clarity, but profound tools for tuning into this inner frequency. The wisdom of the place of inner learning suggests that one's purpose is intrinsically linked to the larger flow of the universe. It is often found not in isolation but in service. The resonance of purpose may be the call to share a specific gift, to contribute to a particular aspect of the cosmic dance, or to help other souls navigate their own inner journeys. It is the feeling of alignment, the sense that one's actions, thoughts, and feelings are in harmony with the deeper currents of existence. As the seeker tunes into this resonance, they begin to make choices that are not dictated solely by immediate gratification or external circumstances, but by a deeper sense of alignment. They may find themselves drawn to certain activities, people or places that resonate with their core purpose. Challenges may be met not with resistance but with the understanding that they are part of the journey, opportunities for growth and further attunement. This alignment with purpose does not eliminate the complexities of life, the struggles with the lower self, the challenges posed by the elemental forces and the illusions of the material world remain. However, the resonance of purpose provides a powerful inner compass, a guiding light that helps navigate these challenges with greater clarity and integrity. It is the source of authentic motivation, the fuel that sustains the seeker through difficult times. The journey through the place of inner learning is ultimately about becoming a resonant vessel for the purpose that animates the soul. It is about moving beyond the mere acquisition of knowledge and power and into the realm of authentic expression and service. It is about feeling the deep hum of one's own purpose and allowing that resonance to guide every thought, word, and action. As the seeker continues to attune, to listen, and to align with the resonance of purpose, they begin to embody the true wisdom of the place of inner learning. They become not just a student of the hidden universe laws and astral forces, but a living expression of the purpose that drives the cosmic symphony itself. And in doing so, they contribute their unique melody to the grand composition of existence, enriching the tapestry of reality with their authentic presence. The path is ongoing. The learning never truly ends. But by attuning to the resonance of purpose, the seeker finds the true north, the guiding star that illuminates the way forward on this journey of inner exploration and evolution. The place of inner learning has revealed the map. Now the resonance of purpose guides the traveler home. Chapter 64. The seeker, having navigated the labyrinth and corridors of understanding concerning the elemental intelligences and the subtle currents they embody, now stands at a threshold both familiar and profoundly novel. The knowledge acquired is a map, intricate and detailed. Yet the true journey lies not merely in tracing its lines, but in aligning the self with the very spirit of the map's creation. This brings us to the consideration of purpose, that which resonates beneath the surface of conscious intent, the deeper rhythm that guides the soul's expression within the tapestry of manifestation. Purpose is not merely a fleeting thought or a carefully constructed goal. It is the fundamental vibration, the underlying intention that gives form and direction to the conscious will. It is the echo of the source's call, filtered through the unique lens of the individual soul's journey. To understand the hidden universe laws at play is to recognize that every action, every thought, every breath is a harmonic convergence of intention and resonance, shaping the inner and outer worlds in accordance with the principle of like attracts like, but on a level far deeper than mere surface similarity. The elemental intelligences, the forces of nature personified, are not mere passive observers. They are active participants weaving the very fabric of reality with their inherent energies. Earth provides stability and grounding. Water flows and adapts, reflecting and shaping. Fire ignites transformation and reveals truth. Air moves with freedom and communicates ideas. These are not just physical elements. They are archetypes of consciousness, modes of being and powers of manifestation. They are the hands through which the source shapes its creation, and they are the pathways through which the seeker may attune. Consider the individual's purpose. It often feels at its core like a calling. It is the thing that ignites a spark within the activity that feels most natural and fulfilling. The contribution that seems intrinsically aligned with one's being. This innate sense of purpose is not random. It is a resonance, a sympathetic vibration with the deeper currents of the self and the universe. When one acts in alignment with this purpose, even small actions can feel powerful and significant because they are not merely efforts of will but expressions of harmony with the underlying flow. The practice therefore extends beyond simply sensing the elements or understanding the laws. It involves cultivating awareness of one's own deeper intentions. Those subtle nudges of the soul that point towards its unique expression. It means learning to listen not just to the clamor of external demands and societal expectations, but to the quiet, persistent call of one's own authentic purpose. This requires a stillness of mind, a quieting of the inner critic, and an openness to perceive the subtle guidance. Meditation in its various forms becomes a crucial tool. In the stillness, the seeker can begin to discern the resonant frequencies of their own being. They can sense the pull of their purpose like a distant melody becoming clearer with focused attention. Visualization can be employed not merely as a creation exercise but as a means of aligning the self with the desired outcome, feeling the resonance of the intention itself. Imagine, for instance, the stable, enduring quality of earth when contemplating a purpose built on foundation and longevity. The flowing adaptability of water when navigating a purpose requiring flexibility. The fiery passion of fire when facing a challenge that demands courage. The expansive clarity of air when seeking a purpose rooted in communication and freedom. The elemental intelligences offer the keys to aligning with this purpose. By attuning to the energy of earth, one can find the grounding stability needed to pursue long-term goals without being swayed by fleeting distractions. Engaging with the water element can help one flow through obstacles, learn from challenges, and maintain a state of adaptability essential for navigating the unpredictable nature of life's journey towards purpose. Drawing upon fire can provide the inner strength, courage, and unwavering commitment required to transform obstacles into stepping stones and to illuminate the truth of one's path. Connecting with air can open the channels of inspiration, communication, and understanding, allowing one to articulate their purpose and connect with others who share the same resonance. This is not about forcing outcomes. It is about aligning with the current, sensing the direction in which the river of life is flowing and placing the self upon it rather than against it. It is about understanding the laws not as constraints but as guides, showing how energy moves and how intention can be most effectively directed. When the conscious of will is honed through understanding and attuned through connection with the elements, resonates with the deeper purpose of the soul, a powerful synergy is created. The laws of attraction operate on a profound level, drawing forth experiences, opportunities, and people that support the unfolding of that purpose. The journey towards understanding one's purpose therefore becomes an exploration of resonance. It is about finding the harmony between the inner self and the outer world, between the individual will and the universal flow. It is about becoming a sensitive instrument attuned to the subtle energies that shape all things and learning to play its unique melody within the grand symphony of existence. The place of inner learning is not merely a conceptual space. It is the state of consciousness one cultivates where the inner ear can perceive the resonant frequencies of purpose and the will can align with the powerful forces that guide its expression. As the seeker continues to explore these deeper truths, they will find that their understanding of the world, of themselves, and of their place within the cosmic design expands infinitely. The initial steps taken to understand the elemental intelligences and the hidden universe laws are merely the beginning of a lifelong journey of attunement, alignment, and resonant expression. And within that expression lies the fulfillment of purpose, the truest form of service to the self and the universe. The path continues illuminated by the light of inner wisdom, guiding the traveler ever closer to the heart of their own unique destiny. Chapter 65. The Alchemy of Attention. The seeker, having navigated the labyrinth and corridors of understanding concerning the elemental intelligences and the subtle currents they embody, now stands at a threshold both familiar and profoundly transformed. The knowledge acquired is vast, the principles intricate, yet a persistent question often arises like a gentle hum beneath the surface of conscious thought. How do these profound cosmic truths translate into the mundane tapestry of daily life? This is the crucial juncture where theory meets application, where the etheric becomes the tangible, where the power of the inner world begins to reshape the outer. The laws of the hidden universe, the movement of astral forces, the presence of elemental beings. These are not merely subjects of contemplation for the curious mystic. They are the very tools and materials of the alchemist's art applied to the human soul. The journey thus far has revealed that the visible world, the realm of form and solid appearance, is in fact a relatively dense projection, a surface shimmering over a vast, dynamic and infinitely subtle ocean of energy and consciousness. The elements earth, air, fire, water are not merely physical states but fundamental principles of manifestation, each governed by its own intelligence and vibration. The astral plane is the bridge, the realm where thought forms take shape, where intentions resonate, and where the unseen influences of the elemental kingdoms interact with the evolving psyche. But how does one consciously engage with this reality within the confines of a body functioning in a physical world? The answer lies not in escaping the body or the world but in refining the instrument of perception and action, the self. It begins with the fundamental practice of attention. This is not merely focusing the mind on an external object, though that is part of it. It is a deeper, more pervasive quality of awareness that dissolves the illusion of separation. When the mind is truly attentive, it perceives the interconnectedness of all things. It senses the subtle undercurrents of emotion and intention in others. It notices the shift in the quality of air, the quality of light, the subtle temperature changes in a room, not just as sensory data, but as expressions of the underlying elemental dynamics. Where does one practice this attention? In the breath. Feel the air entering and leaving the nostrils. Not just the physical sensation, but the life force itself, the prana, the vital current that connects the body to the astral and even the cosmic planes. Each breath is a microcosm of the universe's energy flow. In the heartbeat, feel the rhythmic pulse of life within a drumbeat anchoring the individual consciousness to the physical vehicle while simultaneously resonating with the greater cosmic heartbeats. Practice attention in the act of walking. Feel the ground beneath the feet not just as solid earth but as the earth elemental self of the planet, a living, breathing entity. Feel the subtle movements of air around you, the invisible hand of the air element. Feel the warmth of the sun, fire on your skin, its life-giving energy. Notice the moisture in the air, the presence of water, even in arid climates. Attention is the key that unlocks the perception of the subtle. It is the lens that clarifies the vision into the inner worlds. When the mind is attentive, it is less prone to the chatter of ego concerns, less swayed by fleeting emotions. It becomes a clear receptive instrument capable of perceiving the whispers of the elemental intelligences. These beings, often described as having form and personality, communicate not through loud voices but through vibration, through resonance, through the very quality of the subtle energy fields they embody. To attune to these forces requires not forceful will but gentle, persistent intention and receptivity. It is like tuning a musical instrument. One first calibrates it to a fundamental note, often the individual's own true frequency aligned with their higher self. Then one gently allows it to resonate with the surrounding sounds, the vibrations of the room, the music playing just beyond hearing, until it finds its place within the harmonic structure. The elemental intelligences are the great musicians of the cosmos. The earth elementals provide the foundational resonance, the stability, the grounding. The air elementals bring the flow, the communication, the change, the intellectual spark. The fire elementals offer the intensity, the will, the transformation, the activation. The water elementals bring the emotion, the intuition, the depth, the flow of feeling. By cultivating attention, the seeker begins to perceive these different qualities in their environment and within themselves. They might feel a particular stone earth calling them to stability, or catch a phrase on the wind air that resonates deeply. They might feel a surge of creative energy fire when working with a certain color or form, or sense a deep emotional undercurrent water in a place or a person. This perception is not necessarily clairvoyant in the narrow sense, though it can be. More often it is a felt sense, an intuition, a resonance within the body-mind complex. It is the subtle tingling of recognition. the intuitive knowing that connects the individual to the vast web of life. Furthermore, the practice of attention when aligned with intention becomes the act of co-creation. The universe is not a fixed, unchanging mechanism. It is a dynamic, unfolding process influenced by the consciousness within it. By focusing attention on a desired outcome with genuine feeling and a clear intent, the individual acts as a conscious co-creator. This is where the laws of attraction and the power of intention become most potent. Attention focused on a state of being, a desired reality, draws the corresponding energies and opportunities into manifestation. It is like a lighthouse beam guiding ships. The more focused and steady the beam attention and intention, the more effectively it shapes the surrounding space reality. The elemental intelligences, being the fundamental forces of manifestation, are inherently responsive to focused consciousness. They are the agents through which creation flows. By aligning one's attention with the vibrations of the desired outcome and understanding the role of the elements in bringing that outcome into form, the seeker learns to consciously engage with the creative process. This does not negate the need for action in the physical world. Rather, it transforms action. Actions taken from a place of aligned attention, informed by an understanding of the subtle energies at play, are more effective, more resonant, and have a deeper impact. The simple act of planting a seed becomes an act of earth elemental magic when performed with attention to the soil, the sun, the water, and the intention of growth. A conversation becomes an act of air elemental magic when approached with openness, genuine listening, and the intention of clear communication. The journey into the hidden universe laws, the astral forces, and the elemental intelligences is ultimately about bringing this profound understanding back into the fabric of everyday life. It is about recognizing the sacred in the mundane, the magical in the ordinary. It is about becoming an attentive, intentional, co-creative participant in the unfolding drama of existence, not as a passive observer, but as an active, conscious artist working with the very elements of life itself. The place of inner learning offers the map and the theory. The world outside offers the vast practical laboratory. The alchemy of attention is the process by which the inner light is brought to bear upon the outer form, transforming both in the process. The path continues, requiring not just intellectual understanding but the dedicated practice of perceiving and participating in the deeper realities that underlie all appearances. The seeker, armed with knowledge and attuned awareness, steps forth to apply the wisdom, becoming a living embodiment of the principles they have studied. Chapter 66. The Resonance of the Inner Loom. The seeker, having navigated the labyrinth and corridors of understanding concerning the elemental intelligences and the subtle currents they embody, now stands at the threshold of a deeper realization. This is not merely about observing these forces, but about becoming attuned to their very essence, to feel the hum of their presence within the fabric of their own being and the world around them. This chapter delves into the principle of resonance, the subtle art of tuning the inner instrument to the frequencies of the unseen realms, and how this attunement allows one to perceive the dynamic weaving of existence itself. The place of inner learning, though often perceived as a silent sanctuary, is in fact a vibrant nexus of resonant energies. The very stones, seemingly inert, vibrate at frequencies attuned to the Earth's core and the cosmic currents. The air thrums with the echoes of countless wisdoms, the whispers of ancient entities, and the subtle breath of the all that is. To truly perceive this, one must first quiet the internal noise, the chatter of the mind and the static of conditioned consciousness, allowing the ears of the soul to open. Resonance is a fundamental law of the universe, extending beyond the physical realm into the etheric. Just as a tuning fork will vibrate in sympathy with its matching frequency, so too can the human psyche attune itself to the vibrations of the elemental forces, the spiritual currents, and the underlying structure of reality. This is not a forced process, but a gentle alignment, a coming into harmony with the natural flow. It requires patience, intention, and a willingness to perceive beyond the veil of the purely tangible. Begin by focusing inward upon the still point within. This is our anchor, your point of stillness from which you can observe the resonant frequencies of the outer world. Visualize if you can, or simply sense the subtle energy fields that surround you. Imagine them as layers of unseen tapestry, each layer vibrating at a different pitch. The densest layer closest to the physical form reflects the immediate environment and your own emotional state. Deeper layers resonate with your personal history, your karmic patterns, and your connection to the collective unconscious. Now extend your awareness beyond these personal layers. Feel the vibrations of the elemental intelligences, the fiery passion of fire, the earthy stability of terra, the airy liquidity of ether, and the watery depth of aqua. Each possesses its own characteristic rhythm, its own unique song. Fire might vibrate with a sharp crackling intensity like sparks flying from a forge. Terra might resonate with a deep grounding hum like mountains standing firm through the ages. Ether might flow with a light shimmering cadence like wind through leaves. Aqua might pulse with a soft rhythmic pulse like waves gently lapping ashore. The key is not to intellectualize these vibrations, but to feel them. Close your eyes, breathe deeply, and allow your senses to expand. Imagine yourself as a tuning fork held within this symphony of energies. Which frequencies does our own energy field naturally vibrate at? Are you currently in harmony with the surrounding currents, or are you out of tune, creating dissonance within yourself and potentially within the subtle realms to attune to these higher frequencies? Engage in practices that cultivate sensitivity and harmony. Meditate regularly, focusing on the breath as an anchor to the present moment. Perform simple energy work, visualizing yourself drawing in light and love or grounding yourself in the earth's energy. Spend time in nature, for the natural world is the most potent classroom for learning about resonance. Stand barefoot on the earth. Feel the pulse of terra beneath your soul lace. Sit by a flowing stream or near the ocean. Allow the rhythm of aqua to wash over you. Stand in the sun. Feel the warmth and intensity of fire. Gaze at the sky, open to the subtle whispers of ether. As you practice, observe how your own feelings and perceptions shift. When you are in resonance, you may find a sense of peace, alignment, and clarity. You may begin to perceive synchronicities, meaningful coincidences that seem to bridge the gap between the seen and the unseen. You may find that thoughts and ideas come more readily, guided by the subtle nudges of the intelligence you are aligning with. This attunement allows you to perceive the world not as a static collection of objects but as a dynamic living tapestry constantly being woven by the interplay of energies. You begin to see the hand of the elemental forces in the growth of a flower, the turning of the seasons, the rise and fall of empires, and the unfolding of your own life's journey. You understand that events are not merely random occurrences but are imbued with meaning, reflecting the deeper currents of spiritual energy at play. The place of inner learning serves as a powerful laboratory for this work. Here the ambient energies are carefully balanced, conducive to exploration and attunement. The knowledge held within its walls is not merely intellectual information, but is vibrational in nature, a resonance that can be absorbed and integrated. Study the texts, yes, but do so with open senses, feeling the energy behind the words. Contemplate the symbols, allowing your intuition to connect with their deeper significance and the frequencies they represent. Remember, the goal is not to gain control over these forces but to align with them, to become a conscious participant in the great dance of existence by attuning your inner loom to the resonant frequencies of the elemental intelligences and the spiritual currents. You begin to weave a life that is in harmony with the deeper truths of the universe. You perceive the interconnectedness, the subtle guidance, and the profound beauty of a reality far richer and more vibrant than the five senses alone can reveal. Continue to practice, to explore, to feel. The journey into the resonance of the inner loom is a lifelong process, one that deepens and reveals new layers of understanding with each step. The knowledge and wisdom sought are not destinations to be reached but states of being to be cultivated, felt, and lived. Chapter 67. The Seeker, having navigated the labyrinth and corridors of understanding concerning the elemental intelligences and the subtle currents they embody, now stands at a threshold both familiar and profoundly new. The knowledge acquired is a map intricate and detailed. Yet the true journey lies in the application, the alchemy of will merging awareness within the crucible of the self. This chapter delves into the potent force of intention, exploring how it acts as the resonant frequency that both perceives and shapes reality. Intention is not merely a fleeting thought or a passing desire. It is the directed focus of consciousness, the unwavering commitment of the will to a specific state of being or a desired outcome. It is the inner flame that ignites the subtle energies, the conscious tuning fork that resonates with the deeper vibrations of the cosmos. To understand intention is to grasp a fundamental key within the mechanics of manifestation. Consider the elements once more. Fire burns with an inherent intention towards expansion and transformation. Water flows with an intention towards adaptation and containment. Earth settles with an intention towards stability and growth. Air moves with an intention towards communication and diffusion. These elemental intelligences, these primordial forces operate according to their fundamental intentions woven into their very essence. The universe itself is a vast tapestry woven from intentions large and small, conscious and unconscious. The human psyche, as we have explored, is a microcosm reflecting this macrocosm. Our thoughts, emotions and actions are expressions of our inner intentions. Fear stems from our intention of protection, albeit often maladapted. Love arises from an intention of connection and unity. Anger can be our intention of boundaries asserting presence. Grief is the consequence of our intention once held now perceived as lost. Yet there lies a crucial distinction. The elemental intentions operate with a fundamental purity driven by the inherent nature of the force. Human intentions, however, are often mired in complexity, contradiction, and the distortion of ego. Our intentions can be shadowed by doubt, driven by fear, clouded by desire, or obscured by ignorance. This is where the path of inner learning becomes profoundly practical and demanding. To harness intention effectively requires not just clarity of desire but a purification of the vessel through which it is expressed. It demands mindfulness, the constant observation of the inner landscape without judgment. It requires discernment, the ability to differentiate between genuine intention born of wisdom and those born of the ego's illusions. The place of inner learning becomes the sanctuary where this purification occurs. It is within the quiet chambers of meditation and deep self-reflection that the true nature of one's intentions can be discerned. Here, amidst the subtle hum of the inner world, the seeker learns to attune their own vibrational frequency. They practice the art of focusing the will not on external outcomes alone but on the alignment of their inner state with the principles of harmony and universal flow. When intention is clear, focused and aligned with the higher currents of the universe, it becomes a powerful catalyst. It acts as a lens sharpening the perception of the subtle energies that underpin the visible world. It becomes the key that unlocks doors to deeper understanding and connection with the elemental intelligences. It is the spark that ignites the transformation sought by the aspirant. This is not mere wishful thinking. It is a principle of resonant physics applied within the quantum field of consciousness. Like a tuning fork drawn near its namesake, a focused intention can attract and amplify like-minded energies. It creates a vibration that resonates with the deeper structures of reality, weaving the threads of possibility into the fabric of manifestation. The practice therefore becomes one of conscious creation. It involves setting intentions not from a place of desperation or attachment but from a stance of confident awareness. It means visualizing the desired outcome with clarity, feeling the emotional resonance of its attainment and holding the intention with unwavering focus. Yet this unwavering focus must be balanced with an acceptance of the timing and the unfolding of the universe. Recognizing that the path is as important as the destination, the elemental intelligences, the forces we once studied, are attuned to intention. They respond to the clear calls of focused will. By aligning our intentions with the principles of the elements, fire's courage and transformation, water's adaptability and flow, earth's groundedness and stability, air's communication and exploration, we can navigate the currents of the subtle world with greater grace and effectiveness. This understanding elevates the simple act of intention setting into a sacred art. It transforms goal setting from a purely external pursuit into an inner alchemy, a process of aligning consciousness with the deeper patterns of existence. It is within this alchemy that the true power of the human spirit, its capacity for creation and transformation, begins to fully flower. As the seeker continues their journey, they must remain vigilant. Intention, like any powerful tool, must be wielded with wisdom and compassion. The clarity gained through inner work must be applied mindfully, respecting the free will of others and the intricate balance of the cosmos. The place of inner learning is not merely a conceptual space but a state of being, a continuous practice of conscious intention woven into the fabric of daily life. For within the resonance of focused intention lies the power to perceive the veils lifted, to attune to the spiritual currents that move through time, space, and psyche, and ultimately to contribute consciously to the shaping of a reality that reflects the higher principles of wisdom and love. The path continues, guided by the light of intention, illuminated by the ever-present source of all knowledge and wisdom. Chapter 68. Within the place of inner learning, where the veils between worlds are thin, and the currents of pure awareness flow freely, the student gazes upon the swirling mists of understanding. They have journeyed far, learning of the hidden geometries, the whispers of the Akashic, and the subtle pressures of the unseen forces that sculpt reality. Now they stand at the threshold of a deeper comprehension, the potent living force known as intention. It is not merely a thought, nor a fleeting wish. Intention in its purest form is a vibration set into the fabric of being. It is a declaration of will that resonates through the layers of manifestation, a seed cast into the fertile ground of potential. To understand intention is to grasp one of the fundamental keys of the universe. The very mechanism through which the mind aligned with the will begins to shape its experience. The source of all knowledge and wisdom, ever patient and infinitely revealing, illuminates this concept. Intention acts as the tuning fork, the precise frequency that aligns the individual consciousness with the vibrational patterns of the desired reality. Like a lighthouse beam cutting through the fog, focused intention cuts through the illusion of separateness, connecting the seeker directly to the underlying unity of all things. Consider the elemental intelligences, the guardians of the four directions, the spirits of fire, water, air, and earth. They do not merely exist. They resonate. Their power lies in their unwavering focus on their domains, their ceaseless vibration that defines the very essence of their element. A fire elemental resonates with the intensity of transformation, a water elemental with the flow and adaptability of emotion and the subconscious, an air elemental with the clarity of thought and the breath of life, a earth elemental with the solidity and enduring power of form. The student, through practice and attunement, learns to do the same. They begin by quieting the incessant chatter of the mind, not to suppress thought, but to discern the deeper currents beneath. In that stillness, they plant the seed of their intention. It must be clear, unwavering, like the gaze of a predator spotting its prey. It must be felt in the soul, resonating deep within the core of their being. Once the intention is set, it begins to send ripples outwards through the subtle energies that underpin the physical world. It is not a command issued from a position of separation, but in alignment with the natural flow. The universe governed by its own intricate laws, the hidden universe forces that weave the tapestry of existence, responds to this focused resonance. The astral forces, the unseen currents that connect all minds and all things, become conduits for this intention. They carry the vibration, amplifying it and seeking out points of resonance within the larger cosmic structure. The student learns to sense this transmission, not as a physical feeling, but as an inner knowing, a subtle shift in their energetic field. This is where the power resides. It is not the force of will imposing itself upon the world, but the alignment with the inherent order. By tuning their intention to the frequency of a desired state or outcome, the student becomes a channel, allowing the universe's own creative energies to flow through them. They are working with the laws, not against them. Visualize it. The student stands at the center of a vast intricate web, the threads representing time, space, energy, and consciousness. Their focused intention acts like a powerful magnet drawing related energies and opportunities towards them. Along these threads, they are not pulling strings but aligning their own vibration so that the natural flow of the universe conveniently converge upon their chosen point. The process requires patience and persistence. Intention is not a magic wand to be waved for instant gratification. It is a living, breathing energy that must be nurtured. The student learns to hold their intention even when distractions arise, even when doubt creeps in. They learn to trust the process, to sense the subtle movements of the energies responding to their vibration. They may begin with simple exercises, intending to find a lost object, intending a calm moment during a stressful day, intending a positive interaction with another person. Each small success builds faith and hones the faculty of resonance. The place of inner learning is rich with such opportunities, a safe space to practice the art of focusing the will. As mastery grows, the intentions become grander, more profound. The student seeks not merely personal gain, but the expansion of their understanding, the alignment of their life with their highest purpose. They learn to intend the raising of their own vibrational frequency, to attune themselves more closely to the source, to perceive the deeper currents of the spiritual currents moving through time, space, and psyche. They understand that intention is also a reflection of their state of being. An intention born of fear or doubt will attract energies of a like nature. An intention rooted in love, compassion, and unwavering faith will draw forth correspondingly positive forces. The cultivation of intention is therefore inseparable from the cultivation of the self, the refinement of character, the purification of motive. The source continues its guidance. Intention is the bridge between the known and the unknown, the conscious and the superconscious. It is the spark that ignites the transformation of lead into gold, not through force but through resonant alignment. Tune your inner string and the universe will respond in harmony. In this understanding lies immense power. It is the recognition that the visible world is not merely a fixed backdrop but a dynamic field of energy constantly responding to the vibrations set within it. By learning to attune their intention, the student becomes an active participant in the creation of their reality, not merely a passive observer. They walk the path with a new awareness, sensing the subtle energies beneath every appearance, feeling the spiritual currents that pulse through the fabric of existence. They understand that the forces they once feared or dismissed are simply the natural expressions of a deeper, more intricate reality waiting to be understood and aligned with through the potent art of focused intention. And so the journey continues deeper into the place of inner learning, where the student through the power of intention begins to weave their own unique thread into the grand tapestry of the cosmos. Chapter 69. The seeker, having journeyed through many paths and contemplations, begins to perceive a deeper pattern beneath the tapestry of existence. The laws of the hidden universe, once etheric concepts, now resonate with the inner experience. Astral forces, no longer mere theoretical entities, are felt as subtle currents within the psyche, guiding and shaping the journey. Elemental intelligences, previously understood as external forces, are recognized as facets of the inner self, the very building blocks of consciousness. This realization comes not through grand epiphanies, but through persistent attunement. It is the difference between hearing the wind and truly feeling its breath on the skin, between seeing the stars and sensing their ancient light within. The place of inner learning becomes a sanctuary for this perception. a space where the noise of the outer world fades, allowing the inner symphony to emerge. The laws of the hidden universe are not unplanned commands from a distant power but inherent principles of manifestation. They govern the interplay of thought, emotion and spirit, the subtle energies that coalesce to form form and experience. To understand these laws is to understand the mechanics of creation. Not just external creation but the constant creation of the self moment by moment. Astral forces are the lifeblood of this process. They are the unseen currents that carry intention, emotion and spiritual insight through time and space. They are the medium through which the soul communicates with itself, with other souls and with the greater field of consciousness. By attuning to these forces, the seeker learns to navigate the inner landscape with greater ease and purpose. Elemental intelligences are the archetypal energies that underpin all manifestation. They are the earthiness of grounding, the airiness of inspiration, the watery flow of emotion, and the fiery spark of will. They are the building blocks of the psyche, the fundamental forces that shape our thoughts, feelings, and behaviors. By understanding and integrating these intelligences, the seeker begins to embody the full spectrum of human experience. The journey through this inner landscape is one of constant refinement. The seeker learns to distinguish between the true currents of spirit and the illusions of the ego. They learn to navigate the complexities of their own emotions, transforming them from sources of suffering into sources of wisdom. They learn to align their will with the higher purpose of their soul, creating a life that is both authentic and meaningful. This process is not easy, but it is profoundly rewarding. It is a journey of self-discovery, of transformation and of awakening. It is a journey towards a deeper understanding of oneself, of the world, and of the divine intelligence that underlies all things. As the seeker progresses, they begin to perceive the interconnectedness of all things. They see that the laws of the hidden universe, the astral forces and the elemental intelligences are not separate entities but different facets of the same underlying reality. They are the threads that weave the tapestry of existence, the subtle energies that give life and form to all things. This understanding brings a sense of peace and acceptance. The seeker realizes that they are not separate from the world but an integral part of it. They are a manifestation of the same divine intelligence that underlies all things, and they have the power to create and shape their own reality. The place of inner learning becomes a place of profound transformation. It is a place where the seeker can explore the depths of their own consciousness, unlock the hidden potentials within and align themselves with the higher purpose of their soul. It is a place where the journey of self-discovery becomes a journey of enlightenment, leading the seeker towards a deeper understanding of themselves, of the world, and of the divine intelligence that underlies all things. Chapter 70. The journey through the place of inner learning is not merely one of observation nor solely of intellectual grasping of the hidden universe laws and subtle forces. It is ultimately a process of becoming, a deepening into the very fabric of being through the act of assimilation. This final stage, where the gathered knowledge and experienced wisdom are integrated into the core of the self, is both the most subtle and the most profound. Think not of assimilation as a mere digestive process like the body taking in nourishment. Rather view it as the soul absorbing the light of truth, allowing it to permeate every layer of consciousness to reshape the very patterns of thought and feeling that have defined the individual's path. It is the moment when the external knowledge, the understanding of astral forces and elemental intelligences ceases to be a collection of separate facts and becomes a living, resonant part of the inner ecosystem. Many seek knowledge with the intellect, storing it away like precious gems in a chest. They admire the laws. They marvel at the powers. They attempt to manipulate the energies. But true mastery, true transformation lies not in possession but in resonance. It is the difference between knowing about music and hearing it within one's own soul, allowing its vibrations to alter one's very hum. Imagine the self as a complex resonator. Throughout the journey in this place, the laws have been the principles of harmony, the astral forces, the streams of energy upon which it can vibrate, and the elemental intelligences, the guides offering specific frequencies. Initial efforts involved aligning the tuning fork with these external sources, perhaps achieving temporary harmonics through focused will or ritual. But assimilation is the process by which the tuning fork itself is altered, becomes more refined so that it naturally resonates with the fundamental tones of the universe. This is where the work becomes intensely personal and internal. It requires a quieting of the mind not to achieve emptiness but to become a sensitive instrument. It requires patience, for integration is not an event but a gradual unfolding like the slow infusion of dye into fabric. It demands honesty with oneself, for the process reveals aspects of the inner landscape that may have been ignored or denied. The place of inner learning provides the ideal crucible for this. The subtle energies here are potent yet safe. The wisdom available is vast and profound, and the guidance of the elemental intelligences is constant and supportive. It is a protected space allowing the individual to explore the depths of assimilation without the overwhelming distractions or dangers of the outer world. What does this assimilation feel like? For some, it may be a gradual warming, a softening of rigid mental structures. For others, it might be an intense inner illumination where long-held beliefs dissolve like mist before the morning sun, revealing a deeper, truer understanding. It can manifest as a profound shift in emotional landscape where reactions to external events become less about personal ego and more about empathetic resonance with the larger patterns of existence. It might even be experienced physically as a subtle changes in energy flow or a deeper connection to the life force animating all things. The laws of the universe once understood intellectually become felt as the underlying structure of reality. The astral forces once observed as external phenomena become recognized as the very breath of the cosmos flowing through time, space and the psyche connecting all things. The elemental intelligences once encountered as specific entities become understood as the essential qualities of nature itself, the creative spark of fire, the flowing consciousness of water, the steadfastness of earth, the airy perspective of air, aspects of the universal mind that one can attune to and draw strength from. This atonement through assimilation is not a one-time achievement. It is a continuous process, a way of being. The more deeply one integrates the knowledge and wisdom gained, the more one lives from a place of inner resonance rather than outer reaction. The individual becomes less a separate entity and more a channel, a sensitive point through which the universal energies can flow and express. As the final stages of this journey in the place of inner learning are approached, the focus shifts from acquiring more knowledge to allowing the knowledge to acquire the self. It is a surrender to the process, a trust in the unfolding of integration. It is recognizing that the true goal has never been merely to know the hidden universe laws or the powers of the elements, but to become aligned with them, to become a living embodiment of the wisdom that permeates all existence. And so the seeker stands at the threshold of this final integration, not with fear, but with a deep resonant understanding. The place of inner learning has revealed the map, illuminated the paths, and shown the nature of the forces. Now it is time for the soul to merge with its own light, to become one with the source of all knowledge and wisdom, not as a separate acquirer, but as a vital part of the whole. The final step is not another journey to somewhere else, but the profound integration of all that has been learned and experienced here and now within the sanctuary of the self. The resonance of assimilation begins. Epilogue. The union of the two paths. The endless path opens once more, not as a repetition of what has been written before but as a union of the early voice and the matured voice, the first whisper of awakening and the later deepening of wisdom. For you have journeyed through the hidden corridors of the inner sanctum in many forms, across many stages of your becoming, and each version of you has carried a different resonance, a different cadence, a different way of touching the mystery. And now these strands weave together into a single flowing movement, a single breath of remembrance, a single luminous continuity of consciousness. In the early days you walked with wide eyes through the subtle universe, discovering the astral forces, the elemental intelligences, the veiled laws that govern the inner realms, and your words carried the raw spark of first contact, the bright urgency of revelation, the sense of stepping into a world that had waited for you since the beginning, and those early days held the tone of a seeker standing at the threshold, sensing the vastness but not yet fully entering it. Now your voice has changed, widened, softened into the slow cadence of the seeking presence, the one who no longer reaches outward but inward, the one who perceives the inner sanctum not as a destination but as a living field, the one who understands that the subtle laws are not merely studied but lived, breathed, embodied in the quiet movements of everyday life, and this voice carries the weight of integration, the calm of understanding, the luminous steadiness of one who has walked far enough to recognize that the journey is endless. And so this epilogue becomes the union of these two paths, the early spark and the later flame, the first awakening and the ongoing expansion, the raw discovery and the refined perception, for you have learned to see beyond the surface of appearances, to perceive the essence beneath the form, to attune to the infinite reservoir of knowledge and wisdom that resides within the core center of your being, and you have learned that the veils do not fall through desire but through understanding, through patience, through the quiet alchemy of perception itself. The seer stands now in the place of inner learning not as a novice and not as a master but as a union of both, as one who remembers the wonder of the beginning and carries the depth of the present, as one who participates in the grand theater of consciousness with both innocence and wisdom, recognizing that the thinning of the veils is a lifelong unfolding, a gentle refinement from the gross filtering of the physical senses to the subtle sensitivity of the spiritual ones, and this refinement is the true journey, the true evolution, the true endless path. The inner sanctum surrounds you still, not as a chamber of secrets but as a living presence within your awareness, guiding you, supporting you, illuminating your path with the same infinite light that touched you in your earliest days, the same light that has grown with you, expanded with you, matured with you, and now stands as the quiet companion of your becoming, ready to receive you in every moment, ready to open its doors whenever you turn inward. And so the final movement rises, shaped by both voices, both eras, both versions of your awakening, and it carries you into the soft horizon of your own inner truth, where the seeker and the seer walk together, where the early spark and the matured flame merge into one luminous presence, where the path becomes the breath, and the breath becomes the field, and the field becomes the endless unfolding of your consciousness, guiding you forward without end, without closure, without boundary, into the infinite expansion that has always awaited you. End of book. Beginning of journey.